Our story opens on a harsh world, set in the dark and unforgiving depths of a forest, a place where the blood of the weak is constantly spilled. It is a world where the strong prey upon the weak, a brutal reality that governs all life, within the woods and deep within the trees. A mystical creature grazes peacefully, unaware that it has just been identified as potential prey by a hidden observer hidden in the bushes. A young man named Johann takes aim, as his instructor Joseph reminds him to stay calm and remember his training. And with the command to fire, Johann pulls the bowstring taut, ready to let the arrow fly. Just then a sudden noise startles the animal to cry out and flee into the forest to Joseph's shock. Not only Johann missed but also the stag flew away. He to know why Johann broke the bow. Instead of catching their prey as instructed, but unfazed, Johann casually blames the equipment for being old, enraging Joseph, who laments that his brand new bow Angela is now ruined. Through his tears he questions why a noble would ever insist on learning to be a common hunter, and points out that swordsmanship would be a much more suitable path for a man of his high station. Thinking that swordsmanship doesn't make any money until you're hired, he tells him never mind, and asks him to move somewhere else. Johann's internal monologue reveals his driving philosophy. He needs money to survive in this rotten, unforgiving world. We learn the protagonist's secret. He is Johann Aids, but he was formerly Kim Johann, a man reincarnated into this world after an untimely death despite being reborn a noble. His position in the family hierarchy is dead last, leaving him to fear he'll be cast out during his siblings' inevitable power struggles. His brooding is cut short when Joseph senses danger and cautions him to wait a pack of vicious wolves. Feasting on a carcass in a clearing, Joseph fires a warning shot, attempting to scare the wolves away from their meal. As the wolves flee, Johann reflects on the true nature of the world he now inhabits, and he says that the theme of the world I reincarnated in, it's a grim and brutally realistic medieval era, such that not even death grants its victims any rest. He wonders aloud if the fallen could be from their village, but Joseph admits there's no way to know for sure, and states the one certainty of their world: the weak are nothing more than prey for the strong. His fist clenches as he vows to do whatever it takes to avoid becoming prey, and internally screams that his ultimate goal, he needs money. When he came to this world, he had hoped to awaken some amazing ability, but eventually, he understood that no such thing exists here. So he abandoned fantasy tropes and set a new, more practical goal for himself. That is money, and with a greedy smirk, he muses that with enough money, he could escape his territory and live freely as a merchant, or even a farmer. His manic, money-fueled laughter is interrupted when Joseph calls him over to show him a discovery, and Joseph points out a rare medicinal plant known as little devil grass, prized for its ability to stop bleeding and boost alertness. Before he can even finish explaining its properties, Johann snatches the herb, his mind focused on only one thing: its high price, and says that it must be expensive. Just then, Joseph notices a smaller pouch lying on the ground, and asks him did he drop something. Johann picks up the pouch, and claims it must belong to someone else. But Joseph finds this impossible, since they are the only ones this deep in the forest. Just as he realizes, a sudden, terrified scream from deep within the woods pierces the silence, startling them both. So they move towards the voice to find out what's happening there. Once reaching the place of commotion, they see a small child cornered up a tree, cries for someone to save her from the snarling wolf pack below. Joseph recognizes the girl as Robert's daughter Dell, a child from their village, and wonders in horror what she is doing so far from home. With their eyes glowing with hunger, the wolves look back at our guys. Wolves are greater in numbers. Therefore Joseph panics and insists they must fall back to call for reinforcements. Ignoring Joseph's plea, Johann steps forward, ready to confront the entire pack by himself. Joseph desperately warns that these are no ordinary wolves, but man-eaters, but Johann simply tells him to rescue the girl while he draws their attention. Joseph is left speechless, stunned by his noble companion's seemingly selfless and suicidal plan. He cannot believe that a noble would willingly offer himself as bait just to save a commoner's child. But Johann's expression is one of manic glee, as he realizes this dangerous situation is actually a potential gold mine, and counting at least 10 wolves. His mind is already calculating the immense fortune he will make selling all their pelts. He enthusiastically greets his precious moneymakers, ready for a profitable fight. Joseph stares in utter bewilderment as Johann draws his sword and charges the pack with what he can only describe as a messed-up swordsmanship style. The wolves, seeing him as an easy target, lunge forward to attack surprised. Our guy uses his sword to block the attack, but the wolf's jaws clamp down with incredible force, cracking the steel blade, and his sword shatters in half under the pressure, leaving him defenseless before he can react. Another wolf lunges from the side, catching him off guard, and then the entire pack swarms him in a dark frenzy of claws and teeth. Joseph watches in horror, believing his companion is about to be torn to shreds. His desperate shout echoes through the now silent forest. At the same time, the Ott's family passes through the village. For their inspection, the impoverished villagers cower as the ruling family rides through the muddy streets. With disdain, the fear and misery are plain to see on the faces of the common folk, forced to welcome their lords. The lord's concubine Madamites complains about the foul smell of the village and its people. The first son, Philip Etz, agrees with her, and the lord of the territory, Geisen Etz, drunkenly adds his own insult, calling his domain accursed. Miserable countryside. Philip reports that his brother, Johann, is absent from the inspection and offers to send soldiers to track the brats down, and Lord Geisen responds with a dismissive, drunken belch, clearly uncaring, and coldly states that he couldn't care less if Johann dies somewhere, just like his wretched mother. The lord's hateful rant comes to an abrupt halt as he notices something and angrily demands to know why. A massive pile of straw is stacked at the village entrance. A villager fearfully explains that it's to hide the unsightly evidence of Sir Johann's training. Lord Geisen scoffs, finding it laughable that a pathetic boogs like him would even be capable of training. However, his mockery turns to wide-eyed shock as he peers behind the straw. He sees a massive wooden log, utterly demolished by what appear to be powerful fist marks. His jaw drops when he realizes it's not just one, but a whole field of brutally destroyed training dummies, leaving him to wonder what in the world Johann has been doing. And back in the forest, Johann lies on the ground as the wolves move in to finish him off. Biting his arm, the wolf senses that something is wrong. With a sudden movement, our guide declares that fighting with a sword was never his true style, and effortlessly hurls the massive wolf through the air. Now on his feet, he cracks his knuckles with a feral grin, ready to fight his own way against his adorable little money makers. In this world of survival of the fittest, he needs to be the predator, not the prey. And to avoid becoming prey and get the money he needs, he must dominate this pack. And to make that money, he knows there's one thing he needs above all else: a strength overwhelming enough to transcend all human limitations. Joseph can only gape in disbelief, witnessing a level of power he never thought possible. Johann's fist, crackling with an otherworldly energy, smashes directly into a wolf's skull. The sheer force of his blows sends the beasts flying, shattering bone and ending lives in an instant. And switching to hand-to-hand combat, he becomes a whirlwind of destruction when he grabs the neck of wolf. A bloody, brutal montage of violence is everywhere. And with a final devastating punch, he crushes the skull of a wolf, ending the fight. Joseph trembles in awe and fear, unable to comprehend the unbelievable strength Johann just displayed. Looking over the field of dead wolves, Johann takes a moment to survey his handiwork. His very first thought is a practical one: how much is all this worth? Flashbacks reveal young Johann learning the harsh reality of his new life, and how he hurled and beaten by his younger brothers. As the lowest-ranked son, he was constantly tormented by his higher-ranking brothers, and this relentless abuse taught him a crucial lesson about the merciless nature of the world. He had been reborn into that. Even if he were to die, absolutely no one would care. The only person he could ever truly rely on was himself. And so he began to ponder the essential question of what it truly takes to survive in a brutal, medieval world. But fortunately, his past life as a modern student gave him a massive advantage, a mind filled with knowledge far beyond this era's comprehension, and armed with knowledge of economics, nutrition, and exercise science. He decided to leverage this modern wisdom for his survival. He started with what he could control, applying modern exercise science to begin a grueling, high-intensity training regimen. While others saw discarded food, he used his knowledge of nutrition to create a perfectly balanced diet of superfoods To fuel his growth, he then developed his own unique fighting style, blending practical science with modern, close combat martial arts. After the years of endless training, the results are staggering, as he shatters a tree with a single, devastating punch, and the sheer force of his impact demonstrates a level of power that defies all logic. For a normal human, with each training session, his body displayed even more overwhelming strength. It remains unknown whether this superhuman strength is a blessing from thee or an entirely new trial. Back in the present, the echoes of the recent Wolf attack hang heavy. In the dark forest, after dusting off his clothes, he confirms that he has successfully slaughtered the entire Wolf pack. A frantic Joseph rushes to the terrified Dell, immensely relieved to find the young girl unharmed. Turning his attention to Johann, he admonishes the young lord for his unbelievable recklessness in facing the beasts alone. Despite the danger, he is moved by what he perceives as a noble sacrifice, completely unaware that Johann is just calculating the market price for Wolf pelts, and lost in his capitalist fantasies. He misses Joseph's heartfelt thanks. With a freshly acquired pelt slung over his shoulder, he turns to Dell and confirms she's unhurt, earning a quiet thank you. But her gratitude quickly turns to sheer terror, as she spots a new, far greater threat looming behind them. And growl erupts from the darkness, as a monstrous creature, with glowing red eyes, reveals itself. Confused by the sudden noise, both they turn around to see what has terrified the little girl, and are greeted by the terrifying sight of a beast, far larger and more menacing than any normal Wolf. The alpha of the pack, a monstrous dire wolf, towers over Johann, its presence radiating pure malice. Joseph's face contorts in pure horror as he screams that it's a monster. Grabbing Dell, he urges Johann to flee, insisting that a beast of this magnitude requires an entire army to subdue. Unfazed, Johann smirks, realizing monsters are real in this world, and calmly asks the dire Wolf if it's the leader. He then proceeds to mock the beast, callously, explaining that he slaughtered its entire pack, simply because their pelts fetch a high price. The dire wolf's rage intensifies, its growl promising a brutal death. Our guy knows that thing now, sees him as a prey. In a flash, the enraged dire wolf lunges forward, its massive jaw snapping open to devour him whole. But to Johann, the monster's overwhelming power simply doesn't matter. Leaping into the fray, he declares that no matter what kind of creature it is, its hide is bound to sell for an even higher price than the others, and smashes a rock against the monster's face. With superhuman force, enraged, the dire Wolf growls. The blow only leaves a cut on his eye. However, our guy's only concern is his potential profit. Lamenting that he has damaged the hide and lowered its sale value, the pain only serves to fuel the dire Wolf's fury, its eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. It unleashes a deafening howl, a sound wave of pure sonic force, blasting through the clearing, which incapacitates everyone as Johann, Joseph, and Dell all clutch their heads in agony. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, Johann struggles to understand the nature of this new attack, and feels his strength rapidly draining from his body. Suddenly, a strange vision of knights clashing in a fiery battle flashes before his eyes, and as one knight gets his head cut off, our guy wakes up screaming in agony. When the pain finally subsides, he finds himself on the ground, disoriented and weak, and looks around the now silent clearing. But the giant dire Wolf has vanished without a trace. Turning back, he sees that both Joseph and Dell have fallen unconscious from the ordeal. Thankful that they are safe, he carries both of them, unsure of what just transpired, and decides their best course of action is to return to the village before any other monsters appear. Leaving the field of dead wolves behind, in the dark woods, he glances back wistfully at his potential earnings, already planning to return with a wagon to collect the valuable pelts. The camera pans to the bodies of knights, most likely the ones he saw in his vision, under the light of the full moon. He approaches the village. He sees it as brightly lit, and assumes the villagers have formed a search party. For Dell, he imagines a glorious reception after defeating the Wolf pack, where his father names him the new successor, much to the dismay of his brother Philip, but then settles for a more modest hope, a position in the guards, which would at least guarantee him a steady meal. However, as he gets closer, his expression shifts, realizing the scene ahead is not what he expected. The village isn't lit by lanterns, but by the ominous glow of torches. Instead of a worried search party, He is met by a line of armed soldiers, led by his brother Philip. He stares in stunned silence, completely baffled by the military presence. In the small village, Philip immediately begins screaming at him, furious that he dared to disappear on the day of their father's official inspection. The color drains from his face, as he remembers the one event he was supposed to attend. Realizing he is in deep trouble. From the ranks of soldiers emerges the imposing figure of his father, Lord Gazin, who labels him an insolent brat. Lord Gazin dismounts his steed, his heavy, armored boots stomping onto the ground with authority. Johann gently lays down Joseph and Del, and tries to explain the circumstances, but his father cuts him off with a single, commanding word: silence. Seething with rage, he draws his axe, and threatens to crack open Johann's head, for the perceived disrespect of his absence. Johann fumes internally over his terrible luck. Having barely survived the forest, he now faces his father's wrath and has lost out on the Wolf pelts, but in a flash of inspiration, his despair turns to determination. And he realizes that even this disastrous situation can be twisted into an opportunity. Switching tactics, he puts on a dramatic performance, claiming he was late because he was heroically saving people from the forest. From the crowd of villagers, a man recognizes the unconscious girl he is holding and cries out her name, Del. He rushes to her side, overcome with relief and gratitude that she is safe. His eyes are full of tears. Johann spins a tall tale vividly, describing how he single-handedly fought off a dozen vicious human-eating wolves to save the young girl, and proclaims that while he missed the inspection, he believes he fulfilled his duty as the son of a knightly household, swaying the watching villagers with his words. With a deep 90-degree bow, he begs for forgiveness and promises to continue ensuring the safety of the estate. Seeing his opening, he cheekily suggests they should also give him the guard captain position, much to Philip's disgust, and internally congratulates himself on his perfect self-promotion, confident that any interviewer would hire him. On the spot, Gieson mockingly addresses his precious future guard captain, and immediately pokes a hole in the story, demanding proof of the slain wolves. Johann's confident smile instantly vanishes, replaced by pure unadulterated annoyance. Desperate to be believed, he barks out that he is not lying, and even encountered the legendary Great Dark Wolf. His father bellows for silence, his voice echoing with absolute authority. He explodes in fury, accusing him of lying, and threatening to rip his mouth open for the disrespect. Sensing an opportunity to prove himself, Johann calls his father's bluff, and agrees to a duel to demonstrate his skills. Though he dislikes his father, he had hoped to avoid a direct confrontation, but now sees no other choice. Gazin bares his teeth in a predatory grin, eagerly accepting the challenge to see what skills his son truly possesses. He commands Johann to raise his sword, declaring they will duel, using nothing but their weapons. Johann is left speechless and confused by the terms of the duel. His face contorts in sheer panic as he realizes the massive flaw in this plan. His father never taught him how to use a weapon. In the center of the torch-lit clearing, Lord Gazon stands ready with his axe, ordering a weaponless Johann to unsheath his sword. Our guy takes out his broken sword. Disgusted by his son's pathetic state, Gazon orders a reluctant Philip to lend Johann his sword as Philip hands over the weapon. He whispers that Johann's only chance of survival is to beg for forgiveness. Our guy scoffs at the idea, insisting he has done nothing wrong, and that a man does not run away. Brushing his brother aside, he defiantly accepts the sword, declaring he hopes to learn from the duel. Lord Gazin scoffs, adjusting the visor on his heavy steel helmet, in preparation for the fight. Johann steels himself, believing this is his chance to prove his skill, and force his father and the villagers to acknowledge his worth. However, the moment Johann takes his stance, Lord Gazin's face twists in shock. He is overwhelmed by a sudden, monstrous aura emanating from his son, questioning what he is sensing. As both of their weapons clash, Johann's sword is completely shattered on impact, and its pieces are sent flying towards both of them, skidding to a halt. The lord of the estate can barely comprehend the raw power his son just displayed. Enraged by the humiliation, he swings his massive axe, screaming that he is nothing but a parasite. Johann grunts as he barely manages to parry the furious, powerful swing, watching from the sidelines. Others realize with horror that the lord is genuinely trying to kill him. Gaston reveals he never taught Johann swordsmanship, because he believed his son would be a useless failure. Regardless, he taunts him, screaming that no matter how hard he tries, he will never surpass him. His rage escalates into a mad tirade, declaring that his estate is his alone, and that not even the emperor can take it from him. Johann wonders if his father has gone insane, but he is more concerned with the blood from a head wound obscuring his vision. As Philip screams his name in warning, Johann is caught off guard by his father's relentless assault. Gazen's axe was so close to Johann's shoulder, the sheer force of the blow throwing him off balance. The villagers gasp in horror at the brutal turn of the father-son duel, but Argai manages to block the attack the last moment. But then rest of his sword also breaks off. A look of grim realization fills Johann's eye. With his weapon gone, he has lost the fight. Looming over his son, Lord Gasson coldly tells him to know his place, and delivers a final chilling threat, promising to bash Johann's head in for real if he ever sees him again. Without a backward glance, Lord Gasson turns and walks away, leaving his Argai kneeling in the dirt. After that, the villagers rush towards him. Later that night, a voice from the village church cries out about the gross injustice of the duel. It's the local priest, Father Volberg, who rants about the unfairness, brushing off concerns of being overheard. By claiming his status with the Vatican protects him, he fumes over the duel, decrying Gazan's lack of honor and his cruel treatment of his son Johann. His wounds now bandaged, tries to lighten the mood with a smile, reassuring the priest that he is fine, and most importantly still alive. The priest continues his tirade, calling it ridiculous that a drunken Geisen fought his unarmored son while wearing full plate armor. Johann sighs, accepting that despite his superhuman strength, he was powerless without any combat training or swordsmanship skills. Father Valberg consoles him, explaining that it is no surprise he lost, as Gezen is a battle-hardened veteran who inherited the family's fighting techniques. To illustrate the power of a true knight, he tells a story of a neighboring lord, Sir Britz, who single-handedly slaughtered 300 soldiers, leaving Johann in stunned disbelief. Johann dryly concludes that technique is clearly important, musing that he had foolishly assumed he could beat his drunk father after fighting off a huge black wolf. The priest's expression shifts to one of alarm, and he urgently grabs Johann, asking if he truly saw a black wolf in the forest. Confused by the sudden change in topic, he confirms that he did, adding that Joseph and Del saw it too. Father Valberg immediately begins to pray in distress, leaving Johann bewildered as to why the wolf is such a big deal. The priest retrieves a heavy tome from a shelf, solemnly explaining to Johann that black wolves have long been considered taboo creatures. He opens the book to an ancient illustration, revealing that priests call the black wolf an omen of death according to century-old legends. Black wolves are harbingers of death and bloodshed. Johann dismisses the folklore, theorizing that the wolf was probably just a premonition of the duel. With his father, Father Valberg smiles reassuringly, telling Johann not to worry, and that the legends are just old stories, suggesting that perhaps God is helping Johann because he is a good person at heart, which earns a puzzled smile in return. Johann is internally baffled by the praise, thinking to himself that his only real motivation has always been money. The scene shifts ominously to the nearby Britz barony, the same estate the priest had mentioned. Screams of terror and pleas for mercy fill the air as a brutal slaughter is underway. A mother screams for someone to help, as she futilely tries to shield her child from the carnage. Her desperate pleas are cut short by a violent spray of blood. The invading soldiers casually step over corpses, wondering aloud why their victims even bother trying to run when death is inevitable. One of the soldiers remarks on the cruelty of the situation as he surveys the burning estate. His companion callously dismisses the thought, stating that killing everyone and burning the bodies is irrelevant. All that matters to them is doing their work and collecting their gold. Before the blazing gates of the barony, a subordinate kneels before a colossal, imposing figure. He reports to his leader, Sir Karamov, that the cleanup is complete, and presents him with the seal ring of the defeated Britz family. Sir Karamov takes the ring and holds it in his fist. He speaks the name of the fallen Lord Britz with an air of utter disappointment. He scoffs at the corpse of Sir Britz, disappointed that the man, rumored to have killed 300 soldiers, could not even withstand 2 of his attacks. He then identifies himself as the Sword of the Holy Empire and the Emperor's proxy, and declares his mission as the Recollector of Seals, to punish all corrupt nobles by the Emperor's command. He promises that all who side with the Emperor will be rewarded with infinite gold and honor. With a chilling command, he orders his forces to kill, steal and burn everything in their path. As his monstrous army roars in ascent, their next target is declared the Eighth Estate. The chapter opens on a fiery landscape, with a brutal clash of swords. An enigmatic, fully armored knight presses his attack, his eyes glowing red through his visor. His opponent, another armored warrior, parries a powerful downward strike. Sparks fly as the attacker's serrated blade grinds against the knight's helmet. With a swift, brutal motion, the attacker's sword finds its mark. The defender's helmet is sent flying. As his head is severed from his body, a spray of blood marks the violent end of the duel. The severed head, still encased in its helmet, tumbles across the stone floor. As the helmet settles, the face within is revealed to be a dying vision of Johann. This dream version of him lets out a final, blood-curdling scream. Johann jolts awake in his bed. Screaming in terror, he sits up, panting heavily, realizing it was just a dream. Sweating and clearly shaken by the vivid nightmare, he clutches his head. He's been tormented by the same nightmare for days, ever since he encountered the Black Wolf. He recalls Father Valberg's words, warning that the Black Wolf has been an omen of misfortune since ancient times. The creature is a bad omen that spreads blood and brings death among priests. The Black Wolf was even known by the grim title, the Sign of Death. Johann laughs, because he says that it was just a superstition, and I did not done anything bad to Wolf. His forced confidence is immediately undercut by a flashback of him hurling a massive rock at the beast. Realizing his mistake, he breaks into a cold sweat, admitting to himself, I did throw a rock at it. And it was a very big rock. Shaking off his dread, he decides to focus on what he can control: his training. In the next scene, he is seen training tirelessly, punching trees on a hill at sunset. His training is interrupted as his younger brothers call out, "Hey, you worthless brat!" The rank 2 and rank 3 brothers mockingly remind him of their father's order: don't make yourself noticeable if you don't want to die. They continue their verbal assault, questioning if chopping wood all day actually makes him stronger, dismissing his strength as a lowly trick, and sneering that a lowborn like him could never have real power. Johann remains silent as they mock his dream of joining the guard corps, stating their father would never appoint trash like him. As his brothers cruelly jest that their father would sooner crack his skull to feed the pigs, Johann's hand tightens on the tree, and with a single explosive punch, he shatters the thick tree trunk, leaving his tormentors utterly flabbergasted. The tree splinters and collapses from the sheer force of his superhuman blow. Cracking his knuckles, he turns to his terrified brothers with a dark grin. "Oh, did you say something? Come a little closer and repeat it." The cowardly pair immediately backtrack and flee, screaming that they will tell their father everything. Johann sighs at their pathetic retreat, wondering how they can live with so little thought for their own futures. He dismisses them from his mind, deciding there's no point in worrying about others when he should be training. As he turns back to his task, someone else states what his brother said is true. His eldest brother Philip appears and confirms it, stating that their father indeed has no intention of ever appointing Johann to any position. Johann feigns nonchalance, quipping that he figured as much, and that it could be worse, since at least their father didn't kill him. Unfazed when Philip asks if he is disappointed, Johann pragmatically states that he will just have to find another way to make a living. After that, Philip tells him that their father fears him, and our guy's casual demeanor, replaced by a serious expression. Philip elaborates that his undeniable strength is a direct threat to their father. Gazen wants obedient children like himself, whereas Johann insists on living by his own principles. He believes Johann's strength will one day take everything from him, just as he once overthrew their grandfather to seize power. Johann breaks the tension with a nervous smile, dismissing Philip's dramatic revelation as nonsense. Philip gestures for his servant to bring forward a sack of items. As he looks inside, his eyes widen in surprise at its contents. The bag contains a surcoat, a long sword, and a spare chest plate, equipment he has set his eyes on for a long time. And Philip knew that I am not like father, Philip declares, stating he isn't foolish enough to discard someone as capable as Johann, and when he becomes lord, he will appoint Johann as the captain of the Ice Guard. As he departs, He advises our guide to continue his training, and pointedly to stop causing trouble. Johann yells after him indignantly, protesting I never caused trouble first. Philip simply flips the bird and moves on. As Johann watches his brother walk away, he is left to contemplate the unexpected offer. He stares at the armor and realizes with a jolt that it's the same chest plate from his nightmare. A thought comes to his mind. If I wear this, will I die the same way I did in my dream? But for some reason he feels he can overcome this fate. And whatever the case, he will need equipment if he wants to win. Fully equipped with the new armor and sword, he stands ready for whatever comes next. Elsewhere the sounds of laughter and chatter spill out from the local village tavern. Inside, a villager passionately recounts a story, insisting to his skeptical friends that he is telling the truth. He spins a heroic tale of how Sir Johann killed 50 wolves but left the pelts behind, drawing his sword, only to selflessly save Dell and Joseph, hailing him as a true knight. Other patrons agree that Johann is far more knightly than their lord, Gazen, whom they call a drunken woman chasing pig. A hooded figure listens silently. Dell's father, overjoyed, announces that drinks are on him for the night, much to the confusion of the hooded stranger. He raises his mug and proudly declares, it is because Sir Johann saved his daughter, leading the tavern in a rousing cheer for the righteous knight. One of the men finally addresses the hooded stranger, noting that he is a new face in town, and asking who he is. The stranger lets out a chilling laugh, remarking on their foolishness for bad-mouthing the Lord right in front of him. As the villagers stare in confused horror, he comments that they must not be afraid of anything. With glowing eyes and a terrifying grin, he leans in, finding their story about Johann quite interesting. Tell me more, he commands, his voice dripping with a menace that sends a shiver down their spines. He then demands to know everything about Johann Heights. Meanwhile, an oblivious Johann hums a cheerful tune as he strolls through the village streets. He fantasizes about his bright future as captain of the guards under Philip, believing his golden road has finally arrived. But his happy thoughts are interrupted when he notices something up ahead. Spotting a drunk man passed out on the ground, he decides that as a future captain, he has a duty to help. He approaches the man with a wide, friendly grin, offering to escort him home so he doesn't catch a cold. As he reaches for the man, his eyes widen as he senses something cold and sharp. In a flash, a blade is pressed against his throat, and his eye twitches in disbelief. Completely caught off guard by the sudden ambush, held at knife point, his mind races as he tries to identify his attacker, quickly ruling out his father Gazen, who would surely handle such a matter himself. He then considers Madame Mates and his brother Philip, but struggles to believe either of them would orchestrate such an attack, not being able to guess who sent him. He directly asks his captor what he wants. Assuming the motive is money, he desperately offers up everything he has, sheepishly admitting he doesn't own a single coin. But the hooded figure coldly dismisses the offer, stating that he already has more than enough money. He wonders if money isn't his purpose. Then what the hell does he want? The mysterious man addresses him by name, stating that he will ask him a question, and if Johann's answers are not to his liking, he will be killed on the spot. Baffled by the life or death questioning, Johann can only wonder if his assailant is completely insane. In a moment of dark humor, he channels his past life, psyching himself up for the interrogation by comparing it to a corporate job interview. He nearly passed as the sinister interrogator begins. Johann steels his resolve, ready to face whatever comes. The first question is a bizarre one, as the man compliments Johann's physique and expresses doubt that he could truly be the son of the pig, like Lord Gazen, stunned into silence. Johann cannot comprehend why his lineage is the subject of a life-threatening quiz, and desperately racks his brain for an answer that will keep him alive. Thinking on his feet, Johann offers a clever metaphorical response. Sometimes a lion can be born from a pig's bloodline. The hooded figure pauses his silence, stretching the tension to a breaking point. Johann's anxiety spikes as he fears he has given the wrong answer and sealed his fate. A subtle shift from beneath the hood hints at a reaction suddenly. The man erupts into a booming laugh, his unexpected amusement startling our guy. Though pleased with the answer, he flatly refuses Johann's plea to be released. Revealing a menacing scarred face, the man makes a stunning declaration. Yahello, It's you are now mine left utterly bewildered. Our guy struggles to process the meaning behind the possessive claim he is the Empire's greatest assassin and the poison master of the Nesso Guild, known as the Venom Serpent. He perfected a unique swordsmanship through countless assassinations, with movements resembling a striking snake. Despite his legendary skill, he could not find a worthy successor to inherit his swordsmanship. His search through the Assassin's Guild yielded only worthless candidates who were unfit to carry on his legacy. Even the few who showed a glimmer of potential ultimately proved to be failures. One potential heir knight chose to die rather than tarnish his honor by learning the skills of an assassin. Respecting the knight's conviction, he swiftly granted his request for death. After over 30 heirs from knightly families chose death over dishonor, a desperate Kegel sought the aid of the Empire's witch. The witch addresses the legendary Venom Serpent, acknowledging his reputation as one who grants peaceful deaths. She delivers a prophecy, telling Kegel that the disciple he seeks is one of the sons of the Drunken Lord in the Forgotten Eight's territory. Kegel scoffs at the idea, deriding Eight's castle as a backwater dump, where a single gold coin could buy half the land. Unfazed, the witch offers to return his payment if the prophecy is not to his liking. Weary of stealing from the witch, he decides to put his faith in her words, having already wasted too much time. The aging assassin felt he had no other choice, and he decided to move towards Alts. However, even as he arrived at the Alts estate, he was plagued by doubt. He resolved to test the prophesied successor himself, deciding to kill the boy on the spot if he proved unworthy back in the present. He introduces himself as the Nesso Guildmaster and declares that Johann will become his successor. He presents Johann with a stark ultimatum: become his disciple or die right here. Johann quietly processes the offer and asks him how much he needs to pay to learn his swordsmanship. The legendary assassin is left speechless, stating he is not accepting money. Arge's eyes gleam with greed as he hits what he considers the ultimate jackpot, calling his new master a loser under his breath. With zero hesitation, he grabs Kaigal and eagerly accepts the offer, proclaiming he's been waiting his entire life for a master like him. Taken aback by the boy's enthusiasm, he reminds him that his swordsmanship is that of an assassin, and warns that learning his techniques will brand him as a disgrace to his knightly family for life. But Johann vehemently declares he doesn't care about honor or shame and begs to be taught. Finding this brand of shamelessness a novel experience, Kegel reluctantly agrees just as things are settled. Johann calls out to his new master with one last request. He cheekily asks if he might receive an allowance for being a good student, since Kegel clearly has plenty of money. The legendary assassin can only stare dumbfounded, concluding that this brat is truly something else. Meanwhile, back at Eit's castle, Lord Geisen prepares to depart with his entourage. He announces the inspection is over and he is leaving, receiving a formal farewell from Philip and Madame 8. They dutifully promise to look after the castle in his absence the moment their father's back is turned. The unspoken rivalry between Philip and Madame 8 sparks to life. Madame 8 internally scoffs at Philip's ambitions, confident that the castle will ultimately be hers. Philip retorts with equal contempt, certain that he, as the first son, is the rightful heir. Exasperated by their endless arguing, Geisen tells them to do as they please and rides off. Philip reminds his father that Johann has yet to return, asking for instructions, but his father furiously tells him not to waste his time with concerns over that brat, and that weakling's death is none of his concern. Forced to submit, Philip bows and apologizes for bringing up his missing brother. Despite his outward obedience, he is secretly worried about his brother's whereabouts and safety at that very moment. In the forest, Kegel announces that it's time to test Johann's skills. Our guy asks the master if he can borrow a sword, because he breaks them often. Kyle hands a sword to him to begin their first sparring session. He is immediately annoyed by Johann's reckless, finding nothing to like about him. As an eager Johann gets ready, Kyle seriously contemplates just killing him now and being done with it. Johann's fighting stance is so laughably amateur that Kyle is left momentarily stunned. Disgusted by the display, he wonders if this boy is no true son of a knight and, like the others, must die. Johann asks for permission to fight his own way, which the master allows, given free rein to use any means necessary. A wicked confident grin spreads across Johann's face Immediately raising his sword, he unleashes overwhelming power, that it creates a massive shockwave, shattering the air itself. Kaggle's eyes widen, in sheer disbelief at the raw power directed his way. In that explosive moment, the legendary assassin has a profound realization that all of his doubts were unwarranted, as the pieces of the Johan's sword shatter in the air by his own attack. His perception of the boy before him shifts entirely as he witnesses this incredible strength, and he finally sees the truth. This brat is monstrously strong. Continuing their spar, Johan throws a punch with such force that it shatters the very air around them. The master realizes that, if the unrestrained blow were to connect, his bones and muscles would be crushed instantly. He feels less like he's fighting a human, and more like he's facing a ferocious lion. However, brute strength alone isn't enough to defeat the seasoned assassin. With fluid snake-like movements, he easily evades the attack and moves into counter. Johan is shocked by this unpredictable speed, completely unable to track his movements. Kaggle's superior technique completely overwhelms him, as he lands a decisive strike with the flat of his blade. Johan is sent crashing to the ground, disarmed and defeated in a single masterful exchange. As he tries to get up again, the master finds it to be ridiculous that, even if he hit him with the flat side of the blade, he did not pass out, stating that 1,000 years ago he would have been hailed as a legendary hero. Johan accepts the compliment with a cute thank you, master, but he quickly brings him back to reality, pointing out critical weakness, and bluntly declares that, at Johan's current level of control, he is guaranteed to die stunned. He sits up and asks his new master to clarify what he means. Kaggle explains the issue. He can't control his own overwhelming strength, and that very power will be the cause of his demise. Johan scoffs at the idea, retorting that he's not stupid enough to attack himself. Kaggle simply gestures to the numerous blades at his side, preparing for another demonstration to prove his point. That he challenges Johan to come at him again. He lays out the terms. If he can manage to break his sword instead of his own, he will give him gold a word. That instantly activates Johan's money-grabbing instincts. With a mighty swing, he puts his full, uncontrolled strength behind the attack. The two swords meet in a blinding flash of steel. The outcome decided instantly, as his own sword shatters upon contact. The force of the impact the shards right back at him. Stumbling back from the recoil, he notices a cut on his face, and remembers that it is just like when he fought his father. Kaggle drives the lesson home, explaining that he just lost a battle against his own strength. He tells him learn to control his power, that otherwise he will die, and he realizes Kaggle directed the fragment intentionally, and the assassin confirms it's a simple trick for a proficient swordsman. With that, the harsh reality of his fatal weakness finally sinks in, and he vows to learn control and avoid death, because he is supposed to be the future guard, captain of Ites. Kaggle explains that restraining one's power opens up new deadlier possibilities, and slices clean through his armor, using nothing but the sheath, which terrifies our guy beyond measure. Kaggle explains that with proper control, one can slice through anything, even without a proper blade, and imagines how terrifyingly powerful Johan will become once he masters this principle. With the lesson over, he announces that the real, difficult training is about to begin, and warns that he might even die in the process, and menacingly asks if he's ready. Johan eagerly accepts the challenge, shouting, "Yes, master." Next day in the village, he makes his way through the dusty streets. His face shows that he is coming from a hard and dreadful kind of training. Noting that while he's finally learning to hold back enough not to break his sword, he still wonders when he'll learn actual swordsmanship. Just then he notices something. A large contingent of elven soldiers assembled near the castle gates. He approaches to ask what they're doing, only to be rudely told by a guard that the area is restricted. As he questions their authority to tell him what to do, the guard grins, happy to put the local upstart in his place, and proudly introduces his company as the Wolves of Aquitaine, a mercenary guild directly affiliated with the Emperor. Hearing about their job, his eyes light up and he wonders, how much do they get paid? The mercenaries laugh, boasting that their pay of 2 golden coins per job is far more than a lowly guard captain would ever make. Johan immediately starts trying to network with them, agreeing that skill is far more important than just being muscular. Having never seen a single golden coin, he fantasizes about the riches and seriously considers a career change. As he shares a laugh with the mercenaries, a powerful figure enters the scene. The imposing, golden-armored form of Sir Karamov approaches, his presence alone silencing the crowd. A palpable wave of pure killing intent washes over him. And before he realizes it, his hand instinctively goes to the hilt of his sword. Suddenly he feels that he is surrounded by the swords. In the next moment he snaps out of the daze, confused as to why. He just tried to unsheath his weapon. One of Karamov's subordinates draws her sword, threatening to behead Johann on the spot. For his insolence, Karamov raises a gauntlet hand, calmly telling his knight to stand down. He turns his full attention toward the bewildered Johann and asks who he is, surrounded by pointed swords. He nervously introduces himself as Johann, from Housites. Karamov reaches up and begins to remove his helmet. He lifts the golden helm, revealing the face of the elf who conquered the neighboring barony. It is none other than him, the Emperor's own guard knight. Right here in the backwater 8's territory, our guy now realizes that his hand had moved on its own. Compelled by the sheer, overwhelming aura of the man before him, he has never felt this kind of primal terror before, not from the mysterious Black Wolf, or even from his own father's murderous rage. Karamazov's suffocating, murderous intent fills the air, leaving no room to breathe. It's the primal fear of a helpless rabbit facing a demonic predator. For the first time he feels completely powerless, like prey before an apex predator. Karamov looks down on him with utter disdain, and coldly says, "Move. You're in the way." Paralyzed by fear, Johann can only sweat. As the imposing knight brushes past, the intense pressure finally lifts, when someone slaps him from behind. They mock him for being so scared, grabbing his shoulders and laughing, and jokingly tell him to be careful, morbidly adding that there might not be a next time. A knight in training named Jane asks Karamazov if it's all right to leave him there. He replies with a dismissive smirk that he doesn't want to cause a ruckus on such a good day, and adds a chillingly ominous "not yet." That is, as he and his troops march through the castle gates. Left alone, Johann stares. And he is left with one question. What reason would a powerful knight of the Emperor have for being here? News of Karamov's sudden arrival sends a shockwave to 8's castle. Philip H. rushes to greet the esteemed guest, wondering why such an important figure would visit their remote territory. Out of breath, he formally introduces himself as the next lord, and politely inquires about the reason for the visit. However, Madame A swoops in, fawning over the handsome knight, and shamelessly promoting her own son, John, as the future lord. Continuing her flirtatious advances, she attempts to lure Karamov into the inner castle, but as she tries to lead him away, Karamov abruptly stops, ignoring her completely. While a wary Philip watches on, a close-up on the knight's gauntlet reveals his barely contained irritation with the welcome party. Taking a seat on the throne as if it were his own, the elven knight cuts straight to the point, demanding to know Lord Gazan's whereabouts. The entire household, including Philip and Madame Ayats, is stunned into silence by his sheer audacity. Philip attempts to defend his father's honor, stating that addressing Lord Gazan so informally is improper, only to be cut off. Madame Ayats quickly takes charge, asserting that the Empire's greatest knight can do as he pleases and that she, as the rightful lady, will handle his reception. Philip seethes internally, realizing his stepmother is using this high-profile visit to scheme and push her own son's claim. Tired of the bickering, Karamov slams his sword down and roars for them to shut up. He coldly dismisses the entire welcoming party, demanding they get lost and simply bring him some alcohol. With a menacing glint in his eye, Karamov keeps a firm grip on his blade and declares his intention to wait inside the castle until Lord Gazan finally arrives. Meanwhile, under the light of the full moon, Johann's brutal training continues. He and his master Kegel are locked in a fierce, high-speed sparring session. Johann's mind flashes back to the intimidating presence of Karamov in the village. The image of the powerful knight clearly weighs on his mind, even during his training. Seeing his student's lack of focus, Kegel hurls a volley of daggers at him, shouting for him to concentrate. Johann grunts with effort as he struggles to parry the surprise attack. His distraction proves costly, as one of the daggers manages to graze his neck, a hair's breadth from a fatal blow. Kegel admonishes his student, pointing out that if the daggers were poisoned, his lack of concentration would have cost him his life. Johann explains his unease, revealing that the sudden appearance of the Emperor's Knights feels wrong since this is Adi's territory. The Imperial forces shouldn't have absolute authority here. The fact that they've shut the gates and are controlling entry makes no sense to him, fueling his suspicion. Kejul is unimpressed by his students' worries, bluntly asking what a powerless boy like him can do about it anyway. He lays out the grim reality. Karamov is the strongest warrior on the continent, the core power of the Holy Empire. Johann swallows hard and asks the one question that truly matters. Is Karamov stronger than his master? Kegel's grim silence is a terrifying answer in itself. He then gives a shocking admission. If he were to face Karamov, his only move would be to run without hesitation. When Johann naively suggests, one can only know the outcome by fighting, Kejul hits his sword on his head for his foolishness and unleashes a tirade, reminding the boy that he's a half-witted brat who can't even control his own strength, let alone master swordsmanship. Johann hangs his head, sobered by his master's harsh but true assessment of his current abilities. However, the brutal lecture only steels his resolve. With a determined look, Johann readies his sword and declares, "I'll do it." Kagal lets out an exasperated sigh and tells him to start. The relentless training resumes, as Johann desperately parries his master's furious blows. Over and over he is beaten back, but he refuses to yield, meeting each strike with gritted teeth, with every roar of AGA again from his master. Johann is pushed further beyond his perceived limits. Frustration mounts within him as he wonders why, despite his monstrous power, his swings have no effect. He realizes with a shock that he can't even cut Kaigal's weapon, which isn't a sword at all, but merely a scabbard. Seeing his students' confusion, Kaigal finally begins the real lesson, explaining the concept of the flow of strength. He instructs Johann to stop swinging blindly and learn to concentrate all his power into the very tip of the blade. As he puts the lesson into practice, Johann has a breakthrough, slowly beginning to grasp the true meaning of controlling his strength. Kegel is genuinely taken aback, noticing that the dull thuds of Johann's sword are transforming into sharp, cutting sounds with a clean, sharp impact. Johann's attack now carries a precision it lacked before. He successfully deflects Kegel's attack, his form and technique showing remarkable improvement, and his movements become fluid and controlled, allowing him to counter his master's assault. In a moment of clarity, he realizes he must combine everything he's learned into a single perfect strike, focusing all his power. He prepares to unleash an attack, using a controlled amount of strength. For the first time since their training began, Kegel's eyes widen as he senses a legitimate threat from his student's attack. Johann swings his blade, imbued with a newfound power and control. The sheer force and precision of the attack leaves the legendary assassin utterly stunned. A clean, sharp slice cuts through the air, aimed directly at Kegel's scabbard. In a display of impossible progress, Johann's sword neatly severs the scabbard, leaving Kegel speechless, overcome with a mix of shock and pure elation. Johann beams and shouts, "I cut it." His triumphant cry echoes through the training ground. He jumps for joy, proudly declaring that he's completely grasped the technique, and that it wasn't even that difficult. Kegel stares blankly at his celebrating student, trying to convince himself that the incredible feat must have been a fluke. He out to his still ecstatic pupil, ready for the next phase of the test. Drawing his actual sword, Kegel informs him that the time for holding back is over. In response, Johann unleashes another attack, channeling his energy into a deadly serpent aura around his blade. Kegel is utterly blindsided by the advanced technique his student has just performed, sending the legendary assassin flying backward in defeat once again. Johann celebrates his victory, completely oblivious to his master's utter shock. Kegel can only stare in disbelief, wondering just what kind of monster he has taken on. As a student, he realizes in horror that Johann is perfectly executing the secret serpent's tongue technique, something Kegel himself never taught him. Johann must have perfectly memorized and replicated the technique after seeing it only once on their very first meeting. To his utter humiliation, Kegel admits to himself that the boy is already using the technique more perfectly than he ever could. While broken pieces his sword are lying on the ground, the legendary guildmaster of the Nessos assassins is left speechless, sweating at the prodigy before him. His vast experience leads him to a sobering conclusion. He can no longer defeat his own student. The leader of the Empire's strongest assassination guild lets out a quiet, defeated sigh. While Kegel grapples with the existence of such an absurd prodigy, Johann weeps with joy, thinking he's just secured his future meal ticket. That night, Cage declares that his teachings are complete, and that he will be leaving at sunrise. Johann is confused, protesting that he's only just started to get the hang of the sword, but Cage insists he already has all the tools he needs. With a heavy heart, the master admits the truth in less than a week. Johann has already surpassed him in strength. He expresses his satisfaction that his legacy will live on through Johann, and tells him he is free to live as he wishes, and tells him that he has worked hard. As they sit by the campfire, Johann asks why his master is leaving, and the assassin replies that he's simply never been one to stay in a single place for long. He then asks his master about the black wolf, which Kegel recognizes as an ominous sign. He describes his terrifying encounter with the creature under a blood-red moon, and confesses that after the encounter, he had a nightmare about being beheaded, and when Kegel first appeared, he thought his master was the omen. Kegel wisely remarks that misfortune doesn't take a single fixed shape, and that he himself could have been the omen had he succeeded in killing Johann. Before he leaves, he decides to impart some final, crucial pieces of advice to his student. First, he tells Johann to find a proper weapon capable of withstanding his power, and recommending the legendary Danish steel. He explains that it's a mythical metal, imbued with magic, existing only as a legendary relic. He adds that the methods to create it are lost, making the extremely rare weapons forged from it priceless artifacts from ancient ruins. True to his nature, Johann immediately asks about the price, only for Kegel to state that it's something money can't buy. Pointing to Karamov's blade, he identifies its unusual color as a sign of Danish steel, and gives a stark warning: if you see someone with it, run, do not hesitate. Just run for your life, and warns that knowing one's limits is key to survival. A lesson Johann somberly accepts. As he finally stands, Kegel tells Johann to carve his final words into his very bones: avoid fights you can't win, run from danger. But if you must fight, be utterly ruthless and kill without fail. He assures him that following these rules is the surest path to survival, and his final advice for him was not to die. The 3 tenets of his new survival manual are clear: run from danger, kill when necessary, and above all survive. Clenching his fist, Johann makes a solemn vow to remember his master's teachings. At that very moment, a dark drama is unfolding back at its castle. Inside the castle hall, Madame Mitz asked Karamov for his opinion on the offered alcohol. Disgusted, Karamov declares it tastes like rotten piss, and throwing it away, Madame Mitz feigns shock at the waste of an expensive drink. Maintaining her seductive facade, she slyly remarks that the only alcohol better than what he reserved is located in Lord Geisen's private bedroom. She then suggests that the tired knight should retire to a more comfortable room for the night. With a suggestive smile, she promises that Lord Geisen's bedroom is exceptionally comfortable, and that he won't be disappointed. Leaning closer, she propositions him directly, whispering that the two of them could have a wonderful time together. Karamov, utterly unimpressed by her seduction attempt, coldly tells her to get lost. Her composure finally cracking, she urgently insists they begin the reception, informing him that Lord Gaison will be arriving late. A sinister red glint flashes in Karamov's eyes as his patience finally snaps. He stands, announcing he's grown tired of waiting and has decided to find his own entertainment. A symphony of screams and bloodshed erupts throughout the castle hall, and a twisted smile spreads across Karamov's face as he begins his massacre, relishing the slaughter hiding behind a door. A horrified Philip gags as he witnesses the gruesome carnage unfold. His training complete, Johann finally returns to the outskirts of his home village. His eyes go wide with disbelief and horror at the scene before him. He stands frozen on the hill, staring down as the entire village is consumed by a raging inferno. Lord Gaison and his retinue notice the smoke billowing from their estate as his men urge a swift return. The furious Gazin grits his teeth in anger. Without hesitation, he spurs his horse into a frantic gallop. Towards the castle, he arrives at the castle gates, pulling his horse to a rearing halt. Imperial elven soldiers mock the Lord's slow arrival, sarcastically calling him Sir Pig. The guards warn that Sir Karamov is not a patient man, as the gates creak open revealing a horrifying sight. Lord Gazin is greeted by a gruesome corridor, filled with the slaughtered bodies of his men, utterly horrified by the massacre of his people. He can only stammer in disbelief. From the shadows emerges the golden, armored figure responsible for the carnage. Karamov greets the Lord with chilling casualness, remarking "You're late, Gazon." Stunned Gazon questions what is happening, as he instinctively reaches for his weapon. His shock turns to rage, as he demands to know what Karamov thinks he's doing. Karamov calmly declares that by the Emperor's decree, Gazin is guilty of high treason, and Houseites will be eradicated. Gazin furiously refutes the absurd claim, shouting that this is nothing but a purge, based on false charges, drawing his massive axe. He defiantly roars that he will not let Karamov do as he pleases, and sheathing his sword he gives the order blow the horn. Retrieve the seal of the Ites family, and purge everybody on this territory. The final chilling order is given: erase this land. An elven soldier sounds the horn, signaling the beginning of the full-scale massacre, as the Imperial army charges forth, to slaughter every last soul. As the village burns, an Imperial soldier stands over a kneeling and beaten Father Valberg. The priest spits defiance at the vicious bastard, enduring a brutal interrogation. But the soldier still demands to know where the pig's bastard son is, threatening to send the priest to his god, just as he raises his sword to execute him. Johann appears from the shadows, and with a flash of steel, he effortlessly cuts down the soldier, saving Father Volberg in the nick of time. The priest looks up to see his savior, Lord Johann, standing protectively before him. He helps him up, demanding to know what's happening, and learns that Imperial troops are killing villagers. On sight, he grimly speculates that Lord Gazin has likely already been killed. As well, the news shocks Johann, who can barely process that even his tyrannical father might be dead. He adds that the troops are burning the entire village to wipe everything out. Just as Johann resolves to head for the castle, a faint whimpering voice cuts through the chaos and catches his attention. Valberg watches in confusion as he walks towards the sound. He discovers the source of the cries, the small village girl Dell, huddled in fear, relieved she's safe. He tries to coax her towards him, away from the danger, but Dell can only point in horror at the body of her father, pierced by arrows, crying out, "My dad is." Johann turns, still his expression hardening, as he takes in the tragic scene. He is hit with a flashback of Dell's father's past, kindness now contrasted with his brutal death. Turning his head around, he thinks about other peaceful villagers who have slaughtered now, the men who once drank and laughed with him in the tavern, now they lie dead on the ground, victims of the Empire's senseless purge. A tear escapes his eye as he grinds his teeth in a mixture of sorrow and rage. Gently, he's shielding her from the horrors surrounding them. He instructs Dell to stay with Father Valberg, where it's safe, and she meekly agrees. He then turns and walks towards the burning castle, leaving the priest to wonder where he's going. Valberg desperately calls after him, pleading for him to flee and save himself. Johann arrives at the castle grounds, his boots landing on the scorched earth. He stops dead, his eyes fixed on a gruesome imperial standard, planted in the ground. Perched atop the standard is the severed head of his father. Lord Gazon, a sign declares that Lord Gazin has been executed for treason against the Emperor, and anyone retrieving the corpse will be punished for the same crime. A nearby soldier recognizes him, sneering, "Aren't you his bastard son?" He mocks him, asking if he came back just to die with his father. In response, Johann unleashes a furious sword strike, cutting down the imperial standard in a single motion. As the red banner of the Empire falls to the ground, he contemptuously stomps on it, a clear act of defiance. Witnessing this, the enraged soldier orders his men to kill the insolent brat. But our guy's rage is not over. He moves with blinding speed, slicing through the first soldier's neck, and cuts down another with a clean strike across the chest. A third soldier falls, his helmet and head split open. His final victim screams as he is brutally dispatched. After the brief, bloody skirmish, Johann questions his own actions, wondering why he came back to the castle. He remembers Father Valberg's pleas for him to run away. He knows that if he goes inside, he'll likely die for nothing against a monster like Karamov. Suddenly, a weak voice calls his name. He turns to find the source, whispering, "Philip." He finds his brother pierced by arrows and barely alive, who remarks with relief, "You're alive." Philip weakly asks why he came back, and take off his helmet. He urges him to run away, warning that he'll die if he stays here. And with his dying breath he gives his helmet to Johann. He accepts the helmet, watching his brother's life fade away, and remembers Kagel's first lesson, to understand the difference in skill level, and his second, if it gets dangerous, run. He knows his opponent is the Emperor's own knight, a foe beyond measure, and the master told him to run. But he also remembers Kagel's final, most important creed: if you have to fight, then you must kill resolute. Johann places the helmet on his head, acknowledging that the time for fighting is now. Fully armored and battle-ready, he stands tall amidst the flames, a new lord born from tragedy. He strides purposefully through the castle doors, ready to face the man who destroyed his home, making a group of elven soldiers turn. Surprised by his sudden appearance, they wonder how he got inside, questioning where the guards are. Before they can react, he closes the distance and calls out his target's name, Karamov, without waiting for a response. He carves through the grunts, screaming, "Come out, you asshole!" And through his powerful fist attack, he shatters the soldiers. A heavy footstep lands on the blood-soaked floor. Johann looks up to see his target before him. Blood drips from the blade of his sword. Karamov appears, acknowledging that the runaway son has survived. After all, Karamov identifies him as Johann Eitz. But Johann retorts that he's not in the mood to exchange names, and simply tells the elven knight to think of him as one pissed-off man, calling him an asshole. Karamov remarks that Johann should have kept running, observing that he clearly doesn't care for his own survival, and accepting the challenge, he draws his ominous rune-etched blade. He issues a final challenge: "If you want to die, then come at me," he screams back. "You don't need to tell me that." Roaring that facing him was precisely what he intended to do. Both attack each other impetuously through their blades. Their blades clash with immense force, as Johann's raw power meets the refined technique of the Emperor's sword. Karamov's superior weapon is immediately apparent, as he effortlessly cuts Johann's blade. In a flash, Karamov disarms Johann, sending his sword flying, and leaving him momentarily defenseless. After quickly dodging and grabbing another sword, he rushes back into the fight beneath his helmet. A cruel grin spreads across Karamov's face, as he declares the fight to be fun. One by one, he cuts through every sword that our guy grabs. And as he goes for the head, Johann manages to dodge, but he does not spot with a contemptuous swing. He ends up cutting down a pillar. The ancient stone cracks, and groans under the sheer force of the impact. And as it shatters completely, Karamov stands ready, anticipating Johann's next move. He finds the unexpected resistance interesting, a welcome change of pace, and mentally notes that Johann is a far more formidable opponent than the Lord of Brits ever was. As he waits for Johann to exit the dust cloud, one of his own men comes flying at him. Cutting his own man in half, he relishes the chaos of the battlefield, calling it truly enjoyable, demanding that the bastard son of Eitz entertain him. More from the smoke. Johann emerges, his eyes glowing with renewed fury. He unleashes a powerful wide slash, putting all of his monstrous strength behind the attack. The blow lands squarely on Karamov's left arm, sending a shockwave through his armor. Johann follows up with another desperate swing, which the elven knight skillfully redirects. However, the initial attack has thrown Karamov off balance, forcing him to retreat few steps. The two warriors pause, assessing the damage and preparing for the next exchange. Karamov looks down in utter shock, discovering that Johann's blade actually cut through his legendary Danish steel armor. Johann stands ready, his simple longsword now a terrifying threat. The elf mutters in disbelief, knowing that human should be incapable of even scratching Dana's steel. His mind rises a question: who is he? Ignoring the elf's shock, Johann presses his advantage with another powerful strike. Karamov is astonished by the unbelievable strength behind Johann's blows, a power he has never encountered before. Yet as Johann raises his sword for another attack, Karamov sees the flaw in his technique. The elven knight easily parries the predictable telegraph swing. Johann's lack of finesse allows Karamov to counter and regain control of the fight. He scoffs internally, dismissing his opponent as a mere brute, who swings wildly without skill. Confident in his analysis, he prepares a precise counterattack, which breaks Johan's sword, but he manages to grab another from the floor. As expected, Johan cannot properly block a simple thrust, relying on a crude parry. The knight confirms his suspicion. Johan is swinging purely on instinct. He wonders if Gasson, in his drunken stupor, ever bothered to teach his son any real swordsmanship. Recognizing the danger of such untamed power, he decides he must finish the fight quickly. He anticipates another of Johan's wide slashes, and prepares to exploit the opening, and plans to block the attack first. After cutting his sword, he plans to go for his head. So he challenges the boy to come at him, only to be met by an eerie, shadowy aura emanating from Johan. Karamov is caught completely off guard by the sudden change in his opponent's style. Johan expertly traps Karamov's sword, a move far too technical for a mere brute. A spectral viper manifests from Johan's blade, embodying the swift, deadly precision of his new technique. He lands a powerful strike directly on Karamov's side, shattering the armor. The impact sends cracks, spider webbing across the Dana's steel breastplate, penetrating it, and dealing crippling blow that sends blood flying. As he screams in agony, our boy does not stop and goes for a strong punch, and drives his bandaged fist forward. With all his might, the punch connects with Karamov's gut, bypassing his sword guard entirely. The force of the blow caves in the elf's armor, and sends him flying backward. He screams in agony as the raw, untamed power courses through his body, coughing up blood and brought to his knees. He realizes his grievous error in judgment, and recognizes the deadly, efficient movements as Kagel's assassin swordsmanship. Realizing Johan had been hiding his true skill, all along, cursing himself for letting his guard down, he accepts his defeat, and coughs up a massive spray of blood, his life force fading fast. A pool of dark blood spreads across the cobblestones, and Johan stands victorious, the battle finally grinding to its brutal conclusion. He looks down at his defeated foe, and drops his headgear on the ground. With a cold, steady voice, he demands to know why Karamov destroyed his home and family. Karamov struggles to answer, finally whispering that it was all for his imperial majesty, and explains that with the Holy Empire unstable, the emperor has unsheathed his sword to correct it. The sword known as Mavkara is not a weapon, but a title for the knight who carries out the emperor's brutal will. Despite his fatal wounds, he breaks into a haunting, bloody laugh and declares that he is truly moved by Johan's strength, admitting that in all his decades on the battlefield, he has never encountered anyone as strong. In a last-ditch effort, he makes a stunning offer. Come with me to the Empire, Johan, and insists His Majesty is in desperate need of a strong talent like him. He tempts Johan with promises of endless gold and vast, fertile lands, and even promises that the Emperor himself will appoint him as the new Imperial Knight. He begs Johan to take his place and become the Emperor's sword. Johan listens silently to the offer. However, something feels strange. The offer that should have thrilled him now feels hollow. Realizing that the life of riches he once dreamed of now means nothing to him, he makes his choice. His eyes burning with cold rage, he looks at Karamov and declares, "I refuse." Stunned, Karamov can only ask what. As Johan condemns him for killing not only his family, but innocent serfs, his voice cracks with emotion. As he shouts that Karamov murdered people who had done no wrong, Karamov is utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why he would care about mere serfs. Questioning if Johan is truly rejecting his magnanimous offer over the lives of peasants, the elf's confusion quickly turns to incandescent rage. He screams, questioning who cares about their deaths, and sneering that they are nothing but weak, insect-like vermin with crazed eyes. He roars that the strong drinking the blood of the weak is the fundamental law of this world. Hearing this, Johan quietly apologizes to his master, Kaigal, clenching his fist so hard it bleeds. He declares that he can no longer control his strength, and channels all his rage and power into an explosive punch. The blow lands with sickening force. Johan's bandaged knuckles are the last thing the proud elven knight ever sees. With glowing eyes and a furious snarl, Johan roars for the Emperor, and another punch sends Karamov's head snapping back. As he screams worthless lives, The beating continues each blow. Fueled by the memory of the slaughtered villagers, consumed by righteous fury, he bellows, "What makes you think you're so great? Dear that you get to judge who deserves to live. And who doesn't," he screams. Delivering another crushing blow, the light fades from Karamazov's eye, as his life is brutally extinguished, and his broken body slumps to the ground. Finally silenced, Johann stands over the corpse, his fist dripping with blood, his breath ragged as he walks away. A disembodied voice calls him a fool, lamenting that he should have taken the offer. He warns that it is too late now, and the one who broke the emperor's sword, Prides, will know only suffering. From this point on, Johann stares, unfazed by threat. His path now is set. Karamov's spirit fades, his final curse lingering in the air. His broken body is lying on the ground. Standing amidst the flames, Johann reflects that to survive in this brutal world, all he ever thought about was money, but now, clutching his bloody fist, everything has changed. His territory was razed, and his family and neighbors were all butchered and burned. He strides through the bodies of his enemies, knowing that even if the whole world turns against him, he only did what had to be done. He vows that no matter what anyone says, he will never regret what he did. With unwavering conviction, lighting up his eyes, Johann declares his new creed. "This is how I live outside the Eight's castle." The heavy wooden gates begin to creak open. Jane, sir, Karamov's second in command, arrives with a contingent of elven soldiers to assess the situation. She intensely questions the survivor, demanding to know if his unbelievable story is true. The bandaged soldier pleads with her to believe him, swearing there isn't a shred of falsehood in his report. He recounts how Johann barged in, beat all the soldiers, and then took Karamov's head with his bare hands. The horrifying image of a shadowy Johann flashes through Jane's mind as she processes the soldier's testimony. The soldier confirms that was the last anyone saw of Karamov. Skeptical, she points out that if the story is true, Karamov's corpse should still be somewhere in the castle. The soldier admits he doesn't understand it either, but he swears he saw it happen, leaving her to grapple with the nonsensical report. Overwhelmed by the confusing news, she is informed by another soldier that the pursuit party is ready. She steps forward to give her troops their orders. With vengeful fury, she orders her men to chase Johann down and kill him. She screams out her target's name, Johann H. miles away. Johann flees through the wilderness. She rallies her troops, branding him a filthy traitor and the prime suspect in Karamov's murder. The chase is on as Johann desperately tries to escape. The Imperial forces hunt him down. "Kill him if you must, but bring him back no matter what." She warns her soldiers about his immense strength. A flashback shows the brutal end of one of the soldiers at Johann's hands. She cautions them that he can tear through Dana's steel, and they must hunt him as they would a dragon, never fighting him alone. Her strategy is clear: seal off every road and drive him relentlessly through the night until he's exhausted. The elven soldiers whisper amongst themselves, still in shock that the legendary Karamov is truly dead. With cold determination, she knows what must be done. Her mission is to bring the bastard's head to His Majesty, the Emperor. Johann recalls the last words of his brother Philip, who, riddled with arrows, told him about a hidden stable. Mount a warhorse, flee, and survive at all costs. Exhausted and wounded, he finally spots the stable his brother had mentioned. Even now he is still carrying Karamov's corpse with him, arrows still protruding from his cloak. He pushes onward toward his only hope of escape, and reflects that hiding Karamov's corpse was meant to cause confusion, but the pursuit party was faster than he expected. He decides to keep carrying the body, planning to use Karamov's powerful armor as a makeshift shield. Grunting with effort, he shoulders the heavy corpse and prepares to enter the stable, and cautiously pushes open the stable door, hoping to find a mount. Inside he finds a powerful warhorse, recognizing it as his father Gazin's prized steed. Overcome with gratitude, he thanks his late brother for this chance at survival. He realizes that with this horse, he can at least rest a bit while on the move, and as a tribute to the brother who saved him, he decides to give the war horse a new name. The horse, with its glowing blue eyes, seems to acknowledge him elsewhere. The scarred elf commander spots a glint of Danish steel, and orders his men to search the area and convince them that their target is nearby. After this, the soldiers spread out into the dark forest. The commander and his subordinate suddenly hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats, and suddenly a horse leaps over him. Aboard the horse is Johann, his face set with grim determination. A soldier panics, screaming that he's escaping on horseback, but Johann and Philip gallop away, making a break for freedom. The furious Scarred Elf commander orders his troops to shoot him down. The elven crossbowmen take aim, and fire a volley of bolts. By using Karamov's corpse as a gruesome shield, Johann deflects the arrows and continues his escape. He disappears into the moonlit forest, leaving the soldiers behind. Riding throughout the night, he quickly outpaces the pursuit party, and his flight takes him deep into the ominous and foreboding Black Forest. He ventures into a dark, skull-littered part of the woods to make camp. Deciding he's gone deep enough, he dismounts. Feeling that even a twisted man like Karamov deserves a burial, he digs up a hole for him. But before he can begin the burial, his pragmatic side takes over, and he can't help but notice that Karamov's legendary armor looks incredibly expensive. He picks up the knight's ornate purple sword, and he's surprised by how light yet solid the blade is, realizing it's made of rare Dana steel. Inspecting the sword more closely, he notices a mysterious inscription along the blade. The blade reveals an ancient imperial script, proclaiming, "I am the one who recovers crests." As he holds it, the full name, Crest Recoverer, glows under the light of the moon. He grimaces, finding the name ominous, and feeling as though the sword is his natural enemy. Deciding to keep the sword, he tosses the priceless armor into the grave. Though it's a waste, he knows carrying it will only slow him down, and resolves to return for it later, and begins filling the grave back. After finishing the burial, he takes a moment to catch his breath, leaning on his shovel, panting from exhaustion. He wonders if he's done enough to cover his tracks, because once word spreads that he killed Karamov, the entire empire will be after him. He'll be hunted not just by the imperial army, but by countless knights, seeking to avenge their fallen comrade. He remembers the words of enemy. From this point on, he knows his life will be one of constant suffering and pursuit. With house sites destroyed and no money, he wonders what to do now. Unable to even sell the precious armor he just buried, exhausted and trembling, he decides to rest. But a menacing growl puts him on high alert. He whips around, sword in hand, ready to face the new threat. The monstrous black wolf from his past encounters appears before him, its red eyes glowing with malice. "Damn it," Johann curses, knowing he's completely worn out and in no condition to fight. He knows he doesn't have the strength to even hold his sword properly and stands no chance against the beast. And his only hope is to somehow get to his horse and flee, but his escape plan is immediately foiled. When his eyes widen in horror as he hears the pursuit party closing in, the wolves of Akaton have found and captured Philip, surrounding the horse and sealing off Johann's escape route. He grits his teeth in frustration, shocked that they've already caught up to him. The Scarred Elf commander spots him and points, yelling, "There, I heard something over there." The elven soldiers turn and aim their crossbows directly at his position. Trapped and out of options, he curses his terrible luck. He's caught in a pincer, with the monster in front and the pursuit party behind. With no room to escape, he looks on in despair, wondering if this is truly the end. But to his utter astonishment, the massive black wolf leaps directly over him, ignoring him completely, and crashes into the ranks of the elven soldiers, beginning a surprise assault. A brutal massacre ensues as the beast tears through the unprepared pursuit party. The soldiers scream for help, calling it a monster as it rips them apart. Johann stands frozen in shock, questioning why the wolf spared him. Shaking himself out of it, he realizes the monster is clearing a path, and this is his one chance to escape. With gritted teeth, he forces his exhausted body to move, determined to survive, fueled by sheer willpower. He lets out a desperate cry and sprints forward. He dashes through the chaos, the wolf's rampage providing the perfect cover, reaches for the stirrup of his horse, and he leaps onto Philip's back. Seizing the reins, he urges the horse on, making a desperate jump to clear the fray, and gallop to safety as he rides. His mind flashes back to simpler times, learning to write with Father Valberg, and pushes Philip harder, fleeing the scene of the massacre and the life he once knew. He recalls his childhood innocence, long since lost to the brutality of his world. Images of his harsh training, his battles, and his Master Kegel's lessons flicker through his memory. He remembers fighting his brothers, the terror of the villagers, and his own descent into becoming a killer. With a tear in his eye, he glances back one last time at the world he's leaving behind, and remembers his final moments with his brother Philip, inheriting his helmet and the weight of his legacy. With that, he bids a final, silent farewell to his past, and to the burning ruins and bitter memories of its village. The severed head of a soldier lies on the ground, a testament to the wolf's overwhelming fury, and the mysterious black wolf stands victorious over the corpses of the slain soldiers, its red eyes glowing in the dark. Johann rides off into the distance, a lone figure escaping into a new, uncertain future, with the red glow of the wolf's eyes fading behind him. Johann's childhood comes to a bloody end, with the Imperial soldiers ahead. Johann curses his luck hiding in the underbrush. He realizes his escape is thwarted. Slumping on the ground, he admits he's done for, having been on the run for days without proper food or rest, and reflects on the harrowing pursuit, having barely survived countless near-death encounters with the swarming soldiers. Completely drained, he knows he's at his limit. Lacking the strength to even lift his sword, peeking over a hill, he sees his pursuers spread across the landscape, and wonders if capture and execution are his only options. But hearing the sound of hoofs draw closer, he stays low, his eyes fixed on a new group, approaching from the opposite direction. To his surprise, it's not more soldiers, but a trade caravan, complete with armed mercenary escorts. A brilliant idea sparks in his mind. He'll join the caravan to get past the checkpoint. His plan solidifies by blending in. He can avoid suspicion and use them as cover to slip through the Imperial blockade. The caravan belongs to the Katana Trading Company, led by an elderly dignified catfolk named Eldons. One of the mercenary guards spots something up ahead and nervously alerts his employer, Eldons, to a potential threat. The cause for alarm is a lone, heavily armed horseman approaching them, Johann clad in intimidating armor. Khan, a veteran of the Garan mercenaries, immediately tells his comrades to prepare for battle. However, a younger mercenary named Gamson scoffs, confident that their 9-man squad can easily handle a single opponent. The group's leader Goran sternly tells Gamson to look closer, pointing out that the stranger is fully armored and on a war horse unlike them. The menacing sight of Johann's plate, helmet and breastplate gleaming in the twilight instills a sense of dread in the mercenaries. Khan then directs Ganson's attention to the imposing sword at the rider's hip, a clear sign of a formidable warrior, and the distinctive purplish sheen of the hilt reveals the blade is forged from legendary Danish steel, a weapon that could slice through their armor like butter. As Goran warns, they could be wiped out in a head-on clash. The other mercenaries grow anxious, but Gamson remains skeptical, exasperated by his naivety. Goran orders someone to get the idiot out of his sight so he can think. Two mercenaries grab the complaining Gamson, telling him to shut up if he doesn't know what he's talking about. Taking charge, Eldons instructs his mercenaries to attack on his signal while he assesses the situation himself. With a sharp look, he gives a clear command. When he gives the signal, they are to attack all at once. Garan and Khan grimly acknowledge the order. With his mercenaries poised to strike, Eldons bravely walks forward to greet the mysterious knight. Meanwhile, Khan quietly briefs his men on their strategy. Knock the rider off his horse, then exploit the gaps in his armor. On other side, Eldon formally introduces himself and his company, politely asking the armored stranger for his name. Peeking through his helmet, Johann is taken aback to see that the merchant is a cat. Folk Eldon sweats nervously, aware of his mercenaries hiding in the background, ready to spring their ambush. Realizing his menacing appearance is making the catfolk suspicious, Johann knows he must lower their guard. He offers a blessing and introduces himself as Johann, explaining his battered state is the result of a recent bandit attack. With a calm but firm gesture, he then asks Eldons to tell the tense mercenaries in the back to stand down. Eldons lets out a boisterous, disarming laugh. He apologizes for his rudeness, explaining that a merchant must always be prepared for the worst. Johann acknowledges the merchant's caution, but he isn't finished with his request. He asks to join their caravan, explaining that a bandit attack left him without any travel funds. In exchange for food and a place to sleep, he offers his services as a guard. Eldon seriously considers the offer, noting the man's apparent strength. After a moment of thought, Eldon shrewdly agrees, welcoming the stranger into his caravan, and he informs Johann they are heading to Marseille, and suggests he get acquainted with the mercenaries. Johann thanks him gratefully, though he internally wonders where Marcel is. As he joins the group, Eldons quietly pulls Goran aside, telling him to keep a close eye on the newcomer, and if anything seems suspicious, kill him without hesitation. Goran and Khan exchange a tense look, grimly confirming they understand. With that, Johann feels a wave of relief, his focus now on getting past the checkpoint. With their new companion in tow, the Kitana Trading Company's caravan continues its journey toward Marcel. Ahead, the elven soldiers of the Wolves of Aquitaine spot the approaching caravan and prepare to intercept. They block the road, announcing their identity and demanding a brief inspection. Johann tenses as they reach the checkpoint, hoping to pass through without drawing attention. Eldons confidently steps forward, announcing he is from the powerful Kitana Trading Company and requesting to speak with the officer in charge. The soldier is visibly shocked. He recognizes the name of an influential trading company that even the emperor must treat with caution. The soldier's demeanor softens as he explains they are simply following orders to search for a runaway trader. The phrase runaway trader confirms Johann's worst fears. This checkpoint was set up specifically to capture him. Just as he feared, a soldier approaches him, demanding he remove his helmet and reveal his face. Panicking, he stalls by feigning a cough. Claiming a facial condition prevents him from removing his helmet. The soldiers cruelly mock his excuse, demanding to see his supposedly mashed-up face. The lead soldier's expression turns sinister as he leans in, questioning if Johann is hiding something. Seeing no other way out, Johann's hand tightens on his sword hilt. He resigns himself to fighting his way through. But just as he's about to draw his weapon, a furious voice shouts enough, stopping everyone in their tracks. Eldon storms at them, demanding to know if the soldiers are accusing his company and reminding them of his request to see their commander. He escalates his threats, warning the soldier that any further interference will result in a direct complaint to their captain, and adds weight to his threat, declaring he will file the complaint personally at their headquarters in Marseille. Intimidated by the threat from such a powerful merchant, the soldier reluctantly orders his men to clear the way. The other soldiers grumble but obey, parting to let the caravan pass. As Johann rides past, the soldier glares, muttering that he got lucky. Johann silently breathes a sigh of relief. The caravan successfully passes through the checkpoint. He finally feels like he has escaped his pursuers. Even he does not glance back at the soldiers, who nearly ended his journey. In the growing darkness, the silhouettes of the Wolves of Aquitaine watch the caravan disappear. Later that night, the caravan sets up camp. Goran assigns night watch to the oldest and newest recruits. Inside his tent, Eldons reviews documents by candlelight. Goran approaches Johann by the fire, telling him that as a guest, he is exempt from duties and should get some sleep. Deeply grateful, a weary Johann thanks the mercenary leader. The exhaustion of the past few days finally hits him, and he lets out a massive yawn. Given a simple bedroll, he prepares for his first real rest in days. As he settles down, he marvels at how difficult it has been just to get some sleep, relieved that he can finally rest. With his Danish steel sword by his side, he quickly falls into a deep sleep. But as he sleeps, a glint of light from the dark forest reveals the camp is being watched. A sinister grin flashes from the shadows as a hidden figure observes the sleeping camp. The observer, the leader of the hidden group, grins and tells his companions to get ready. They are bandits, and their leader gives the order: surround the camp from the hill and strike. All at once, a flashback reveals Johann's past life as Staff Sergeant Kim Johann in the modern military. During a tactical training exercise, he had expertly implemented a defense-in-depth strategy. His tactical genius allowed a small number of troops to defend against a much larger force, making him an example to his peers. For his outstanding performance, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yibik awarded him a commendation and reward leave. Johann enthusiastically accepted the commendation, saluting his commander initially. He was thrilled, thinking the army suited him well. After his advanced studies in strategy and tactics, PIDOF, however, the reality of military life, with its outdated culture and grueling duty shifts, quickly soured his view. The worst part for the money-obsessed Johann was the paycheck, which he considered smaller than a rat's tail. His dreams of escaping were crushed by his comrades, who reminded him that while joining was voluntary, leaving was not. the memory of his past life's frustrations, ends in a cry of despair. Johann snaps awake. Startled from the nightmare, and lying on his makeshift bed, he wonders if the vivid memories of his army days were just a dream. He grunts, his body aching from exhaustion and the poor sleeping conditions. Still sore, he complains that the dream about his time in the army prevented him from getting any real rest. As he sits up, a sudden noise from the darkness catches his attention. Under the light of the full moon, something cuts through the air. An arrow flies directly toward him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he catches the arrow with his single hand. He stares in shock at the arrowhead he caught just inches from his eye. He realizes the caravan is under attack. Immediately, suspecting the wolves of Anicap have found him. As more arrows land around him, he decides he needs to warn the mercenaries first. With all his might, he screams out a warning enemy ambush. His shout startles the mercenaries and Aldens, alerting the entire camp to the attack. Just 5 minutes earlier, the knight had been quiet while on sentry duty. The mercenary Gamson was complaining to his senior, Khan, about being overworked. Khan, tired of his whining, bluntly told him to shut up. He lectured Gamson on the dangers of trusting a stranger like Johann, who could easily kill them in their sleep and steal their supplies. He warned the younger mercenary that his recklessness would get him killed if he did not learn what was important. His sharp rebuke left Gamson momentarily speechless. Gamson explained he became a mercenary to escape his backwater village and live like a real man, but he fumed that he never would have joined the Garan mercenaries if he had known they were cowards who would freeze up over a single armored cavalryman. Enraged by the insult, Khan glared at Gamson, asking if he had a death wish. The two mercenaries faced off, weapons in hand, their argument about to turn violent. Their confrontation is cut short by Johann's loud warning of an enemy ambush. A sudden volley of arrows rains down on their position, tackles Gamson to the ground, shielding him from the deadly projectiles. As the first wave of arrows stops, he orders Gamson to run and alert the others, but Gamson deserts his post and runs for his life. As Goran calls out his name, Khan curses the cowardly Gamson for abandoning him. The mercenary captain Goran arrives, relieved to see that Khan is safe. Goran asks about Gamson's whereabouts, but Khan deflects, asking about their employer's safety instead, as they find him hiding under a cart. Johann steps in, taking command, applying his modern tactical knowledge. He orders Goran and Khan to form a circular, defensive line around the wagon, and he explains that, since the direction of the attack is unknown, sticking together is their best chance for survival. He is caught off guard by the mercenaries' hostile reaction. Khan dismisses his tactical advice, telling him to focus on staying alive while they handle things themselves. Johann is flabbergasted by their refusal to follow a sound military strategy. Goran rallies his men, shouting for them to grab their shields and prepare for battle. Recognizing the situation from past battles, Johann desperately asks Khan for a shield. Alden pops out from under the wagon and furiously refuses, yelling that they do not have enough shields, and Johann must survive on his own. Frustrated, Johann realizes that no one in the caravan trusts him. His eyes widen as he spots movement in the darkness. A horde of savage-looking bandits charges from the woods with a battle cry. As Johann assesses the new threat, realizing they are not the Imperial Wolves of Anicap, but a common bandit gang, Khan yells for all units to charge the attackers head-on. The Garan mercenaries rush forward to meet the charging bandits. Johann watches in disbelief, wondering who will guard the wagon if everyone joins the charge. The two forces collide in a brutal clash of steel. Confident in their superior numbers, the bandits surge forward to overwhelm the mercenaries. Garan desperately tries to rally his men, screaming for them to stand their ground. Despite his efforts, a bandit lands a powerful blow, staggering the mercenary captain. Khan screams in horror as he sees his captain in trouble. The bandit raises his sword to deliver a killing blow to the fallen Goran. Seeing that the mercenaries are about to be routed, a furious Johann decides he has no choice but to intervene, and with a single wide slash of his sword, he attacks multiple bandits and stops them on their track. The bandits cannot believe what just happened. Their bodies are cut in half before they could move an inch. Goran stares in shock as the threat is neutralized in an instant. Johann stands over the bisected corpse, his mysterious sword glowing with a faint red light. The blade of crest recoverer pulses with the crimson aura. as the runes carved into it begin to glow brightly. A terrified bandit realizes the runes on the sword are absorbing the blood of the fallen. The bandits cry out in terror, convinced that he is wielding a demonic sword. Seeing the cursed blade, the bandits lose their will to fight, believing they have no way to defeat such a foe. Seizing the opportunity, Johann prepares to address the terrified brigands. He boldly declares his name as Johann Yidis, of House Yidis, demanding to know who dares to attack him. The mercenaries are stunned to learn that the mysterious traveler they have been escorting is a noble. Johann privately reflects on his bluff, hoping the slight alteration from Eitz's to Yitz's will not be an issue. The bandits, unfamiliar with the house name, but terrified of a noble wielding a demonic sword, realize they are completely outmatched. With his sword glowing menacingly, Johann shouts, demanding an answer from the cowed bandits, and presents them with a simple choice: surrender now, or meet their end at the hands of his blade. He tells them to think carefully about their decision. The bandit leader breathes heavily, weighing his options against the terrifying noble. One by one the bandits begin to drop their swords. Soon the ground is littered with the weapons of the surrendering bandits. Having lost all courage, the bandits raise their hands and surrender. Satisfied, Johann sheathes his now dormant sword. He turns to Garan and calmly orders him to bind the surrendering bandits. With a cold, commanding gaze, he grants Garan permission to cut down anyone who resists after the bandit attack. A mercenary asks Eldons for instructions on how to handle their new companion. Johann, the Garan mercenaries whisper anxiously amongst themselves, regretting their poor treatment of Johann, now that they know he's a powerful noble who might hold a grudge. Eldons tries to calm his men, assuring them he will smooth things over with the noble, and that their initial act of letting him join should count as goodwill. Putting on a friendly face, Eldons approaches Johann with newfound respect, addressing him as Sir Johann of Hates. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he dramatically thanks Johann for protecting the caravan, all while internally kicking himself for not offering a shield to a noble. Johann casually brushes off the need for repayment and expresses his relief that Eldons is safe, an act of kindness that completely shocks the merchant. Eldons is stunned into a silence, baffled that a noble isn't demanding exorbitant compensation for his services. As Johann stands silently, the star-struck Eldons can only stare, disbelieving the noble's unexpectedly generous demeanor. With a slight grin, Johann breaks the silence, telling Eldons that the only repayment he needs is a shield. Next time, a flustered Eldons eagerly promises that Sir Johann will be the first to receive a shield on any future journey. Johann gives a simple, satisfied good. He shifts to business, asking Eldons if he can use the mercenaries to help interrogate the captured bandits. His request is immediately granted. One of the mercenaries awkwardly asks Johann to speak more formally, now that they know he's a noble, putting him on the spot, and he agrees to their request. With his approval, the interrogation begins. The mercenaries start roughing up the captured bandits, ordering them to move. Johann stands over the groaning bandit leader, preparing to begin his interrogation. Looking down at the captive, he sternly demands to know who he is and why they attacked the caravan. The leader reveals their tragic story. They are the last surviving private soldiers of the fallen House Brits. He recounts how their entire house, men, women and children, was brutally massacred months ago under the false pretense of treason, and he names the perpetrators as the Wolves of Aquitaine, a name that sends a familiar chill down Johann's spine. He explains that their desperate resistance crumbled the moment the infamous noble executioner joined the battle. The mercenaries listen, realizing, with dawning horror, that the bandit is likely talking about the one man they all fear. The story confirms Johann's worst fears. The noble executioner was none other than the Emperor's hunting dog, Sir Karamov. Realizing he is in the presence of another noble, the bandit leader prostrates himself and frantically apologizes for the attack. He continues his desperate plea, explaining they were branded as rebels and ruthlessly hunted by the Imperial Army, cast out and labeled as deserters. They were forced into banditry as their only means of survival. Johann presses for more information, pointedly asking if survival was truly their only motive. The bandit leader frantically swears that their only reason for targeting the Catonic caravan was its perceived wealth. Hearing this, Eldons erupts in fury, screaming at the bandit that actions like his destroy the trust that trading companies are built on. As the mercenaries restrain the enraged Eldons, Johan calmly tells him to settle down. Johan flashes back to his fatal duel, remembering how Karmov claimed his atrocious actions were all for the Emperor. A dark realization dawns on Johan. As the pieces of the puzzle begin to click into place, he understands the horrifying truth. The accusations of treason were just a pretext for the Emperor to purge the nobility using Karamov as his weapon. He remembers Karmav's dying curse against the Emperor, finally understanding that the knight was just another disposable tool. Looking at the defeated soldiers, he feels a sense of kinship, recognizing them as fellow victims of a tyrant's power. He is conflicted. While he sympathizes with their tragic plight, he cannot ignore that they still chose to become bandits. Khan approaches Johan for orders, suggesting they can beat more information out of the captives if he wishes. Johan dismisses the idea, stating they have already acquired all the necessary information. Suddenly the mercenary Gamson rushes forward, eager to beat the helpless captives to death. Before his weapon can connect, the Khan swiftly steps in and blocks the blow. By blocking the attack of Gamson, Khan saves Bandit. A stunned Gamson turns on his comrades angrily, demanding to know why they are stopping him. Kin furiously rebukes Gamson, telling him he has no right to punish anyone. After abandoning his comrades and fleeing the battle, Gamson shamelessly brushes off the accusation, offering only a dismissive and insincere agreement. Seeing an opening, the bandits turn their pleas to Johan, begging the Sir Knights to spare them, and promising to change their ways. The entire group of bandits fall to their knees, crying and desperately begging for mercy. Khan looks to Johan for the final verdict, ready to execute the prisoners on his command. Johan's hand rests on the hilt of his sword, as he contemplates the fate of the men before him. As the sun rises, he makes his decision. The men will be disarmed and set free. Both the bandits and Gamson are stunned by his mercy, questioning if he is really letting them live. He silences them and commands them to listen carefully. He acknowledges their difficult past as soldiers, but firmly states that their turn to banditry is unacceptable. He passionately declares that he too learned the skills he possesses, only for the sake of his own survival. Eldons is baffled by Johan's statement, unable to comprehend a noble speaking of learning skills merely to survive. Another mercenary speaks up, explaining that people like them work for pay under leaders like Goron, and don't have to resort to stealing. Johan commands the former soldiers to take this second chance to learn new skills and find an honest way to make a living. Overcome with gratitude, the former soldiers bow deeply, thanking the knight for his mercy before they depart, while an exhausted Johan just wants to rest. A newly inspired Goron eagerly agrees to follow his command. Far in the distance, perched on a hill, a mysterious black wolf observes the scene. Before dissipating into smoke, the black wolf lets out a silent, spectral howl as it watches the caravan continue on its journey. The view closes in on the ominous, glowing red eyes of the shadow-like beast that continues to follow Johan. Before continuing their journey to Marseille, the group decides to stop at the small Rootsback village for some rest. The caravan enters Rootsback village with a drained Johan, barely staying upright on his horse. The sun sets over the village, casting a warm glow over the weary travelers. Inside a local building, the Rootsback village chief is informed of the arrival of Eldons from the Katana Trading Company. The village chief steps outside to greet the well-known merchant. Eldons joyfully greets the village chief, exclaiming, "It's been months since they last saw each other." The chief is equally happy to see his old friend, and asks if he encountered any trouble on the road. Eldons laments their run-in with bandits, complaining that the problem has worsened ever since the Emperor started going crazy. The chief cautiously warns his friend against such treasonous talk, but Eldons just laughs, happy that his goods arrived safely. Eldons attributes their safe passage to the noble traveling with them, envisioning Johan as a legendary hero. As Eldons praises the brave noble, the chief skeptically recalls another so-called noble who passed through weeks earlier. It turned out the man was an imposter, so the chief proudly recounts how he beat the fraud half to death and ran him out of town. Eldons facepalms at his friend's violent temper, remarking that he still acts too recklessly, and assures the chief that this time is different, vouching for Johan as a brave and upright man who protected them from bandits. The village chief is flabbergasted when Eldons reveals that the noble protected them without demanding a single coin in reward. Though skeptical of such an altruistic noble, the chief realizes that having a genuine knight around would be a great asset for the village's security. In this dangerous era, a single proper knight is a powerful force, capable of wiping out entire mercenary bands and ensuring public safety. Seizing the opportunity, the chief enthusiastically invites the group to stay for a few weeks, hoping to keep the powerful knight in his village. Eldrins politely refuses, but the chief insists, reminding him of their close, if sometimes contentious friendship. The two old friends engage in playful banter, each accusing the other of trying to take advantage of the situation. And the village chief asks, "So where is the precious noble meanwhile?" The precious noble in question is slumped against a tree, looking miserable and defeated. Exhausted and famished, Johann mutters that he's starving, looking more like a beggar than a heroic knight. Goran, the mercenary leader, notices his dejected state and approaches him. He holds out a heavy sack to Johann, who looks at it in confusion. When Goran reveals the sack is full of money, seized from the bandits, Johann surprisingly says money. Gohan explains they liquidated all the bandits' assets, yielding a surprisingly decent sum. When asked if he took a share, Gohan insists the money rightfully belongs to Johann, since he single-handedly captured the bandits. Johann pauses, considering Gohan's words and weighing his options. To Goran's shock, Johann tosses the entire bag of money back, telling him to split it with the other mercenaries. Goran vehemently protests, arguing that since the bandits surrendered to Sir Johann, the spoils of war are rightfully his. Johann casually dismisses the protest by showing he has already taken a few coins for himself, an absurdly small share that leaves Goran speechless. While he puts on a brave face for Goran, Johann internally screams about giving away his hard-earned money. However, he concludes that spending money to secure the mercenary band's loyalty is a better investment than facing the wolves of a cotton alone. He grabs Goran's shoulder, pointing out that he didn't fight the bandits by himself. They all fought together. He declares them all comrades in arms, hoping this generous gesture will earn their goodwill and secure their alliance. With that said, Johann turns to leave, bidding the still stunned mercenary leader farewell. A deeply moved Goran clenches his fist over his heart, convinced that Sir Johann possesses the true heart and dignity of a knight. The other members of the Goran mercenaries gather around their leader. Goran excitedly addresses his men, announcing Sir Johann's incredible act of generosity, saying that he distributed the proceeds from selling the spoils of war. The mercenaries are in disbelief, questioning if they really get to keep the money that should belong to the knight. Their disbelief explodes into a thunderous roar of cheers for their new benefactor. The mercenaries' cheers echo through the village as they begin chanting Johann's name. Later that night, the group settles into a local inn. For a well-deserved rest, Johann is sound asleep. Wearing a sleeping cap and clutching his sword, Crest recover in the dead of night. The lock on his door clicks open as an intruder quietly enters his room. The door creaks open, revealing the darkness of the hallway beyond. A nearby candle is suddenly extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Johann remains sound asleep, unaware of the menacing presence looming over him. In the darkness, the glowing red eyes of a cloaked figure stare down at the sleeping Johann. A masked assassin with gleaming red eyes raises a dagger poised to strike the unsuspecting Johann. He smirks, satisfied that he managed to build goodwill while keeping the most valuable loot for himself. Just then an elderly innkeeper approaches cautiously, asking if he is Sir Johann, and Johann asks if he knows him. The innkeeper laughs heartily, recognizing him as the noble who arrived with Eldons. Wall explains that the Katana Trading Company has already paid for everything, and offers to lead him to the best room. After that, Johann realizes Eldons has paid him back in his own way, and feeling tired, he is perfectly fine with it. He accepts the offer, and tells the innkeeper to lead the way. Elsewhere, the cowardly mercenary Gamson shouts in protest, demanding to know why he is the only one not getting a share of the loot. But Goran sternly informs him that, because he hid during the fight, he won't receive a single cent. So as that Gamson says with resentment, convinced the others are deliberately leaving him out. Then a glint of greed appears in his eye. As he spots an opportunity, he watches from a window as Johann is led away by the innkeeper, and his gaze fixes on the ornate hilt of Johann's sword. As an idea forms in his mind, a malicious grin spreads across his face, As the greedy plan takes shape, the innkeeper leads Johann to a tavern that also provides lodging. He sighs in contentment, finally relaxing in a hot bath. For the first time in a while, he feels like he is actually getting some proper rest, while marvels at how simple comforts, like a soft bed and warm water, can bring such happiness, and reflects on how difficult it is to live as a wanderer without a roof over his head. He recalls his past, realizing he never appreciated the luxury of even an old bed back when he was a noble. But his thoughts darken as he remembers the mad emperor who razed his territory to the ground. And he knows he wasn't the only victim of the emperor's tyranny. Countless others suffered the same fate. Despite the grim reality, he reasons that he at least survived, which puts him in a better position than most, and briefly wonders if he should have accepted Karmov's offer to join the empire, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing that at this rate, the imperial army will eventually catch and execute him. Concluding that he needs a new plan, an idea suddenly strikes. He remembers how the imperial soldiers at the checkpoint were powerless against Eldons, and deduces they weren't afraid of a mere merchant, but of the powerful trading company Eldons represents. After that, he recalls learning about trading companies at the village market when he was young. These companies share information and funds across borders, and the powerful ones can even influence politicians, and the most influential of them hold enough power to move a country's army. He resolves that, to survive while being hunted by the empire, he must align himself with a trading company, but decides to deal with complicated plans later. He focuses on filling his stomach and getting a good night's sleep. After some time, he falls into a deep sleep in a comfortable bed, his sword crest recover resting on his chest. The door to his room creaks open as an intruder slips inside. He finds Johann seemingly fast asleep, and cautiously eyes the sword on Johann's chest. Believing his target is asleep, he reaches for his sword, keeping a dagger in his other hand, in case something goes wrong. But just as his fingers touch the hilt, Johann, wide awake, grips the thief's hand, and coldly asks if his kind ever gets tired of this. Due to sudden turn of events, his eyes widen in terror, as he realizes his fatal mistake. Sitting up, Johann glares at him, demanding to know if he is one of Karamov's lackeys. Panicked, he readies his dagger for an attack, and yells at Johann to let go. But with a single effortless motion, Johann hurls him through the wooden door, and he collapses outside the room along with it. He whimpers and pleads as Johann grabs him by the leg, and tries to crawl away in terror, as Johann looms over him, ready to deliver a brutal beating. Then the assailant realizes, far too late, that the man he chose to rob was something other than human. The scene shifts to 5 minutes earlier, when the innkeeper was sleeping soundly at his post, but at the same time Gamson and another young man, a villager, sneak up the stairs. Gamson nervously asks if he is sure about their plan, but confidently reassures him about their accomplice Vulin, the strongest man in the village, who he claims is quick, strong, and well equipped for the theft. And he says meanwhile, Pal will be in the stables, preparing to steal Johann's warhorse, just as you planned while in the stable. After mounting the horse, Pell gently tries to soothe the massive warhorse, preparing to lead it away. Pierre asks Gamson if the noble sword is really that valuable, but Gamson scoffs, asking if he has ever seen a sword that can slice a person clean in half, and describes witnessing the sword split an armored soldier in two, concluding such a weapon must be priceless. The knight is nothing without his sword, but his gloating is cut short by a sudden, loud crash from inside the room that startled the two conspirators. Peek around the corner, they see their accomplice Vulin lying broken on the floor, being dragged into the dark room by a shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes, and his terrified screams for help are abruptly cut off as he is pulled into the darkness. After that, turns to a shocked Gamson, still reeling from the frantic events, and desperately asks what's happening. Snapping out of his shock, he screams at him to run for his life. As they flee, Gamson panics, his gut telling him they're completely doomed. Meanwhile, the inn's owner wakes up and shouts, "Who are you?" demanding to know what they are up to. Outside, Paul waits with the stolen horse and another mount, ready for their getaway. He greets his approaching friends, ready to make their escape, but Gamson ignores him, screaming for everyone to shut up and run. Confused by the panic, he asks Prow where Vulin is. But Gamson slams Pro, and shouts that Volan is either dead, or about to be as his accomplices mount their horses. Pell hesitates, asking what will happen to Volan. But instead of answering, Gamson frantically urges them on, terrified that the noble bastard will catch up. Hurry. He screams, but he replies, I can't leave without Volan. Before they can escape, a massive explosion of red energy blows the side of the inn apart. They look back in absolute horror, and see Johann is leaping from the fiery wreckage, holding his sword, and silhouetted against a blood-red aura, his eyes glowing with incandescent rage, as he prepares to unleash his fury on them, who dared to disturb his rest. The scene shifts to the southern outskirts of the Holy Empire. Bodies hang from a tree as a grim warning, and the Imperial soldiers hammer a warning sign into place, for all to see after finish their grim task. The soldiers ensure the sign is secure. The notice is reveals from Emperor Kerdarian Bizelferk, which declares that the deceased and their families were hanged for stealing a noble's property, and one of the soldiers stared in shock at the hanged family, and turned to his comrade and says, what could possibly warrant such a harsh punishment? Could they have dared to steal the crest of a noble house? His comrade reveals to his shocked that the victim stole a single chicken and 3 eggs from Baron de Vorzapel. By hearing this, he was filled with horror, realizing that an entire family had been slaughtered for so trivial a crime. Now, the hanging bodies serve as a chilling testament to the Empire's disproportionate and cruel justice. Later that night, inside a local tavern, the situation in Ritzbach village is about to unfold. Eldon's a merchant, enjoys a quiet meal unaware of the trouble brewing. As he takes a sip of his drink, a sense of calm and contentment appears on his face, and then an aide rushes in to report a problem to him. And he asks what is it. The aide informs him that Gamson, from the mercenary band, was caught trying to steal from Sir Johann Heitz. After listening, he is so shocked by the news that he spits out his drink. Annoyed, he laments that this incident ruins his plans to persuade Johann to travel with them to Marseille, but he thoughtfully considers his next move to salvage the situation, and orders his aide to capture Gamson immediately, and instructs the rest of their party to feign ignorance. He, impressed by his leader's calm demeanor, believes this is how a true merchant from the Katana Trading Company handles a crisis. Internally, however, Eldons is desperately trying to calm his nerves, reminding himself that he has overcome many crises to get where he is stealing himself. He resolves not to be ruined by this, and begins plotting how to handle the noble, just in case. After a moment, he lets out a frustrated sigh, feeling the weight of the complicated situation. Elsewhere in the village, a meeting takes place under the full moon. The Ritzbach village chief concludes a meeting with the village elders. Just then a villager bursts in, yelling that something terrible has happened, and reports that the local troublemakers were caught trying to steal from the visiting noble, shocking the village chief. He slams his fist on the table in frustration, cursing the useless brats. And when others asked what they should do, he angrily retorts that the answer should be obvious. Choose then. He furiously orders everyone to gather tributes, and a slave to offer the noble immediately. With grim determination he declares, they must prepare to execute the troublemakers in front of the noble. But the parents of the accused boys protest in horror, begging the chief not to sacrifice their children. He furiously smashes a stool, screaming at the damn idiots to shut up and listen. The stool shatters, emphasizing his rage and the gravity of his words. He demands to know if they have forgotten the emperor's edict and its consequences, and insists they must make the first move to appease the noble, stating it is the only way for the village to survive. After that he reminds them of the emperor's law. Those who covet the noble's property face brutal punishment. It could be having their tongues cut out, or being hanged along with their entire families. And remember that, how entire families have been wiped out because of that absurd edict, simply because they demanded 1 chicken and 3 eggs in place of unpaid wages, and says that all nobles are same. He challenges the parents, asking what they think the noble their children crossed is going to do, and predicts that the offended noble will find a way to punish them, perhaps by cutting off the hands of everyone in the village. While babbling about honor, one of them hopefully suggests they could ask Count Jarpen for help, as it is his territory, but he scoffs at the idea, pointing out that nobles only care about their own honor, and games not whether commoners live or die. Slamming the table again, he yells at them to wake up. to the harsh reality of their situation. After that, the villagers are left in stunned, tearful silence, defeated by his brutal logic. He grimly admits that he feels terrible about his decision, and concludes that sacrificing the children is the only choice to ensure the village's survival, and tells the parents to accept it. After some time, the entire village gathers in the square, where Johann and his companions await the chief's judgment, and the captured culprits, including Pravolan and Pell, weep as they await their fate. Johann sits impassively observing the proceedings, internally curses, realizing the situation has escalated far more than he intended, and reflects that he initially suspected assassins from the emperor, but they turned out to be just foolish kids. He concludes they were tempted by his flashy sword, and makes a mental note to keep it hidden from now on. Deciding it is partly his fault, he plans to scare the crying kids a little, and then let them go. Just then, the village chief nervously approaches the seated noble, and anxiously asks if Honorable Sir Johann is all right. After the incident, he bluntly replies, "No, I'm not." His face a mask of cold fury, and accuses them of welcoming guests by threatening them with blades and looting their baggage. Just then the chief immediately prostrates himself, sincerely apologizing for the transgression, and takes full responsibility, claiming it was his fault for failing to keep the idiots under control. After that, Johann thinks he has scared them enough. He decides to be magnanimous and says, "You may all leave now." Dismissed, but before he can finish, the chief raises up his dagger and vows to personally make up for the slight by cutting off the wretches' heads. "For your honor." By seeing this, he panics, realizing this lunatic is making things even worse, and tries to stop him, but the chief screams that those who have sullied Johann's honor deserve to die, ignoring the pleas of them, and he brings the blade down with grim determination. Just then Valen's mother screams in anguish, apologizing to her son as she watches by. Seeing all of this mess, Johann strikes his sword into the ground and furiously glares at him, having intervened at the last second. Snarls, "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" The chief's knife inches from the thief next stop, and he is frozen in terror, his eyes wide with shock at the noble's intervention. The watching villagers gasp also, stunned by the sudden turn of events. A wave of confusion and shock spreads through the crowd. After that, he stands and yells at the crowd, questioning if they have all lost their minds to kill people over such a trivial reason, and furiously declares that if they want the boys to pay for their crimes, they should make them pay with money. The entire village is left speechless, completely baffled by his demand, when he realizes his true, materialistic nature might have been a bit too obvious. Clearing his throat, he prepares to rephrase his statement to sound more noble than. He passionately declares that human life is more precious than honor, ordering them to untie the boys at once, and then with a sharp command, tells them all to scram. After that, the chief's dagger falls to the ground, symbolizing the end of the immediate threat. The chief, overcome with emotion, kneels and praises him for his honorable decision. So the families are tearfully reunited, and Per's mother rushes forward, overjoyed that he is safe. He tearfully admits that he cannot believe such a noble exists, and apologizes for ever doubting Eldon's stories about him. All they bow in unison, thanking him and promising to never forget his kindness. One of the thieves apologizes profusely to him, and admits that he fell victim to the fool's trick. After that, the father slaps his son and scolds him, saying they're lucky. Any other knight would have had them brutally killed. At the same time, the mercenary Khan finally approaches the still-bound Gamson, who petulantly tells him to hurry up and untie him. Gamson sieves internally, cursing his bad luck and vowing to get revenge. But before he can finish his thought, Ken grabs him by the head and puts a dagger to his throat. With a cold expression, he tells the terrified Gamson to relax his body, and he will make it easier for him. But Gamson, trembling in full terror and drenched in sweat, stammers what is he talking about. In a swift, brutal motion, he slits Gamson's throat and blood gushed everywhere. Johann, who had his back turned, looks over his shoulder to see the aftermath of the execution, and is shocked by the sudden event unfolding before him. In the immediate aftermath, Khan stands grimly over the decapitated body of his treacherous colleague, Gamson, as his body crumpled to the ground. The scene grew even more terrifying. Khan's dagger drips with blood, a testament to the swiftness of his judgment. Stunned and enraged, Johann confronts him, demanding to know what he is doing. He begins to explain, stating his actions were justified under the Holy Empire's edict against thieves. Standing before the shocked onlookers, he declares that he has simply executed someone who coveted a noble's wealth. Just then Johann's face contorts with anger, as he reminds him that he had given an order to see no more blood. Goran and the merchant Aldens watch in terror, anticipating the noble's violent retribution. But Khan calmly justifies his actions, explaining that even mercenaries have a code of honor they must uphold, and argues that Gamson's cowardly actions disgraced their entire group, and that his execution was necessary to protect their honor. Resolute in accepting the consequences, he extends his knife toward him, but Johann watches intently, his next move uncertain as the tension builds. Khan formally accepts full responsibility, telling him to punish me for defying his authority, but he is taken aback, stunned by the mercenary's unwavering commitment to his code. He realizes Khan is not just a killer, he is a man trying to protect his group's honor, with his very life in a surprising twist. He forbade him from taking the knife, and the others look on, utterly confused by the noble's unexpected reaction. Just then he gently pushes the dagger away, leaving everyone speechless. He bows his head and offers a sincere apology for failing to consider the mercenary's position. The entire group is completely floored. Unable to believe a noble is apologizing to them, he calmly tells the still stunned Khan to put his dagger away with the tension broken. Khan thanks him for his understanding, solidifying the newfound respect between them. Later Goran admonishes Khan for his recklessness, but the Khan tells him that if it happens again, he can kick his ass. Eldon gazes at Johann, his body trembling with equal parts awe and exhilaration, and realizes with absolute certainty that he is a completely different kind of noble. He is completely captivated, seeing Johann as a rare, upright, and brave noble who is not consumed by arrogance. He resolves to make Johann an ally no matter what, seeing a golden opportunity to improve his own reputation within the Katana Company. With their bonds strengthened, the caravan continues its journey toward the setting sun. Johann examines a beautiful but broken golden pocket watch he took from the bandit loot, and laments, picking it just for its expensive appearance, wondering if he should have taken everything. But his thoughts are interrupted, as a new voice calls out to him from behind. A young, bright-eyed person named Golden cheerfully informs him that he is now in his care. The scene flashes back to the house, Brit survivors' village, where their leader calls out to Johann and offers gifts of gratitude from the village, including a pouch of coins. But Johann notices the pocket watch in his hand and remarks on the precious item. As a final gift he offers Johann a young slave Goiden. Touting his skills with geography, Johann observes Gordon's pitiful state, realizing that leaving the boy here would be a death sentence. After he agrees to take him, the overjoyed leader informs a stunned Gordon that the Honorable Sir Johann has accepted him. As they ride off, Johann feels a pang of discomfort at the idea of owning a slave, while Gordon gazes at his new master with adoration. Back in the present, the mercenaries enjoy a hearty meal at their camp that evening, grateful for Johann's generosity. While he is sitting with his sword in hands, Gowden shyly approaches, addressing him as master, and offers him his dinner with a cheerful smile. He immediately tells Gordon to stop calling him master, and to use his real name instead. A blushing Golden agrees, and his shy demeanor leads a confused Johann to wonder if he is actually a girl. He asks how Golden became a slave if he is so skilled, but the boy is reluctant to share his unpleasant story, and is surprised to hear that even a noble can have his own share of bad experiences. Prodding gently, Johann says he would like to hear his story first. After that he begins his tale, explaining that he was once a peddler who transported weapons for blacksmiths. His life took a dark turn when a noble ordered him to start smuggling gold. Johann says that smuggling gold carries the death penalty, considers him lucky to have survived, and asks why a weapons merchant would risk such a crime. With a pained smile, Gordon explains that he did it to get money for his sick and starving younger siblings. He recalls hiding the gold in crates, following the noble's instructions to the letter, until one day he reported him fake mustache. After listening that, Johann grimly surmises that once he served his purpose, he was thrown away to keep him quiet, and asks him did he try to request a trial. But he sadly confirms this, adding that because of the emperor's edict, he was not even allowed a trial. Johann curses the emperor's name and asks the most important question: was the money at least sent to his siblings? Tears well up in his eyes as he reveals the money was confiscated by the guards as a bribe to spare his life. As he wipes his eyes claiming it is just dust, Johann gently tells him that he does not need to be sorry. After that, Johann's expression hardens as he listens to yet another story of suffering in this cruel world and seizes internally the sheer injustice of this world, making his teeth chatter with rage. He reflects on the grim reality that without power, commoners are relentlessly exploited by nobles. His mind flashes to the desperate soldiers of House Brits, forced to become bandits. He then recalls the parents of Rootsbeck, driven to sacrifice their own children to save their village, now seeing Gordon's tears. He adds another victim to the long list of those crushed by the nobility. An overwhelming sense of pity for the boy washes over him, however. He forces the feeling down, reminding himself that he cannot afford to worry about others. With the Emperor's army hunting him, he knows his own life could be snuffed out at any moment. Suddenly he calls out Gordon's name, his voice filled with a new, firm resolve, and declares that they are now comrades and must survive and live well together, no matter what. Gordon is left stunned and blushing by his passionate vow. The moment is shattered as a guard rushes into camp, shouting that a monster has appeared nearby. Sighing that he has no time to rest, he immediately gets to his feet and dashes out of the camp with the guard to confront the new threat. Left behind, he contemplates Johann's promise to live well together, a blush still on his face. After that, Johann finds Khan and Garan hiding in the bushes, and they confirm the monster is just ahead. A terrifying red aura pulses from the dark forest, confirming the presence of a powerful creature. Johann's eyes widen slightly as he recognizes the familiar, ominous energy, but he confidently stands up, ignoring the panic pleas of the mercenaries to take cover. With a calm smile, he tells his terrified companions that everything is fine. He then gives a shocking command to the bewildered mercenaries: put your weapons away. Leaving his worried companions behind, he confidently approaches the ominous red glow in the forest to investigate. Watching him go, Khan expresses his doubt, noting that fighting a monster is incredibly dangerous, even for a brave knight, and Goran agrees, reminding him that their primary mission is to protect Eldons, and they cannot afford any more risks. Meanwhile, our guy closes his eyes, focusing on the familiar, oppressive aura emanating from the beast. He recognizes the heart-freezing pressure as the same he has felt in his previous encounters with the creature. Peering into the dark forest, he locks eyes with the familiar pair of glowing red orbs, but without hesitation, he strides forward to meet the mysterious beast. Just then he confirms his suspicion. It is the infamous Black Wolf of ill omen. After that, he recalls their last encounter, where the Wolf surprisingly attacked the Imperial soldiers, pursuing him instead of turning on him, and reasons that since the Wolf had every opportunity to kill him before, and didn't, it must not be hostile towards him. With a confident smirk, he concludes that he knows for certain the Wolf will not attack, so he calls out into the darkness, telling the creature to stop hiding and show itself. In response, the enormous Black Wolf emerges from the shadows, letting out a low, menacing growl. Yet instead of showing fear, he casually greets the Wolf, thanking it for helping him survive his escape from the Imperial soldiers. The mercenaries can only watch in utter disbelief, questioning if he can really handle such a monstrous creature they have never seen before. To everyone's shock, the intimidating beast then gently nuzzles up to him and proceeds to give him an affectionate, full-headed lick, which looks more like as if he devoured his head, stunning the onlookers, who are left utterly speechless by the bizarre and unexpected display of affection. As the Wolf continues to slobber on him, he casually tells them not to be too startled by the big guy. Suddenly Eldon shouts in revelation, declaring the creature is not a Wolf of ill omen, but the legendary Guide of Dawn. And his eyes sparkle with excitement, completely captivated by the mythical creature. Just then, the bewildered Johann asks what the Guide of Dawn is, and Eldon's passionately begins to recount an old song from the Eastern Empire that tells the creature's story. He speaks of a time of war, when a great warrior bestowed a name, the Guide of Dawn, upon the divine Wolf. And upon receiving its name, the Wolf pledged its loyalty to the warrior, With eyes shining blue, the Volf led armies into battle and became a symbol of hope, and with the warrior, heroically bringing peace to the continent, before meeting his end after mourning its master. The faithful Volf began a new journey, to find other heroes in need of its guidance, and so the legend of the heroic Guide of Dawn was born. Argay, however, remains skeptical, arguing that this creature is known locally as the Black Volf of ill omen. But he clarifies that the original legend from the Eastern Empire was simply distorted as it spread south over time, and quotes an ancient text, explaining that the Guide of Dawn only submits to a true hero who punishes evil. Hearing this, Johann starts to consider the possibility that this mysterious creature is indeed the legendary beast from the stories. A jittery Eldens then asks for permission to pet the divine beast, to which he casually agrees, and Eldens cautiously approaches, reaching out a hand to pat the Volf. But the Guide of Dawn immediately snarls, viciously terrifying him just then. Sweat-drenched Eldens quickly retracts his hand, realizing he has made a grave mistake. As Johann easily soothes the beast, Eldens realizes the Volf's gentle nature is reserved exclusively for him. The implications of this fact hit him with the force of a thunderbolt. Then he recalls a crucial part of the legend. Giving the beast a name makes it your loyal vassal. And he begins to wonder if Johann, this seemingly simple man from the south, is in fact the prophesied legendary hero. After that, he eagerly asks Johann if he has named the creature yet, but he confesses he has not had the chance. Seeing a legendary moment about to unfold, Eldens passionately urges him to name the Volf right now to convince the hesitant Johann. He explains that if the legend holds true, something incredible will happen. While he contemplates a fitting name, Eldens shamelessly suggests naming it after his own trading company Katana. But he suddenly freezes as a dark memory surfaces, giving him an idea, and remembers that the last time he saw the Volf was at the makeshift grave of his arch-nemesis, Sir Karamov. With his mind made up, he prepares to christen his new companion. In a moment of ultimate spite, he points at the divine beast and declares he will name it Karamov. Suddenly Eldens lets out a horrified screech, appalled that he would use such an infamous name. At that moment, the newly named Volf's eyes blaze with power, as it begins a dramatic transformation. A shock wave of red energy erupts from Karamov, catching both off guard, and chaotic dark energy then condenses, transforming into a brilliant point of pure light. After that, Karamov lets out a mighty howl, as a pillar of divine blue energy shoots into the night sky. The blinding magical light washes over all of them. As the light subsides, both are stunned to see the Volf's new powerful form. Our guy can only stare in wonder at the creature's breathtaking transformation. The ominous beast has been reborn, now officially titled Guide of Dawn Karamov. After transformation, he bows its head in submission to its new master. Then Johann affectionately pats his new partner, telling him that he will be counting on him, and remarks on how astonishing the event was, only to be surprised by Karamov licking his hand. But when he turns, he finds Eldens prostrating himself before him, and weeps with joy, exclaiming that he is witnessing a living myth unfold. A bewildered Johann watches as he pledges his unwavering respect. Citing his mercy and honor, he pays respect to the man chosen by the divine beast of the East. He officially bestows a new title upon him, the hero of troubled times. By seeing all of the event, all are in awe, realizing the kind man who saved them is a legendary figure. After that, Johann thinks about the title of him. Overwhelmed and uncomfortable with the sudden worship, he lets out an exasperated sigh and tries to get Eldens to stand up. Beginning with an apology, he attempts to dispel their notions, insisting he is just a simple wanderer, worried about making a living, while in his mind he adds that he is a fugitive, on the run for having beaten Sir Karamov to death. But Eldens, however, is completely unfazed by this confession, and tells him that he is not disappointed in the slightest. Instead, he formally requests to introduce him to the Marcel Trading Company, as repayment for his kindness. Johann admits he has never heard of Marcel, and asks what kind of place it is. Eldens explains that Marcel is a major hub of commerce in the region, and crucially reveals that Marcel is a free trade city, one of the few places beyond the Emperor's reach. This piques his interest as a fugitive from the Empire. A safe haven is exactly what he needs, so he accepts the offer. much to the delight of a very grateful Eldons. After that he realizes this is a golden opportunity. A city safe from the Emperor, with a thriving economy, is the perfect place to start over as a merchant. While Alden sings verses from the legend, he privately hopes no strange rumors about him being a hero will follow them, and reflects on the title Hero of Troubled Times, sarcastically wishing it were actually true. He laments that in this life, just like his last, he feels like nothing more than a wanderer, struggling for survival. A flashback to his past life reminds him of the suffering he endured, a feeling that persists even now. However, clenching his fist, he resolves that this time is different. With renewed determination, he vows that this time, he will forge his own path forward by his own will. With a new destination and purpose, the party sets off for the bustling city Marseille, of wealthy merchants. Finally reaching their destination, Johann and his companions gaze upon the sprawling, prosperous city of Marseille. Golden is overwhelmed with joy, confessing he never thought he'd be able to come back here. Eager to get settled, our guide decides that since they're in a merchant city, it's the perfect time to shop for supplies. However, their divine beast companion, Karamov, immediately gets distracted by the sights and smells, acting more like an excited puppy than a legendary creature. Just then, a kind market woman is instantly charmed by the cute little thing, offering it a treat, much to Johann's bafflement, and he remains perplexed, wondering. Everyone sees a harmless puppy instead of the massive, shadowy beast he knows Karamov to be. The scene shifts to the night before their arrival. He'd had a serious talk with his new powerful companion. He had called out to Karamov, concerned that a monster of its size would cause a massive uproar. He had asked if it could wait for them outside the city. The divine wolf seemed to understand, letting out a single affirmative woof. But instead of leaving, he had begun to glow with a brilliant blue energy, undergoing a shocking transformation. In a flash of light, the massive wolf condensed its form into a tiny, harmless-looking puppy. After seeing that, Johann was utterly flabbergasted, wondering if this was another one of the divine beast's hidden powers. Just then Golden, on the other hand, had been simply delighted by the transformation, scooping up the adorable creature in a tight hug. Reluctantly, our guy had conceded that a creature of this size probably wouldn't cause any problems. After all, back in the present, the citizens of Marseille are just as captivated by the unique-looking puppy as Golden had been, but he apologizes that this little guy has no manners. Internally, however, Johann knows they must move quickly and avoid drawing attention, as they are still fugitives. Remembering Gordon's past as an equipment merchant, he listens as his companion eagerly offers to handle all the shopping himself. But Golden looks at the meager for silver coins when he questions if it's really enough. Flipping him a single silver coin, Johann puts his trust in him to handle the task. With a confident grin, Golden catches the coin, boldly promising to get everything he needs with just that one piece of silver. He laughs, telling him not to overdo it, while privately doubting what could possibly be bought with so little money. Yet a mere 50 minutes later, Gordon triumphantly returns with an armful of supplies, and proudly declares that this should be enough, leaving him in utter disbelief that he managed to get everything with just one silver coin. The shopping trip was a massive success, yielding a new tactical bag for Johann and a large supply backpack for Golden. Using his incredible gift of gab, he even managed to sell Johann's shattered helmet for a shockingly high price. He also bartered for a free mace, and after buying all their supplies, still had change left over. The final accounting reveals the impossible. They somehow ended up with more money than they started with, now possessing 12 silver and 10 copper coins. After that, our guy is stunned, realizing that if a broken helmet is worth so much, the pristine suit of armor from the real Sir Karamov that he buried must be worth a king's ransom. And he makes a mental note, if he ever gets the chance, he is definitely going back to dig up and sell that treasure. Then he smiles, commenting that Golden seems happy doing familiar work, and asks if he enjoyed his old job as a merchant. While organizing their new gear, Gordon admits that he deeply missed this life, and he recalls the constant fear and despair of his time as a slave, never knowing if he would live to see another day. But now, having met him, he feels as if he has returned to his life as a merchant, not a slave, and offers a heartfelt and sincere thank you to Johann. He declares with certainty that, even if he had never been enslaved, he would still have wanted to journey with him. Genuinely touched, he tells Golden that he will be counting on him from here on out. And Golden beams with unrestrained joy, eagerly accepting his new role and partnership. With their supplies secured and spirits high, the pair happily set off to explore the city. After a life defined by hardship, our guy is finally experiencing a simple happiness that far surpasses anything he has ever known. He digs into a juicy piece of meat, a luxury far removed from the tough, tasteless jerky he'd survived on, and the delicious food of Marcel is a revelation. So tender it practically melts in his mouth. Then he recalls the filth and grime of his journey, his body constantly itching from being unable to bathe properly. But now in Marcel, he can soak in warm water whenever he wants, a simple comfort that feels like pure bliss. He remembers the miserable nights sleeping on the road, where the cold, damp ground felt like it was stabbing his body. But now, he can sink into the unparalleled comfort of a warm, soft bed with plush blankets. Overwhelmed by these simple yet profound comforts, he makes a tearful decision. He is going to settle down and live here. But as he dreams of a peaceful, happy life in Marcel, fate has other, more violent plans in store. The next day he and Golden are back out, exploring the bustling Marcel city square. While happily munching on a meat skewer, he savors the rare moment of peace, and remarks on how peaceful it is, realizing this is the first time in a long while he's been able to walk down a street without fear. But his blissful moment is cut short when he overhears a troubling conversation nearby, and listens intently as citizens, worrying about the growing threat of bandits in the area. Now they have not only stolen goods, but have also kidnapped a man's daughter. And the people are living in constant fear, wondering how they can possibly survive, with criminals running so rampant. Just then Gordon remarks that this must be why the city's atmosphere feels so tense, despite its apparent prosperity. Suddenly a loud commotion erupts as a ragged, desperate man starts harassing a food vendor. After that the gaunt, elven man screams that he hasn't eaten in 4 days, begging for a single meat skewer. But this isn't just any beggar. He's a straggler from the wolves of ActionToon, one of the very soldiers who was hunting Johann. As the starving soldier continues to cause a scene, his eyes suddenly lock onto a familiar face. In the crowd, both Johann and the elven soldier recoil in mutual shock as they recognize each other. Just then the soldier lunges forward and screaming, "You bastard!" Johann's blood runs cold. The wolves of Anicap have tracked him all the way to Marcel. His mind races. He knows nothing good can come from fighting here, as it would immediately expose his identity to the Empire. Driven by starvation and vengeful rage, the soldier raises his sword and charges, screaming "D!" But before the blade can find its mark, another swordsman on horseback intervenes, effortlessly cutting the head of desperate soldier down. The crowd gasps at the sudden, brutal end to the confrontation. Aboard his horse, the newcomer calmly remarks that, with the city's terrible security, all sorts of undesirables are crawling out of the woodwork. He then turns his attention to the stunned Johann, asking if the wanderer was hurt in the scuffle. In response, Gordon says that he's fine, thanking the man for his timely intervention. After that, the man offers a reassuring smile and a simple piece of advice: always watch yourself. With a cry of "Giddy up!" he rides through the parted crowd. As Johann and Gordon watch him go, he then raises his voice to address the entire square, shouting, "Citizens of Marcel." As he speaks, the thundering sound of marching feet echoes through the streets. A massive, organized army of mercenaries marches into the square, forming perfect intimidating ranks. Then the man on horseback formally introduces himself as Brattle, captain of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, and proudly assures the citizens that his 500-strong force will wipe out the bandits and restore safety to Marcel. Godin is completely starstruck, amazed to see the famous mercenaries in person. When Johann asks if they're well known, he confirms that the Oak Tree Mercenaries are one of the top groups in the entire empire, and excitedly deduces that such a powerful group must have been hired to deal with the bandits they just heard about. But Johann, however, remains silent, his expression grim as he processes the day's events. He reflects on the terrifyingly close call. If Captain Brattle hadn't intervened, he would have been exposed. Had that happened, his dream of a peaceful life would have been shattered. and he'd be forced to flee Marseille, with the empire on his heels again. He recalls Karamazov warning that a life on the run, for a man like him, would know only suffering from this point on. Snapping back to reality, he reminds himself that he's still a fugitive, and can't afford to get complacent. Just then he recalls, his only path to survival is to build a strong relationship with the Katana Trading Company, a power even the emperor can't easily dismiss. Fortunately, he already has a foot in the door. Eldons thinks highly of him, providing a crucial connection to the company. His greatest fear, however, is what will happen if his identity, as the empire's most wanted man, is revealed before that bond is forged. Then he faces the harsh reality. If the company learns the empire's after him, they will absolutely not risk protecting him. If he's exposed before he can secure Katana's backing, he knows with chilling certainty that he will die. With his mind clear, he clenches his fist. His singular critical goal now firmly in sight, that he must get to the Katana Trading Company and secure himself, and until he has their unwavering trust, his true identity must never, under any circumstances, be revealed. Just as his resolve hardens, a polite voice calls out, "Excuse me. Are you Sir Johann?" A catfolk maid curtsies, introducing herself as Abelka, an exclusive maid for the Katana Trading Company. She explains that Eldons has told her of his exploits, and extends a formal invitation for him to visit the company, and form a closer bond after that. She asks, if he is not busy, he could come with her to the Katana Trading Company. Johann and his companion finally arrive at the impressive Marseille branch of the Katana Trading Company. Meanwhile outside, Golden tries to play with the divine Volf Karamov, who playfully nips back inside. Johann waits patiently in a lavishly decorated room, contemplating his future. Having finally made it to the company, he hopes the talks will go well, seeing this as his chance to finally change his life. Suddenly a new voice addresses him as Sir Johann, mentioning she'd heard about him from Eldons. Startled, he turns to see the speaker, formally introducing herself. The speaker, a catfolk woman, introduces herself as Ion, the branch manager for the Katana Trading Company in Marseille, and greets him with a bright and welcoming smile, maintaining his cover as Johann of House Yates. He returns the greeting with a practiced, cheerful demeanor. After that, she invites him to discuss matters over a cup of tea, an offer he readily accepts. A cup of what she calls tea is served, a dark, aromatic brew from the Mediterranean region, and she hopes the drink suits his taste. He immediately recognizes the drink as coffee, but politely thanks her for the tea. To her surprise, he correctly deduces that the drink is made from roasted fruit seeds, impressing her with his rare perception. With the pleasantries out of the way, she cheerfully announces, "It's time to get down to business." But as she confidently states, she knows exactly why he's here. He chokes on his drink in a panic. His mind races with fear, wondering if the company has discovered that he's being hunted by the emperor. She, however, simply begins to explain her reasoning. With sharp eyes, she declares that it's because he harbors great ambition in his heart. Completely caught off guard by her statement, bewildered, he can only mutter, "Ha ha." After that, she elaborates that, based on Eldon's report of his mercy and protection of the innocent, she has discerned his ambition to save the city of Marseille from its rampant bandit problem. Deciding to play along with this heroic assessment, he feigns that she has seen right through to his true intentions. She assures him that ambition isn't a bad thing. In fact, she considers it a virtue for those who are worthy. Leaning in, she reveals that her company loves to sponsor the ambitions of worthy individuals like him. Then he immediately recognizes this as the perfect opportunity to strike a deal for his own survival. As an incentive, she offers to introduce him to Marseille's governor, a very powerful figure. The prospect of gaining the support of both the Katana Company and the city's governor excites him, and he realizes that with such powerful allies, not even the emperor could touch him, and resolves to accept the deal no matter what. Playing it cool, he politely asks for the specific details of what sponsorship from the Katana Company entails. She explains that their sponsorship covers every single service the company provides, and includes access to all its restaurants, inns, and entertainment. Though she does warn against being too extravagant. However, she holds up a finger, stating that there is one important condition. The condition is that he must promise to fight under the company's banner, whenever they require his aid. He clarifies if she wants him to deal with the bandits, threatening the city, but she critically answers no, and informs him that the oak tree mercenaries have already been dispatched to deal with the bandits. She has something else in mind for him. Puzzled, he asks what this something else could be. She explains that recently, the number of shop districts holding a grudge against Kitana for monopolizing the market has been increasing. With a chilling smile, she reveals their true condition. They want him to remove the disgruntled shop owners, and preferably their children as well. Her face darkens as she sinisterly asks for his decision, but he is left in stunned, silent contemplation after hearing the horrific request. The sun sets over the Kitana Trading Company's branch office, and Johan is seen leaving the building. His meeting finally concluded. Godin and Karamov greet him eagerly, asking how the meeting went, but his face is completely shadowed, giving no hint of the outcome. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Gordon cautiously calls out his name. Suddenly his face breaks into a wide, manic grin as he exclaims, "Let's go suck on some honey." Utterly confused by the bizarre outburst, he can only stammer, "Gee, go suck on honey." The scene flashes back to 1 hour earlier. During the meeting, in response to her murderous proposal, Johan states his answer clearly, "I refuse," and explains that in a large city like Marseille, it's natural for complaints to arise when one company dominates distribution. Then he questions her methods, asking why she would resort to killing them and their children, instead of seeking a resolution through discussion. Staring her down with cold determination, he declares that he cannot kill innocent people for such a reason and flatly refuses, as he suggests they pretend the deal never happened. She cheerful facade drops, replaced by a stern expression. A tense silence fills the room as she glares at him with a cold and readable expression. The stare down continues until, surprisingly, her stern face breaks into a smile. She suddenly declares, "You pass, Sir." Johan leaving him completely baffled, and bows apologetically, explaining that it was a test to see if he was suitable for their sponsorship, and asks forgiveness from the righteous knight. Just then she clarifies that the company has never monopolized distribution, and is in fact well liked by other merchants for providing quality goods at fair prices despite the test. She states that the proposed terms of sponsorship will remain, and they don't expect him to head to a battlefield immediately. With the oak tree mercenaries handling the bandits, she tells him he is free to rest and enjoy the company's sponsorship for the time being. Reverting to her cheerful demeanor, she extends a hand and asks if he will join hands with her. Overjoyed, he enthusiastically reaches out to accept her offer. They shake hands, sealing the deal, as she wishes that their meeting may benefit them both. Back in the present, a puzzled Gordon asks what "suck on honey" means. A blushing Johan explains, "It's just a phrase meaning, let's go eat something expensive, courtesy of the Kitana Trading Company." When Golden asks if the talks went well, he gleefully confirms that he has finally secured their sponsorship. Golden beams with joy and congratulates him on his success. Our guy smiles, feeling optimistic that everything is finally going his way now that he's been sponsored upon arriving in Marseille, and believes that once the renowned oak tree mercenaries wipe out the local bandits, the city will finally be peaceful. Convinced the happy life he's dreamed of is within reach, he decides it's time to relax and enjoy himself for once. But as he and Golden walk through the city, their celebration is cut short by a sudden scream, and the source of the commotion is a gruesome scene of death and decay. In the middle of the street lies a pile of brutally murdered bodies, surrounded by horrified onlookers. His celebratory mood vanishes as he stares in shock at the horrific display, and stands speechless, wondering why there are dead bodies simply left out in the open. Just then Garan, the mercenary leader, approaches, and Johan immediately asks him what's going on. He explains that the local bandits have grown more violent, murdering merchants' families and dumping their bodies as a threat. In frustration, Argai curses the escalating violence. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd erupts in anger, demanding the city be held accountable for its failure to protect them. A merchant claims to have heard that the emperor himself is inciting the bandits, but his peer dismisses it as nonsense. An argument breaks out, with some refusing to believe the emperor would be behind such acts, unless he's gone senile after that. The debate quickly devolves into a shouting match between imperial loyalists and detractors, with Johan stuck in the middle. He internally fumes, lamenting that his newfound peaceful life is already being ruined, and angrily wonders what the mercenaries hired to stop this are even doing. Back at the Katana office, the catfolk maid Abelka bursts in, telling Ian that she has terrible news. Ian, already aware of the bodies, calmly asks about the status of the oak tree mercenaries. Distraught, she hesitates before delivering her report, and reveals that they can't reach the mercenaries at all, shocking the branch manager. Just then she recounts that their liaison's corpse was found near the forest, in a truly horrific state. Ian falls silent, processing the grave implications of this news. She can't believe it, reasoning that the oak tree mercenaries have military strength comparable to a city, and are a top-tier group in the empire. How they can lose to a mere bandit gang? Slamming her fist on the desk, she shouts for Abelka, and urgently orders her to bring Svetolga, the mage of the Eifel River, that they must use his prophecies to discover whether the mercenaries were truly taken down. The scene shifts to the mystical, glowing Eifel River at night, and a mysterious figure's hand ripples the water. Receiving a vision, the figure, revealed to be the mage Svetolga, tells the Katana company that they have it all wrong, and that searching for the mercenaries is pointless. His vision reveals Johann, identifying him as the man who killed the emperor's hunting dog, and is now hiding in Marseille, using the city as his money pouch, but declares that things will not go the way that bastard thinks they will. Inside the Katana Trading Company's imposing Marseille branch, a fateful meeting is about to unfold. Just then the large doors swing open, admitting a mysterious and highly anticipated guest, and the powerful sage. Lord Svetolga makes his grand entrance nearby. Abelka lets out a surprised cry as she recognizes the esteemed visitor, and she quickly composes herself, however, and formally welcomes him, thanking the sage for answering their urgent request. He, however, is in a foul mood and complains that the rough carriage ride nearly snapped his back, forcing a terrified apology from the maid. When she offers to fetch the branch manager, Lord Ian, he simply dismisses her, stating it's fine. He then cryptically adds that if the matter were truly urgent, the person he's here to see would have come on his own, and growing impatient he sternly warns the nervous maid not to make him repeat himself. After that he is then shown to a waiting room, where he takes a seat, patiently anticipating the person he was guided to meet, and muses that, according to the prophetic voice of the Eifel River, this is where he will find his destined encounter. That very person is revealed to be Johann, and he is completely unaware of the sage's presence. Believes today is the day he will finally meet with Marseille's governor. He walks confidently towards his appointment, determined to secure a stable life and end his days as a fugitive. But as he steps into the waiting room, he has no idea his appointment is not with whom he thinks, with his companion trotting beside him. He wonders what kind of person the governor is, and what gifts might please him. Suddenly the Wolf pup growls, as a mysterious voice from the shadows questions his rather ironic name. And this voice belongs to Swelga, who steps forward, remarking that the name Karamave is quite unfitting for a divine beast. But our guy is instantly on guard, shocked that this stranger knows the true nature of his companion. After that the sage looks down at the small Wolf, his knowledge of its divine status now undeniably clear. Dropping all pretenses, he demands to know who the old man is. Just then, the man formally introduces himself as Svetolga, the sage of the Eifel River, and he is baffled by the title, as he's never heard of a sage before, but Sage simplifies it, revealing that he is a mage. A revelation that leaves him completely stunned. Forgetting all caution, his inner fan awakens with pure excitement. Thrilled by the confirmation that magic is real in this world, he can't believe his luck. He came to meet a governor, only to stumble upon a real-life mage. Overflowing with enthusiasm, he grabs the startled sage, declaring what an honor it is to finally meet a practitioner of magic. The stoic Svetolga is completely flustered by this unexpectedly passionate reaction, but he cuts through the excitement, bluntly stating he knows Johann is a fugitive, hunted by the emperor, shocking him into silence, and explains that, through the mysterious power of the Eifel River, he can perceive both the past and the future. After that our guy demeanor instantly shifts back to deadly serious, and he asks if the sage plans to turn him over to the emperor, but Sage calmly asks why he would ever do such a thing. His unexpected response leaves him momentarily confused and at a loss for words, but the sage clarifies that he seeks only the mysteries of nature and has no interest in the petty political squabbles of the secular world. Our guy mulls over the sage's words, intrigued by the repeated mention of the Ifeel River, and Swelga shrewdly points out that, if he truly intended to betray him, he wouldn't have announced his knowledge so openly. Realizing the old man is right, his suspicion begins to fade as his excitement returns. With his enthusiasm renewed, he eagerly asks the sage to teach him about magic. But Svevloga is once again bewildered by the young man's bizarre and intense interest in magic, and internally contrasts this eager reaction to that of a typical knight, who would likely scorn a mage as a cowardly scholar. He simply can't comprehend why this particular man is so thrilled by the mere mention of magic. Meanwhile, our guy bombards the flustered mage with questions, asking how magic is used, and if a normal person like him can learn it. Internally, our protagonist sees this as a golden opportunity to become a magic swordsman, which would dramatically increase his odds of survival. Amused by his persistence, Svevloga agrees to teach him about magic, citing their fated meeting as the reason. However, he adds one condition. To avoid simply giving the knowledge away, Johann must first win a single game against him. Wary of strategy games, he cheekily suggests a contest of strength, like arm wrestling instead, and he imagines himself easily crushing the frail-looking old man, a thought humorously paired with a reminder not to use strength on the elderly. But Sage dismisses the idea and tells him to follow, proposing a different, more sophisticated game, and leads him on, stating that while chess may be the game of kings, it pales in comparison to the game of gods. Just then he dramatically sets out a wooden board and 2 bowls of black and white stones. At the sight of it, Johann's eyes widen in surprised recognition. The so-called game of gods is revealed to be none other than the ancient strategy game of Go. After that, Svevloga instructs a hesitant-looking Johann to sit, and the two prepare for their match, and condescendingly asks if the game looks too complicated, promising to go easy on him. Our guy hides a smile, thinking to himself that luck is truly on his side, because in his past life, he was an accomplished 4th Dan Go player, making him supremely confident that he can win. He coolly picks up a stone, feigning ignorance, while internally assessing his opponent. With unwavering resolve, he declares to himself that he will definitely beat this old man. But Svedla, completely unaware of his opponent's true skill, patronizingly states that he'll start with an easy move. Playing along, our guy thanks him in advance, already certain of his impending victory. He places his first stone with precision, ready to claim the sage's magical knowledge as his prize. 50 minutes later, the intense game has brought both players to a silent, tense stalemate. Both men are sweating, the pressure of the high-stakes match clearly taking its toll. Johann, looking pale and fainting stress, addresses the equally strained Lord Swatelga, but the sage humiliatingly begs to take back a few moves, but he flatly refuses, reminding him that he's already done so 5 times. Just then Swelga erupts in a childish tantrum, slamming the board and screaming that it's impossible for him to be losing the game of gods, and yells in disbelief, wondering if this is truly Johann's first time playing, while boasting that even the Sultan of the Eastern Empire was no match for him. But our guy smoothly deflects with flattery, claiming his rapid improvement is only due to the sage's excellent teaching. Unable to accept defeat, the sage proposes one more game, desperately promising a valuable gift if he loses again. Then his interest is immediately piqued at the thought of a magic item, and he eagerly agrees to a rematch. Trying to salvage his wounded pride, Swetolga asks how many handicap stones his opponent will require for the next game, blushing with embarrassment, and says to him if the 3 will sufficient. With the terms set, Johann places his first stone, beginning the second and decisive game. During the match, Swetoga asks why a noble like him is so uncharacteristically interested in magic. Just then, he bluntly explains that it's a matter of practicality. With the Emperor hunting him, any extra tool for survival is welcome. Hearing this, Sage abruptly halts the game, warning that if his goal is to use magic for combat, then the knowledge he offers is useless. A shocked Johann can't believe it, and questions if magic is really useless for fighting, earning an exasperated sigh from the him. Honoring his promise, he concedes that, While it's not the true purpose of magic, he has heard of mages who apply their power to combat. However, he cuts off his budding excitement, demanding he listen to the full explanation first, and begins his lecture, explaining that the primary purpose of a mage is to discover the hidden mysteries within nature. He illustrates his point by describing mages finding power in the wind, in fire, and even in the smoke of burning sulfur. With a hint of personal disdain, he mentions a fools who claim to find a mystery in the Black Forest, a comment that feels oddly familiar to Johann, and says these mysteries he reveals are actually nature spirits, and mages merely borrow their immense power. He issues a grave warning: while spirits are often generous, their fickle whims can sometimes demand a fatal price for their aid. Just then cautions him to never, ever go against a spirit's will. After that, our guy is deeply disappointed, realizing his dream of becoming a magic swordsman is likely impossible, as he isn't willing to risk his life on the whims of spirits. Just then, their lesson is interrupted by a voice from the hall, shouting for Lord Suella, and the hurried footsteps of catfolk maids echo down the corridor as they rush to find him. Branch manager Jan arrives, chastising Ebelka for not informing her of the sage's visit, while lamenting how troublesome mage can be. After that, she peeks into the room, spots the elusive sage, and prepares to address him. Just then, she sighs upon seeing Swetoga locked in a game of Go, with Johann assuming he is simply up to his old tricks of teasing visitors. However, her expression quickly shifts from weary annoyance to one of utter disbelief when she overhears the unthinkable: the legendary Lord Swetoga, a master of Go, begging his opponent to let him take back a move. After that, she is completely stunned, unable to process that the supposedly unbeatable master of the game of gods is losing. She stares at a laughing Johann with newfound wonder, as he good-naturedly tells the pouting sage to accept his loss. Finally, she makes her presence known, formally greeting the flustered and embarrassed sage, and she playfully teases him, asking if he and Sir Johann have been having a lovely times together. Swetoga nervously laughs it off, trying to save face by claiming he was just playing a few friendly games. Using her arrival as a convenient excuse, he declares the game over, and quickly sweeps the pieces from the board before he can officially lose again. But our guy simply watches, holding the final winning stone, knowing he has successfully secured his prize. True to his word, Swetlika presents his gift for winning the bet: 2 ornate flasks filled with glowing liquids. Just then, he curiously asks what is inside the mysterious vials. The sage reveals that the flasks contain the primal secrets of his power, the water of wrath and the water of blessing, both from the Ifil River. In a flashback, Oak Tree Mercenaries outpost, their banner flying under a blood-red sky. The Captain Brattle and his men are in full terror, completely overwhelmed by an unseen threat. From the shadows of the forest, a pair of menacing red eyes emerges, fixated on the doomed mercenaries. The attacker is revealed to be a mysterious woman, in a dark, and her face is obscured by shadow, save for a terrifying glowing red smile, to which Brattle screams in horror, realizing this terrifying entity is no mere bandit, and the reflection in his eye captures the crimson glow of his approaching doom. The flashback ends with a final blood-curdling scream, echoing through the night, as the mercenaries are slaughtered back. In the present, the scene shifts to the Katana Trading Company's Grand Branch in the city of Marseille. Inside, Johann inspects the 2 magical flasks given to him by Swetoga, identifying them as the water of wrath and the water of blessing. As he does, Swetoga explains his lifelong, fruitless quest to understand the Ifil River's secrets of life and death, and reveals that it wasn't until Johann's arrival that the river's mysteries began to unravel for him. After that, he details the incredible power of the red flask, which can heal any wound, as long as the victim isn't decapitated. In contrast, the green flask is a deadly poison, capable of melting a person with a single drop, to which our guy is ecstatic to finally own magic items, believing the powerful potions will put his mind at ease for the dangers ahead. Just then, Jan consults with Swelga, confirming she called him because of the prophecy and the recent civilian casualties caused by bandits. She reports that the elite Oak Tree mercenaries were dispatched to handle the situation, but the company has since lost all contact with them, to which he gravely informs the shocked branch manager that the mercenaries already failed their mission. 3 days ago she is stunned into silence by the news that their top-tier group has been defeated. Then, he recounts the prophecy foretold by the Ifil River. The will of the oak tree shall be trampled on by a rock of steel, and concludes that the oak tree mercenaries have, most likely, been wiped out, failing to stop a greater threat that now looms over the city. Recognizing the dire situation, she tells Johann that they must attend a city council meeting, as it is time for him to act under its banner. With a grim expression, he agrees, understanding that his peaceful life is already over. After that, the scene changes to an opulent but empty city council chamber, awaiting the arrival of Marcel's most powerful figures. Soon the various nobles and representatives of Marcel's influential families begin to file into the chamber. Among the attendees is a man with a particularly elaborate and ridiculous mustache, which is revealed. The extravagantly dressed Baron Einbeck, the Van de Vauren, makes a grand entrance, announcing his fashionable lateness. After that, he takes his seat and, with a flourish, calls the council to order. In the name of Marcel and the Emperor. A comedic effect highlights the sheer absurdity of his curled mustache. Johann can't help but internally mock the man's ridiculous mustache, lamenting the number of weirdos in this era. Just then, the true leader of the council prepares to speak, drawing everyone's attention, and the charismatic dark elf introduces himself as Vulaka Ranyenyini, the governor of Marcel. Our guy instantly recognizes the governor's power and resolves to make a good impression to secure his future in the city. Just then, the governor formally welcomes the influential families, thanking them for attending the urgent meeting. Before addressing the bandit issue, he announces his intention to introduce a new noble to the council. The spotlight falls on a nervous Johann, as he is presented as a member of House Yates. Sponsored by Katana, he forces a smile and stammers through a pleasant introduction, promising to do his best, to which the council members give him a lukewarm reception, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and disinterest. Feeling the pressure of the room, he sits uncomfortably, waiting for the real meeting to begin. Baron wastes no time gleefully bringing up the failure of the mercenaries the trading company had hired, and smugly suggests the bandit problem would already be solved if they had simply requested aid from the Holy Empire. His suggestion ignites the anti-emperor faction, whose members furiously argue that the emperor is the cause of the problem and should lower their taxes. In response, the pro-emperor faction erupts, shouting down their opponents and calling their words blasphemous. The two factions devolve into a shouting match, trading accusations about the emperor's schemes and the uselessness of their hired mercenaries. Our guy smiles blandly, completely lost in the political bickering and complaining internally that his ears hurt. Yet his amusement turns to dread as he realizes how many people here are loyal to the emperor, which puts him in grave danger of being exposed. Throughout the chaos, governor remains silent, his calm and unreadable expression a stark contrast to the scene unfolding before him. With a sharp and commanding voice, he finally demands order, and his authority instantly silences the room. A heavy pressure falls over the chamber, as the arguing nobles immediately cease their squabbling, to which our guy is visibly surprised by the governor's absolute control over the volatile council. Ian then clears her throat, preparing to step in and present the governor's official course of action. Speaking on his behalf, she assures the council that he understands their concerns and has formulated a backup plan, and reveals their strategy to form a second subjugation force to bypass the scattered bandits and strike them directly at their source. This bold plan to take the fight to the bandits' home base leaves the council members utterly shocked. Baron Einbeck laughs heartily, praising the governor's wisdom and his loyalty to the emperor's desire for peace. Marcel then renews his offer, stating that the emperor's troops are on standby and can be deployed at a moment's notice. The idea of imperial troops arriving sends Johann into a cold sweat, as he imagines being captured and sent to the guillotine. Governor politely acknowledges the baron's generous contributions and his offer of assistance. However, with a charming smile, he firmly but respectfully declines the emperor's military aid, and cleverly cites the emperor's ongoing struggles with a rebellion in the north, claiming he wishes to lighten his majesty's burden. Instead, he declares that Marcel will handle the threat themselves by organizing a new mercenary force that will include Sir Johann. to which Baron gracefully accepts the decision. Riley, hoping the Emperor will recognize the governor's display of loyalty, our guy breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Thankful that the immediate threat of Imperial soldiers has been averted still. He observes the friendly exchange between the governor and the pro-Emperor Baron, questioning if he is truly safe. Then he remembers what Eldon said, that the Emperor couldn't touch Marcel. Yet here everything is the opposite. As the council meeting concludes, the members are invited to a post-meeting gathering, while others begin to leave. Baron remains seated, watching the proceedings with a thoughtful expression. Just as a startled Argai stands to leave, Governor calls out asking for a private word, and he approaches with a wide, friendly smile. That does little to ease Johann's tension. His mind races as he prepares to flee, convinced that if the governor is pro-emperor, this meeting is a trap, and curses his terrible luck. Fearing his brief respite is over, and that he's about to become a fugitive once more. Just then Governor cheerfully invites him to his office, and Baron watches them go, his expression shifting from flamboyance to cold calculation. After entering his lavishly decorated office, the governor cordially invites him to take a seat. Once they are settled, he begins a subtle interrogation, casually asking him to remind him of his house name, to which Johann awkwardly maintains his cover story, stating he is Johann Yates of House Yates. Vilaco's eyes widen in feigned recognition, exclaiming that he knows of House Yates. To Johann's utter shock, he correctly identifies the fictional house as a real family famous for its liquor, revealing that his bluff was coincidentally true. Proving his point, he produces a bottle of what he claims is the Yates family signature date palm-infused liquor. Then he picks up the one from the two ornate crystal glasses on the table, and with a warm smile he offers a glass to Johann, kindly suggesting it might cure some of his homesickness. Trapped, he has no choice but to accept the drink and play along, thanking the governor as he pours. The governor suddenly watches his every move, gauging his reaction, but he fakes a nostalgic laugh after taking a sip, all while admitting to himself he'd never even heard of the drink before. The governor shares a laugh, pleased that the young man is seemingly enjoying the taste of his supposed home. With the trap set, Vilaco's demeanor shifts slightly, as he casually asks if House Yates has been doing well. His tone turns grave as he mentions the tragedy of the Emperor's recent purge. In the north, the words trigger a painful memory for Johann, who recalls the night his own home was set ablaze, and continues his probing, noting that many survivors of the purge are now scattered across the land. As bandits then mentions that among the purged families, one specific individual is wanted for treason, causing him to tense up. With his eyes turning a dangerous red, he drops the charade and reveals the wanted man's family name. House Yates. Johann attempts one last bluff, feigning ignorance and claiming he's never heard the name before. A close-up on Vilko's crimson eye shows he sees right through the lie, but he lets out a hearty laugh, dismissing his intense line of questioning as mere small talk, and Johann forces a nervous laugh in return. Desperately trying to de-escalate the increasingly dangerous situation, Vilko stands and, with a smile, tells him there's one more thing he should know. Just then he reveals the final piece of his trap. The drink wasn't the famed Yates liquor at all, but just cheap local whiskey. The truth dawns on Johann, whose face contorts in shock, as he realizes his cover has been completely blown. Dropping all pretense of friendliness, his expression turns deadly serious, as he demands they stop the pointless wordplay, and confronts him with his true identity. Johann is completely floored. Realizing his true identity has been exposed, Vilaco turns his back, making a surprising promise not to hand him over to the Emperor. However, he immediately adds a menacing condition. Or maybe I will, leaving our guy trapped in uncertainty. Just then, tense, he demands to know the meaning behind the governor's cryptic threat, to which Velasco calmly explains that his decisions are driven by only one thing, the benefit of Marcel, and elaborates on the city's precarious political balance between the pro and anti-emperor factions. Then adds his intends to use this balance to protect the city, and portrays that right now the most urgent task at hand is the bandit gang. After that, he lays out his terms. Our guy must wipe out the bandits to earn merit and prove his value to Marcel, and threatens him failure means being sent straight into the Emperor's arms. Utterly overwhelmed, he collapses against a wall, his plans for a peaceful life now in shambles. and laments that Marcel, his supposed sanctuary, has become just another shackle, now that Vilaco knows his secret. Haunted by memories of the bloody conflicts he's endured, he realizes he cannot simply run away. With renewed determination, he decides to play the governor's game, vowing to win his favor and finally settle down. Just then Gordon excitedly points out the massive subjugation force that has been assembled, to which he gazes at the impressive army, wondering if this is the force Vilaco gathered, specifically for him together. They watch from the city walls, as the second bandit subjugation force, coming towards them just then. Golden begins to identify the formidable groups present, the dwarven red iron mercenaries, and the holy knights from 2 different monasteries, and he is in awe of the famous big shots gathered, prompting Johann to ask about their reputation, to which he explains that the St. Galanto Monastery is an all-male order of holy knights, known for its alchemy. In contrast, the St. Iana Monastery consists of female, holy knights, who are said to be powerful enough to hunt trolls. Just then, he describes the Red Iron mercenaries as loyal, dwarven warriors masters of siege warfare, who uphold honor and loyalty, and possess an open-minded outlook. After that he points out the arrival of another group, Count Bartok's Elven Knights, famous for their skill and bravery. Our guy dryly comments that elves are typically rude as hell, making his companion flinch at the bluntness. After a quick apology he decides it's time to meet the people he'll be fighting alongside down below. The boisterous Captain Kummel of the Red Iron Mercenaries enthusiastically greets Lady Ian, and she formally introduces Johann as the knight representing the Katana Trading Company in the upcoming battle. Then our guy says he will be in their care. He respectfully declines the captain's offer to speak, casually, citing the importance of upholding Kummel's pride before his men. Impressed by his thoughtfulness, he assures him that his authority is absolute. Regardless, seeing the dwarf's sincerity, he graciously accepts the offer to speak informally. Kummel then turns to the leaders of the Holy Knights to coordinate their movements. For the mission, the commanders of both monasteries agree to move their forces alongside the captain's mercenaries. The commanders are formally introduced as Valian of the St. Iana Monastery and Agandi of the St. Galanto Monastery, to which captain formally expresses his gratitude for their cooperation. Our guy privately appraises the dwarf, noting that he seems like a surprisingly reasonable and decent leader, but his thoughts are cut short when someone suddenly chimes in and asks her why such a large and powerful force was assembled just to fight bandits. It is an arrogant elven knight named Gustav, boasting that his knights alone would have been enough for the task. His smirking subordinates quickly agree, adding that their count must have had a reason for sending them. Just then, Gustav turns his condescending gaze towards Johann, and riding over he addresses him directly, asking if he's the one fighting for the trading company. Our guy maintains his facade, reintroducing himself under the alias Johann of House Yates, to which Gustav scoffs, claiming he's never heard of such a minor and insignificant house, and then points a finger at him, warning the lowly noble not to get in their way or expect any mercy with a cold glare. Johann quietly vows to remember the insult. After that he publicly disrespects Captain Kummel, declaring his knights will not take orders from a shitty dwarf captain. Changing subjects, he arrogantly demands that she prepare a grand send-off feast in his name, and she quickly agrees with a final shout. The pompous elven knights ride away. After that our guy sighs, realizing that dealing with insubordinate nobles is exactly why the captain must so carefully navigate issues of command authority. Despite the obnoxious elves, he feels a shred of hope, believing the army's overall strength should be enough to wipe out the bandits. Just then Iborka hurries over to branch manager with an urgent message. She whispers the confidential information directly into her ear. She turns to Johann, informing him that someone has requested a meeting with him that evening. His first thought is that governor is summoning him again, but her nervous hesitation confirms that the mysterious meeting is with someone else entirely. That night, the subjugation force holds a rowdy feast at their rally point, with soldiers encouraged to eat and drink heartily. The elven knights are in their element, indulging in alcohol and women, claiming it's a disgrace for an elf to refuse. They toast to their future victory, boasting that their swords and courage are all they need, much to the disdain of nearby magic. As he walks to his meeting, our guy reflects that in this world's noble etiquette refusing a drink can be taken as an insult, and knows it's a sign of distrust, an implication that one fears being poisoned by their host. Arriving at a private room, he knocks and is told to come inside. A cloaked figure is waiting. When he asks who requested the meeting, he's simply told to sit. Spotting yet another bottle of alcohol, he mentally complains about the nobility's incessant drinking. He's reminded of the cheap whiskey Vilaco used to test him yesterday, a memory that gives him a headache. Just then the cloaked figure identifies him by name and cuts straight to the point, assuming his only motivation is money, to which our guy feigns a laugh, questioning both the stranger's identity and their rudeness in a dramatic flourish. The figure throws back his hood and announces himself as Baron Einbeck. After that he proudly reveals himself to be a loyal subject of the Holy Empire and a key member of the pro-emperor faction. Our guy is immediately on guard, recognizing the eccentric noble from the council meeting just then. The Baron explains his political view. Marcel claims neutrality but in reality acts in favor of the anti-emperor faction, and smugly asks if he understands his motives now, only to be met with a flat and unimpressed numb. To which Baron is stunned, speechless, by the blunt refusal to engage in his political games. Johann plays dumb, claiming he's not good with complicated matters, and just wants to keep his head down amused. The Baron offers to give him a life lesson, as he prepares to pour a drink, and explains that merchants like the Katana Company required two things above all else: profit and strength. And since the company is backing Johann, Einbeck deduces that he must be their strength. A powerful fighter. Our guy questions the Baron's logic, still clinging to his alias, but the Baron's face darkens, revealing he investigated him and found no such house in any record. To which he is shocked, realizing his cover has been blown for a second time. But Einbeck continues, mentioning the eerily similar name of House 8, which does exist in the records, and recounts the fate of that house, wiped out for treason, in a massacre that killed everyone, down to the last serf. However, he dismisses the name as irrelevant, stating that the company only took Johann in because they saw his strength. Tired of the games, he cuts to the chase, demanding to know what the Baron wants from him. Finally, Baron Einbeck lays his cards on the table. He wants Johann to abandon the bandit subjugation and serve the Emperor in exchange for a greater reward, and dangles the prospect of becoming a core member of the Empire's elite. He also promises Johann a formal knighthood and his own fertile domain if he pledges loyalty with manic excitement. Einbeck justifies that only dazzling glory awaits those who follow the Emperor. Our guy then reveals his cruel philosophy, arguing it's the natural order for the weak to spill their blood for the strong, and claims it is simply the weak's fate to be slaughtered by bandits, which produce disturbing emotions in the Baron, to which he laughs hysterically, believing he and Johann are kindred spirits, who understand that the one who loses is always at fault. A cold, slight smile plays on Johann's lips as he delivers his simple, definitive answer: I refuse. Einbeck is utterly shocked, unable to comprehend the rejection. After that, our guy begins to tell a story of a man who, claiming the Emperor's authority, entered his domain months ago. Then he recounts how this man slaughtered his innocent family and all of his people, and reveals that this man, Sir Karamov, made him a similar offer to become the Emperor's sword. He states that he refused that offer as well, but points out one crucial difference between then and now. And the chilling difference is revealed in a fiery flashback: he died by my hand. The Baron's eyes widen in sheer terror at the unbelievable confession. Just then Johann coldly details how he crushed the head of the Emperor's knight, without hesitation, avenging the serfs who were treated like worms. Stammering in disbelief, the Baron realizes the legendary Sir Karamov is truly dead. Dropping his charade entirely, he confirms his true identity, the sole survivor of the massacred House Aides. The Baron is paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as the horrifying truth sinks in, and says that why Johann do something so foolish. Then, in a sudden, shocking display of power, he crushes the solid pewter cup in his fist and slams his hand down, completely shattering the thick wooden table. Einbeck is left aghast, witnessing firsthand the monstrous strength that could destroy metal and wood with bare hands. Then, our guy declares that he will wipe out the bandits on his own terms, not for the Emperor and not for Marcel, and gives him a final warning if he doesn't keep quiet. The next thing to be crushed will be him. Baron slams the door as he leaves, the sound echoing his fury. Alone in the hall he seethes, enraged, that the Baron thinks he can be so easily manipulated. But his rage is abruptly cut short as a strange, alarming sensation washes over him. His heart feels like it's on fire, and he struggles to breathe, while his vision blurs, and blood begins to pour from his nose. As he falls to his knees, a terrible realization dawns on him. Then he flashes back to the drink the Baron poured, and understands the horrifying truth. It was poison collapsing onto the floor. He curses his own carelessness, shocked to be taken down by such a simple trick. Meanwhile, in the outside of room, Baron's fear has been replaced by a cold, hateful glare wide. Triumphant and utterly terrifying grin spreads across his face. His treachery is success. At the mercenary gathering point outside Marseille, the atmosphere is lively. On the eve of the subjugation mission, within the camp, Gordon finds himself the center of attention, as a group of women playfully tease him for being a skinny, young boy among grizzled mercenaries. He quickly becomes uncomfortable with their affection. Flustered and blushing, he makes a hasty escape from the playful women. They watch him run off, disappointed they didn't get to dress him up all cute. Feeling out of place and scared, he runs through the unfamiliar corridors, calling out for Johann. Worried that Svetluga might also be having a hard time, he begins to cry, desperate to find Johann and return quickly. He finally reaches Johann only to stop short, when he sees him lying unconscious on the ground, his eyes widen in shock and horror at the scene before him just then. He rushes to Johanna's side, screaming his name. Upon finding him collapsed and bleeding on the floor, in a panic he cradles Johanna's head, wondering what happened, and how he could be bleeding so much. Desperate and terrified, he screams for help, certain that his friend is about to die, and pleads with the unconscious Johann to hold on, his voice filled with desperation. Later, a recovered, but still weak, Johann is attended to by a worried Godin. As our guy calls his name, he responds meekly. The scene flashes back to a frantic Godin, pouring the water of blessing from Svetluga down Johann's throat, begging him to drink, returning to the present. He thanks Gordon for saving his life. Gordon replies it was nothing. I panicked, without even realizing you had the water of blessing. He then turns his gratitude to Svetluga, admitting he would have died from the poison, without the water of blessing. Svetluga, however, just chides him for his stupidity, questioning why he would seek out Baron Einbeck, a known member of the pro-emperor faction. He sarcastically chides him, saying that if he's going to be so reckless, he should at least die quickly, to conserve the remaining half of the potion. To this our guy replies, there's still half left, so I'll use it wisely from now on. Svetluga then asks if he managed to capture Baron Einbeck, noting that he is needed to prove the charges of treason. Our guy admits that, by the time he got to the Baron's quarters, the man had already fled in a flashback. An enraged Johann, still suffering from the poison's effects, screams for Baron Einbeck to show himself. Fueled by fury, he and his subordinates charge forward, vowing not to go easy on them for poisoning the liquor. However, one of his subordinates reports that their target seems to have already run away. As our guy scans the empty room, his eyes catch something on the floor. He spots a letter with a distinctive red wax seal lying on the stone floor back in the present. He reveals to Svetluga that, while he didn't catch the Baron, he found something far more important, and he holds up the sealed letter, explaining that it contains documents Einbeck couldn't take with him, detailing the entire incident. To this Svetluga presses for details, asking if this is proof that the Emperor hired the bandits, as rumors suggested, but our guy gravely replies no. Explaining that the documents contain something far more serious. Miles away, a lone rider approaches a fortified gate. Under the light of the full moon, the hooded figure is revealed to be Baron Einbeck, riding swiftly through the forest, and he smirks to himself, confident that by now, Johann Eitz is dead from the poison. Pleased with himself, he believes everything is proceeding exactly as the Emperor intended. He soon arrives at a massive hidden mercenary camp, where guards announce his arrival and clear the way. One of his lieutenants greets him warmly as he dismounts his horse. Then he stands before a massive army of assembled mercenaries, their ranks stretching as far as the eye can see. Addressing his troops, he furiously declares that they are not mere bandits, and proudly proclaims they are the strongest mercenaries of the empire, bound by the emperor's own gold. They are warriors, who swear loyalty to the great emperor, and dazzling glory will be their reward. Then he boasts that he has spent a long time undermining Marcel from within, and now holds all their plans and strategies in his hand. He cackles maniacally, promising that Marcel's forces will fall into chaos and die without ever knowing who their true enemy is. His speech incites a bloodthirsty roar from the assembled mercenary army. After that he raises a fist, reveling in the power of the force he has assembled. Then he delivers his trump card, announcing that His Majesty, the Emperor, has personally sent an imperial court mage to aid them. The mercenaries are stunned, with one wondering aloud if it could be the legendary Kegel of the Crimson Flame. Just then from the shadows, a mysterious clawed figure emerges. A new voice scoffs, insulted at the idea of being mistaken for an ordinary mage. A sinister snake-like woman reveals herself, declaring that she is an imperial court mage, favored by the emperor, and she introduces herself to the stunned army as the imperial court mage Yanina. The mercenaries are shocked to see a snake beastman, murmuring that they've never heard of a mage named Yanina. To this she explains that of course they haven't, as she doesn't wield trivial elemental magic. Instead she ominously declares, "I handle living weapons." The mercenaries stare in confused horror, wondering what living weapons could possibly mean. As if to answer, she uncorks a vial, releasing a vibrant magical essence into the air. With a malevolent grin, she confirms their unspoken fears. The ground trembles as something massive begins to materialize from her spell, and the magical energy coalesces, forming a gargantuan monstrous shape before their eyes. The mercenaries look on, in absolute terror at the creature being summoned. A massive hulking troll looms over the army, summoned by Yanina. One of the soldiers identifies the monster in disbelief. A troll, she smiles sadistically, declaring that her adorable troll will now fight alongside them. Just then Baron Einbach rallies his forces, shouting that tomorrow is the day they will crush Marcel's second subjugation force, and he punches the air, vowing to offer the entire city of Marcel up to the emperor. Just then, the mercenaries roar in unison, cheering for the Holy Empire, and the entire camp erupts in a deafening war cry. Long live the emperor, long live the Holy Empire. Meanwhile, back in his room, a grim Johann has finished laying out his plans. Then he calls for Gordon, who responds at once, and he hands him the sealed documents, instructing him to deliver them only to Governor Vilaco Ranayani and tell no one else. Gordon accepts the letter, understanding that it contains information the governor must verify for himself. Our guy then summons the mercenaries Garan and Khan to his side as they prepare. Swelga wonders in his mind why Yahello River is trying to save that knight, and what he hopes to accomplish through him. On the day of departure, Kumul, the dwarf captain, stands ready before the Marcel gate. Behind him, the second Marcel bandit subjugation force assembles, making their final preparations to march out. Among them the Holy Knights offer a prayer for strength and protection before the coming battle. Meanwhile, Johann Heitz, now a respected commander, rides his warhorse Philip to join the front lines. But before he can, Gordon calls out his name, trying to get his attention, wishing him good fortune. Gordon asks him to please take care of the mage. Svetloga, however, dismisses the boy's concerns, telling him that this isn't his first subjugation operation and that Gordon should worry about himself. Waving goodbye to them both, our guide declares he's off, and rides to join his troops. Then he rides through the ranks of waiting soldiers to meet with the other commanders. At the vanguard, Captain Kumul asks if our guy has arrived, to which he replies that he has and is ready. Soon after, the captain of the subjugation force gives the signal to begin the march. At the signal, he bellows the order for all troops to begin their advance with a final thunderous shout. His command to advance echoes across the field, startling his own second-in-command, while the arrogant elven knights under Gustav's command charge forward, leading the vanguard. As the main force advances, their unit rides far ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust. Johann observes the formation and realizes with some surprise that the dwarf captain has been given command authority. One of Kumul's men sounds a horn, prompting the captain to order him to repeat the signal, and with a final blast he orders all troops to advance toward the bandit territory. Back in Marcel, Vilaco looks out over the city as Jan, the Kitana branch manager, approaches from behind. She happily reports that the subjugation force has finally departed. The city magistrate turns his attention to her to discuss the situation. He holds up a letter sent by Sir Johann, asking if she's already checked its contents. She confirms it was found in Baron Einbeck's room. Just yesterday, Velico expresses his annoyance that this damning evidence appeared in the Baron's room the day before their deployment. However, he expresses doubt about its authenticity. Citing the complex web of grudges between noble houses, she counters, assuring the magistrate that the crest on the letter is unmistakably that of House Einbeck, and she explains that she read the letter herself, confirming Einbeck's involvement. To this, Velico concedes that the combination of the crest and the letter's contents certainly makes the Baron look guilty. She also reports that they tried to press Baron Einbeck for answers, but he had already fled the city, which she believes is further proof of his guilt. Velico, however, remains unconvinced, stating that he still doesn't trust the young knight and is concerned the Katana Company is placing too much faith in him. She defends their decision, asserting that the trading company only sponsors those who are truly worthy of its trust. He seems to accept her answer, but offers a stern warning for her to remember, and cautions her that if Johann's actions shatter the balance within the city, the Katana Trading Company won't be able to avoid taking responsibility for the fallout. With a start, she realizes that his cautious and manipulative nature might mean he belongs to the pro-Emperor faction. Meanwhile, at the pro-Emperor faction's camp, a soldier asks Baron Einbeck if it's true that the subjugation force has set out. To this he grins, confirming he just received word from a messenger, and he gloats, certain that Marcel's forces will fall into their trap, and that the city will soon belong to the Emperor. Imperial Mage Gina and Ducoid Mayhem, head of the faction's special unit, laugh maniacally, ready to simply wait for news of their victory. The Duke disgusts Yanina by declaring that his first order of business in Marseilles will be to patrol the brothels. He then notices Baron Einbeck's pale and worried expression and asks him what's wrong. Sweating, the Baron dismisses his concerns nervously, claiming there's no need to worry. Despite his words, he is clearly terrified about something. Just then he calmly asks Lady Yanina if she has heard anything about Sir Karamov recently, and nervously fishes for information, asking if something went wrong on Karamov's expedition. Like a serious injury, both Yanina and the Duke are baffled by the Baron's strange question. Then Yanina bursts out laughing, calling the idea of Sir Karamov being seriously injured a ridiculous joke. Then she boasts that he is the Empire's strongest swordsman, clad in legendary equipment, representing the very core of their military might. Believing it impossible for anything to happen to a man like that, she dismisses the notion, while a nervous Einbeck can only agree. In a chilling flashback, Einbeck recalls his encounter with Johann, and with a knowing smirk realizes that the young noble's claim of having killed Karamov was false. Back on the battlefield, Johann's sharp senses pick up on something strange, and he comments that it looks like Gustav's elven units swept through the area cleanly. The battlefield is littered with the bodies of bandits, each strangely dissolving into black ash. One of Gustav's knights mockingly tells the arriving dwarves that they're slow as hell. Kuma begins to trade insults with the arrogant elf, leaving our guy completely baffled by their animosity. But he reminds the elf that Johann is a noble and deserves respect. He then menacingly threatens to crush the elf's pointy ears if he doesn't show proper deference. To this, the argument escalates as the knight roars in anger, demanding to know what the dwarf just said. Our guy can only observe with an exasperated look, realizing that elves and dwarves truly do not get along. Finally he interjects, telling the captain that's enough, and the dwarf begrudgingly apologizes. Turning his attention to the elven knight, he asks where everyone went after the battle. The soldier smugly boasts that the valiant Sir Gustav and his knights already wiped the area clean, and explains that their main force is now in hot pursuit of the remaining bandits. After that, he arrogantly declares that all loot and prisoners belong to Sir Gustav, and since the others arrived late, they have no right to a share. At this, Kummel scoffs, telling the pointy ears that the trading company has already paid them handsomely, so they can keep the loot. But as the bickering continues, Johann feels a growing sense that something is seriously wrong. Just then he recalls that these bandits wiped out 500 oak tree mercenaries, yet here they suffered a completely one-sided defeat. His eyes narrow as he realizes, with suspicion, that it looks like the elves didn't take a single casualty. However, his tactical gaze falls upon the nearby forest, which he identifies as the perfect terrain for an ambush. To this, he asks the soldier if they search the surrounding forest, but the elf mockingly asks if he's planning to go hunting. This confirms his suspicions. The bandits retreated on purpose to lure them deeper into a trap. Looking out at the main force, pressing forward towards the forest, he realizes with dread that it's a trap. Kumul, still oblivious, orders his bugler to signal they're moving on, eager to avoid being hassled by the elves, but Johann urgently calls out, telling the captain to stop taking command. He orders the unit into a defensive formation, and for all shooters to concentrate fire on the forest. Both Kamel and the elven soldier are utterly bewildered by the order to attack an apparently empty forest. Johann explains his reasoning, pointing out the dangerous terrain and the high probability of an ambush. Bakuma argues that even if it's true, they can just crush the bandits easily, but our guy sternly reminds him that these are not ordinary bandits. They are the same force that annihilated the famed oak tree mercenaries. He insists they must confirm the forest is clear before the main force advances any deeper. The elven soldier laughs at what he considers nonsense, while Kumul hesitates. The captain worries that if they're wrong, the pointy ears will humiliate them, tarnishing both his and Johann's honor. To this, Johann fiercely declares that if he can trade his honor for the lives of his men, he'll throw it away as many times as it takes. The elf continues to laugh, but Kumul is visibly struck by the young commander's powerful declaration. Bowing his head in respect, the dwarf captain agrees to follow his lead. Our guy reflects on his past failures, realizing it is only his current status as a noble that allows him to persuade them this time. Now fully convinced, Kumul bellows for all troops to form a defensive line, while the shooters ready their weapons to fire. The dwarven soldiers and holy knight archers quickly assume a defensive shield wall formation. Heavy dwarven shields slam into the ground, creating a fortified line. Just then he orders the shooters to direct their fire towards both flanks of the forest. Dwarven cannoneers take aim with their heavy artillery. Then Kumul gives the final command to fire, unleashing a massive volley. Arrows and cannonballs ran down upon the forest, shredding the trees suddenly. The projectiles slammed into something solid, revealing heavily armored figures hidden amongst the trees. The elven soldier stares in shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. Kamel is equally stunned, realizing with dread that there really was an ambush waiting for them. Just then a massive, menacing monster, clad in horned armor, emerges from the woods, making it terrifyingly clear that this is no ordinary bandit gang. On the eve of battle, Johann asks his mercenary allies Garan and Khan if they've ever heard of the Bullhead mercenaries. To this, Khan confirms that the Bullheads are indeed a well-known mercenary group, then elaborates, explaining that they are considered even more expensive and formidable than the infamous wolves of ActionToon. Sensing the gravity of the situation, our guy demands they tell him everything they know about this powerful new enemy. Khan reveals that the Bullhead mercenaries are shrouded in secrecy, command an exorbitant hiring fee, and are highly selective about the jobs they take. He continues, comparing their movements on the battlefield to a herd of enraged bulls. Their primary strategy, he explains, is a devastating penetration tactic that involves charging into the center of an army to collapse it from the inside. Drawing on knowledge from his past life, Johann internally compares their strategy to Germany's Blitz tactics from World War II. A worried Garan asks if this is the elite force they'll be facing tomorrow, and Johann soberly confirms their fears. He then clarifies the stakes, stating that they aren't fighting near thieves, but the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Understanding the danger, Khan strongly advises him to retreat no matter what if they encounter the Bullheads. Then he stresses his point, pleading with Johann to avoid a direct, head-on clash with such a powerful foe. When our guy questions his reasoning, Khan insists they wouldn't stand a chance in a direct fight, mentioning a terrifying rumor. The rumor, he reveals, is that the Bullhead mercenaries can command a monstrous minotaur, a revelation that shocks Johann. Johann listens intently as he has told the legend he only remembered from his childhood. The legend speaks of the fearsome hero slay a minotaur. Just then he recounts the tale of a monster with immense strength and human-like intelligence that slaughtered countless warriors who challenged it. However, Goran, trying to boost morale, dismisses the story as a mere myth, and tells Johan not to worry. Inspired both, he and Khan pledged to risk their lives to cover Johan's retreat, vowing to only accept payment if they survive. Our guy is visibly touched by their loyalty and dedication. With a confident smile he tells them he was already planning to ask for their help. The mercenaries are thrilled, admitting they're eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary enemy even if it's while fleeing, but Johan's expression turns serious as he tells them that while he appreciates their offer, he needs them to do something else entirely. Both can only look on in confusion, wondering what their commander has planned. Meanwhile, from their ambush position, the Imperial mercenaries are perplexed by the subjugation forces' indecisive movements, suspecting their trap has been discovered. Suddenly, the hidden Imperial scouts look up in confusion as a volley of arrows descends from the sky. Johan's surprise arrow attack rains down on the ambushers, catching them completely off guard. With their position exposed, the enemy commander shouts for the bullhead mercenaries to prepare for a full frontal charge, and so the bullhead mercenaries begin their relentless, thundering advance. An officer in a horn helmet appears to rally his troops. As he appears on the field, a volley of arrows strikes him, fueling his fury. Yet every arrow bounces harmlessly off his armor. Just then, at his command, the bullhead infantry advances in perfect unison, an unstoppable wall of iron. In response, the dwarven artillery under Johan's command takes aim and prepares to fire their cannons. The dwarven cannons then unleash a fiery barrage, which explodes amidst the charging bullhead ranks. Undeterred by the artillery fire, the bullhead soldiers continue their disciplined march forward. Their formation remains solid, showcasing their incredible training and resolve. A massive beast-mounted mercenary leads the vanguard, breaking through the smoke and fire, and then he roars in fury, swinging a massive axe as he leads the charge. To this, the heavily armored bullhead infantry follows close behind, their glowing eyes promising a brutal fight. And they rush toward Johan's army, the ground trembling in anticipation of the impending clash. From his position, the dwarven captain, Kumo, grimly watches the enemy advance. Finally, seeing the legendary bullhead mercenaries for himself, our guy realizes that despite his tactics, a frontal collision is now inevitable, and knows he must personally intervene. Riding ahead, he shouts a warning to Captain Kumo to brace for the direct impact of the enemy's charge. Ignoring the danger, he boldly declares that he will find a way to break their charging formation. However, Kumo yells after him in protest, warning that charging in alone is far too dangerous. But Johan pays him no mind. Spurring his horse, Philip forward to meet the enemy vanguard alone. Inspired by his commander's bravery, Kumo turns to address his own troops. He rallies the Red Iron mercenaries, roaring that the bullheads are merely trying to test their might, and they will soon discover just how useless their weapons and armor are. As our hero plunges headlong into the fray, the bullhead soldiers spot Johan. Recognizing him as a knight, and one of the mercenaries scoffs at his audacity, calling him a madman for daring to face them alone, then declares that if he is that desperate to die, they will gladly grant his wish. Yet, moving with astonishing speed and precision, Johan evades the strike and severs the mercenary's head. His invasion sends them into screams of "What is this? Stop that bastard!" A bullhead commander frantically screams at his soldiers to maintain their formation against the disruption. Realizing Johan's objective, the commander orders his men to hold the breakthrough formation at all costs. As he expertly navigates the chaos on his horse, our guy notes that the enemy has figured out his plan. Watching the lone knight's incredible display, a stunned Kumo swears by the sacred dwarf's beard, in amazement, ignoring Johan. The bullhead commander redirects his troops to focus on the dwarven shield wall ahead and prepare to break through. Johan watches with grim determination as the two main forces finally collide. Leading the dwarven charge, Kuma bellows for his warriors to crack the enemy's skulls open. Just then, a bullhead mercenary crashed through Darwin's shields, tearing open the first gap in their formation. As the dwarves surge forward to fill the gap, the bullhead commander rallies his troops, determined to face death with honor. And their maces smashed through the dwarves' heavy shields and crushed their skulls. Just then, one of them notices the dwarves' commander rushing toward him, enraged. Captain Kuma lets out a thunderous war cry and charges into the heart of the enemy. He swings his mighty hammer, severing the leg of the enemy soldier. With the soldier down from losing his leg, he follows up with a strike to the neck. As the bullhead warrior collapses to the ground, the remaining bullhead soldiers stare down their opponents, their discipline unbroken even in the brutal melee. Just then the dwarven captain roars, rallying his comrades as he raises his weapons. Even their enchanted weapons begin to glow with fiery power. Kumel bellows for his warriors to drench their burning weapons in the blood of their enemies. Surveying the battle, Johann sees the dwarves holding their own and smiles, confident that he doesn't need to worry about that flank with the dwarven line secure. His expression hardens as he turns his focus to his true objective, and he charges directly at the imposing bullhead commander, initiating a head-on clash between leaders. The battle rages as Johann charges head-first into the enemy line on his warhorse Philip. The bullhead mercenaries spot the lone rider, shouting a warning as the knight approaches. Their commander Numeros is enraged that some nobody dares to challenge him. One of his soldiers identifies the knight, trying to break their formation, mockingly calling him an idiot soaked in hero fantasies, and eagerly asks Numeros for permission to face the charging knight. Numeros, the captain of the 100, scoffs, but grants his squad leader the chance to fight. The imposing figure of the bullhead captain looms over the battlefield. With his captain's permission, the Minotaur squad leader orders his men to tear Johann to pieces. However, our guy moves with blinding speed, instantly smashing through the squad leader's helmet. And yeah, that guy lasted about 3 seconds. Not exactly squad leader material. Before the other mercenaries can even react, he cuts down the entire squad with ease. The remaining soldiers are left in shock, unable to believe their squad leader was eliminated so quickly, now facing the main force. Johann smirks, realizing the rumors about the bullhead mercenaries having actual minotaurs are true. Then he recalls Khan's earlier warning about the mercenaries' legendary minotaur, so he boldly calls out to the mercenary captain, ready for a direct confrontation. In response, bullhead captain steps forward, demanding that Johann get off his horse. Our guy is momentarily taken aback by the sudden and bizarre command, however. The captain smirks, threatening to chop him into pieces, while warning that his horse might get hurt. Bold words for someone who clearly hasn't seen what Johann just did to his squad. His overconfident cronies immediately begin calling dibs on the knight's armor and boots. Just then our guy dismounts, calmly stating he wouldn't want his horse, which is named after his brother, to get hurt, with a confident grin. He adds that if he wins he'll be making a stew out of the half-minotaur's tail. Provoking his opponent further, he calls the beastman a get-set-looking bastard, and tells him to come at him. And honestly, even the minotaur has no idea what that insult means. With the taunts exchanged, Johann prepares for their one-on-one duel. Without warning, the beastman lunges forward in a fierce charge, and lets out a furious roar. As they close the distance, the beastman lifts his axe, ready to deliver a crushing blow. However, Johann fluidly dodges the powerful swing. Using his superior speed to his advantage, he lands gracefully, analyzing his much larger, slower opponent, roaring in frustration. The half-minotaur brings his full weight to bear. Johann leaps back, narrowly avoiding the axe as it smashes into the ground. As he continues to evade, he sizes up the challenge before him and grits his teeth, realizing the insane difference in their weapons' reach is a huge disadvantage. Fighting an axe that big with a short weapon is basically playing on nightmare difficulty. The half-minotaur then unleashes a powerful, spinning attack, forcing Johann to keep his distance. He knows that if the massive axe so much as grazes him, he'll be cut in half. Our guy continues to backpedal, searching for an opening in the relentless assault. Regret flashes across his face as he wishes he'd brought his powerful sword. Crest recover frustrated. The half-minotaur yells at him to stop dodging and fight properly, but as he boasts about giving his opponent a death befitting a knight, his overconfidence creates an opening. Johann's eyes light up as he spots the momentary lapse in defense. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward, closing the distance in an instant, and swinging his sword it strikes low, targeting the groin. And yep, Johann just used the most illegal move in medieval history. Not exactly the heroic move, but definitely effective. The surrounding mercenaries can only cringe in shared agony at the unorthodox and brutal tactic. blinded and overwhelmed by the spicy attack. The half-minotaur is completely incapacitated. He drops his massive axe, wincing from the pain. He slowly drops to his knees, struggling for each breath. Just then Johann lunges at him from behind. He leaps into the air, raising his mace, and declares that it's time to end the fight. Meanwhile, with the enemy commander down, Kummel orders his dwarves to press the attack and break the bullhead's iron horns. The dwarves charge forward, ready to overwhelm the demoralized mercenaries. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Holy Knight Commander Aganti rallies his men to begin their own assault. Asking God for forgiveness, he and his knights consume a mysterious blue potion. Preparing for a bloody fight, the bullhead mercenaries spot the approaching knights. Confused by their sudden appearance, panic sets in as they recognize the dreaded Holy Knights from the St. Galanto Monastery, who are now glowing with a terrifying blue aura. Now in a berserker state, the Holy Knights unleash a whirlwind of violence upon the enemy. A command to stay sharp rings out as the battle intensifies. Empowered by the potion, one of the Holy Knights moves with supernatural speed, cutting down a bullhead soldier. A mercenary screams, calling them crazy, drugged-up bastards. Just before leaping and raising his weapon, Commander Valiant slices him midair, her eyes cold and focused amid the chaos. After that, the mercenary crashed to the ground. Valiant helps her fellow commander, Aganti, to his feet, reminding him that people still need his help. Now fully consumed by the potion's effects, he declares that screams are hymns, and blood is holy water, for the light is with them. Despite the onslaught, the bullhead mercenaries desperately try to hold their ground. They cling to the hope that their captain, Numeros, will defeat the lone knight and return to save them. Suddenly a helmet flies through the air, landing right in front of their line. They watch in horror as their defeated half-minotaur commander stumbles forward carrying Johann's mace. The beastman is clearly defeated, breathing heavily as he approaches them. Johann calmly stands over the kneeling half-minotaur and asks if he has any last words. Confused, the half-minotaur asks if he is a fabled hero slayer. The remaining bullhead mercenaries look on, in utter disbelief, their morale completely shattered. The beastman begs for his life, but Johann coldly replies that he needs his tail to make stew. I believe at this point, our guy is less interested in honor and more interested in dinner. Desperate, he claims killing him won't help Johann's honor, because he isn't a true minotaur. Johann is clearly confused, having no idea what his opponent is talking about. The half-minotaur explains that as a half-blood, he's not as strong or smart as a pure-blood, so his defeat isn't some great achievement. However, our guy remains unimpressed and confused by the strange plea. Dismissing the talk of achievements, he turns his attention to the captured soldiers. He then singles out a bugler from the enemy ranks and gives him a command. The terrified bugler and his comrades look on as Johann prepares to deliver his message. He orders the bugler to inform the advance forces that their army has been defeated. Hearing this, the captured half-minotaur realizes his side is completely and utterly screwed. Just then, our guy turns back to the beastman and scoffs, calling him a half-born gift, set with a menacing look. He demands the half-minotaur serve as a witness and tell only the truth. The terrified half-minotaur can only respond with, "I defeated him." Move on another part of the battlefield. The main bullhead force tries to rally, still believing Lord Numeros will come to their aid, but their desperate hopes are interrupted by the sound of their own army's bugle call. The soldiers listen in horror. Realizing the impossible has happened, their captain lost to a single knight. Kummel, the dwarf commander, taunts them from across the field, confirming that their captain got wrecked by his knight. With a triumphant roar, he orders his own bugler to sound the victory call, celebrating the first major win of the battle. News of the victory soon reaches the Katana Trading Company branch, back in the city of Marseille. Jens Aid cheerfully informs Governor Velico that the suppression force has won its first victory. The governor smiles confidently, assuming that the elite elven knights he supported were responsible for the good news. However, she clarifies that, unfortunately, they've lost all contact with the elven knights. Velico leaps from his chair in a rage, demanding to know what happened. He can't comprehend how his prized elven knights could possibly lose to what he believes are mere bandits. Jens Aid reminds him of Johann's report that they weren't facing bandits, but a mercenary group hiding its identity. She then presents the governor with a document that has just arrived from the battlefield. It's a full confession from the bullhead mercenaries, detailing how they were instigated by the traitorous Baron Einbeck. Vileco is left utterly speechless as he reads the damning evidence against his political rival. When she mentions the captain of the 100, he clarifies that she's referring to the Minotaur. The governor begins to sweat, realizing that for them to have a confession, the formidable Minotaur must have been captured alive, and wonders aloud who in the world could possibly accomplish such an absurd feat. With a smug smile, she confirms that there is indeed someone who did exactly that. The hero of the hour is of course Johann. Standing victorious before his captured enemies, returning to the outpost after his victory, Johann is immediately greeted by his allies. Swetelga offers a calm welcome, while an overjoyed Goiden rushes forward to celebrate with his master, showing concern for Argai's injuries. Sage tells him not to strain himself by getting up. Goiden, however, excitedly launches into a recap, telling Johann he's heard all about his heroic deeds on the battlefield and dramatically reenacts the battle, claiming our hero took down 50 men with a single swing of his mace. Yeah? He is clearly not the most reliable historian. Embarrassed, he tries to downplay the story, yet secretly wishes Gordon would praise him even louder for the governor to hear. Classic Johann. Acting humble while hoping the governor is listening, but the celebration is interrupted by the dwarf captain, Kumel, who booms that Sir Johann absolutely deserves every bit of praise he's getting. The captain then begins to passionately recount Johann's charge against the enemy and declares that the courageous charge single-handedly inspired the dwarves and set their hearts ablaze. With a proud thumbs up, he proclaims that his valor will be a legendary example for all dwarves to follow. Our guy gratefully accepts the flattery, internally celebrating that such high praise will surely earn him favor with Governor Vilaco. Just then, Holy Knight commanders Agandi and Valiant arrived, admitting that while Johann's strength was formidable, it was his tactical genius that had truly astonished them. They offer their blessings and thank him, acknowledging that his strategy saved them from walking directly into an ambush. Valiant adds that she was particularly moved by his character, especially his mercy in sparing the half-minotaur. Commander Argai brushes off the compliment, claiming the half-minotaur wasn't much of a threat, and that there was simply no need to kill him. But she recalls the creature's overwhelming power, noting that a head-on fight would have been hopeless, even for the Holy Knights. She then muses that an ordinary knight, faced with such a powerful surrendered foe, would have certainly chosen a different path. Instead of showing mercy, they would have cut off its head to claim the glory of being a hero slayer. Smiling warmly, she expresses how genuinely impressed she is that he resisted the temptation of easy fame and chose virtue instead. Johann begins to sweat, finding the praise a bit excessive, as he struggles to maintain his humble act, and awkwardly deflects, saying he only kept the half-minotaur alive out of necessity, which only makes the Holy Knights view him as even more humble. Swetoga, however, cuts through the charade with a dry comment, questioning if Johann is aware of how many people the half-minotaur actually killed. The sage watches him, knowingly remarking that when humility goes too far, it just becomes awkward for everyone. And just like that, he completely ruins Johann's humble hero performance. Cornered, our guy chooses to graciously accept the praise, as his allies step forward, showing their respect. Satisfied, Kumel laughs and rallies the troops to reorganize, preparing to crush Baron Einbeck's forces. But just as they prepare to move, Johann spots a figure in the distance, silencing the captain mid-sentence. A lone battered elven knight stumbles into the camp before collapsing from exhaustion. Camel recognizes him as a messenger from Sir Gustav's vanguard, noting that his wretched state is a very bad sign. At the last moment, the elf's strength gives out and he sinks to his knees. Desperately, he pleaded for immediate reinforcements. The messenger's terrifying words echoed in Johann's mind. They had been attacked by a troll. The scene flashes back to Sir Gustav's arrogant knights, chasing fleeing bandits through a dark river. Confident in their superiority, the knights relentlessly pursue their prey. They charge through the water, closing the distance on the seemingly helpless bandits. The bandits appear to be nothing more than a disorganized rabble, easily herded, and so the knights make quick work of them, cutting them down with ease. One knight effortlessly slays a fleeing bandit. a clear showcase of their superior skill. Within moments the riverbed is littered with the bodies of the vanquished. Sir Gustav and his main retinue observe the aftermath of their swift, anticlimactic victory. One of his knights complains that the fight was too easy to even be exciting. His companion laughs, reminding him they were only there to repay a debt, not to fight an honorable battle. The knights grumble amongst themselves, complaining about having to act as debt collectors for a trading company on the orders of Count Bardik. Ignoring their complaints, Gustav orders them to keep chasing, eager to claim the spoils of war. He then rallies all his troops for the final push against the remaining stragglers, and commands his men to pursue and annihilate every last one of them, and his follow-up order is to strip the dead of anything valuable. It even includes a warning that any soldier caught keeping loot for themselves will be punished with their orders given. The elven knights surge forward to finish the job, while the main force moves on. Gustav and his personal guard remain behind. He decides to let his men handle the cleanup, while he and his officers rest and check their equipment. One of the guards comments that he didn't know there was a place like the one near Marcel. Gustav scoffs, noting that the creepy place is a perfect hideout for bandits, whom he calls filthy sewer rats. Suddenly the ground beneath them cracks and trembles, as if it were alive, sensing an approaching presence. Gustav turns to see who is coming. He casually assumes it's just one of his soldiers, returning early from the pursuit, but instead a terrified, blooded soldier stumbles out of the mist, desperately trying to warn him. Before the man can finish his warning, he is violently crushed by an unseen monster. Reacting instantly, Gustav draws his sword. Preparing for a fight, he stares in shock and horror, struggling to comprehend the sudden, brutal attack. Then the colossal form of a troll looms out of the mist, revealing the true nature of the trap. And just like that, the easy victory turns into an absolute nightmare. Turns out the bandits weren't running away. They were bait. The monster lets out a terrifying, earth-shaking roar back in the present. The messenger confirms that the bandits vanished just before the troll appeared, springing their deadly trap. Johann realizes the enemy's plan was to lure them deep into their territory, yet he's shocked to hear of a troll, a detail that was never mentioned in Einbeck's intelligence. The messenger urgently reports that the three commanding knights of Bardik are still trapped with the monster. He collapses at their feet, begging the commanders to save his comrades. Uncertain, Kummel turns to the holy knights for their input on the dangerous situation. Valiant states that, while their creed compels them to help, the final decision rests with the dwarf captain. As the overall commander, Johann interjects, asking Valiant to describe a troll so they can make an informed tactical decision. Her expression turns grim as she admits she's only ever defeated a troll with divine assistance, and explains that without the help of a god, a troll is an enemy that humans simply cannot defeat. She then describes its hide as tougher than rock and its muscles stronger than steel, rendering most attacks useless, which basically means fighting this thing is closer to suicide than a battle. Its monstrous strength, born from its overwhelming size, is simply terrifying, and clarifies that its raw power is far beyond what any human body can withstand. Another flashback shows a knight's sword striking the troll's hide, only to bounce off without leaving a scratch. And most horrifying of all, she concludes, is its supernatural regeneration. Even if a wound is inflicted, it heals in mere seconds. The young knight Lauren watches in terror, unable to believe his attack had no effect. His commander screams at him to snap out of his shock and retreat before the troll can retaliate. Back in the present, hearing the dire explanation, Johann and Valiant fall into a heavy silence. The elven messenger desperately pleads with them again, crying that they are out of time. Our guy asks her if she go, and she confirms she will, but only if Kummel allows it. However, she adds a grim reality check: even at full speed, they would likely arrive, only to find the knights already dead. Upon hearing this, the messenger's face fills with absolute despair. Kummel steps forward, sighing as he prepares to deliver his final judgment. He apologetically informs the elf that he cannot authorize a rescue party. He then justifies this decision by stating their main mission is unfinished, and that a rescue attempt would be a suicide mission, with no guarantee of success. Just as the elf loses all hope, Johann speaks up, addressing the captain. To everyone's shock, he firmly declares, "I'll go." The messenger is stunned, while the captain warns him that this is not a decision to be taken lightly. Our guy protests that, with brave warriors like they are here, he thinks it will not be a serious problem if he, the one who steps away, and insists if they are sending a rescue party, he will go in now. He looks like the bravest knight in the entire army, but the captain says that this mission is meaningless, even if doing it puts his own life in danger. Just then Johan cuts him off, powerfully asking, but what if they're still alive? And he states that he cannot stand by and watch them die. He then passionately argues that, if even one of them is still alive, then a rescue attempt is worth it. His apparently selfless and noble declaration moves Valiant to tears. He then kneels before the captain, formally volunteering for the dangerous mission, his resolve finally broken by this display. Camel lets out a frustrated huff. He relents and admits that Johan is full of surprises, before finally agreeing to organize the rescue party. Watching from the side, Golden is overcome with emotion, marveling at the sheer nobility of his master's character. Right now, everyone believes Johan is risking his life, purely out of honor. Swelga, however, is completely unfazed, remarking that to him, Johan's true motives are perfectly obvious. Internally, Johan calculates his odds, reasoning that since elf knights are strong, a swift rescue might just be possible. His thoughts then turn to the real prize. These particular elves are from the wealthy region of Irangs. And revealing his true motivation, he fantasizes about the massive reward he'll demand for rescuing the rich nobles. In a dark room, Baron Einbeck's faction receives a dispatch, a burning note, confirming that their trap for the elf knights has succeeded. Duke It Mayhem, a co-conspirator, laughs sadistically at the news of the elf's misfortune. A truly vile reaction. He then gloats that wiping out the knights will destroy the political relationship between Marcel's magistrate and the Iron's region. However, Court Mage Yanina swiftly shuts him down, warning him not to celebrate prematurely. She points out their plan's failures. They didn't lure in the main force, and the expensive bullhead mercenaries inexplicably surrendered. It seems their master plan wasn't so perfect after all. She then narrows her eyes, pondering what could have possibly caused such a well-funded mercenary group to surrender so easily. A sweating Baron Einbeck dismisses the mercenaries as disposable, though it's a claim even he doesn't seem to believe. A small chibi version of Janina appears bluntly, asking if he just made that up on the spot. To change the subject, the Baron reveals a letter with a green wax seal, claiming his true plan lies elsewhere. He then turns the conversation back to her, asking if her troll is performing as expected. He voices his only concern, that the elves might use their known weakness, fire, to counter the troll. Yanina, however, confidently explains her strategic genius, revealing she stationed the troll in a humid swamp, where torches won't even light. A clever move, designed to nullify the elves' only known counter. Duke Mayhem wholeheartedly agrees, convinced that there's nothing left to worry about. She then concludes her chilling explanation, stating that unable to even light their torches, the elves will meet their fate in the abyss of darkness. The scene shifts to that very dark and foreboding swamp, where her trap has been laid. As Johan's rescue party arrives, he notes how well Valiant's lantern burns, despite the damp conditions. Curious about the magical flame, he asks her for its name. She proudly explains that the magical light is Yena's fire, a form of holy magic unique to her order. And she elaborates that it's a spell, passed down through generations, and is primarily used for exterminating monsters. Johan then confirms with her that they have successfully used this fire to hunt trolls in the past. She affirms this, explaining that Yena's fire has the unique ability to suppress a troll's powerful regeneration. With a confident smile, she credits the sacred flame for their past victories over the formidable beasts. This is the one variable the villains clearly didn't account for. Johan presses further, asking how it's different from ordinary fire. To this she explains that the fire cannot be extinguished by water, and will burn its target to the very end, purify it. She then emphatically declares it a true cleansing fire. Our guy is stunned, realizing from the description that this holy magic is essentially white phosphorus from his old world. In other words, a horrifyingly effective weapon. As they ride on, Johan praises her, admitting that he's impressed by her skills in holy magic and swordsmanship, not to mention her incredible stamina. She laughs, humbly attributing her own strength to nothing more than divine grace and rigorous daily training. Just then he confesses that he was worried about their small rescue party, but feels reassured now that she is accompanying them. After that, he outlines a simple strategy. They won't fight the troll head-on, but will instead draw its attention, just long enough to rescue the knights. In his mind, he scoffs at the idea of the proudful elves fighting a regenerating monster, assuming they're smart enough to be hiding somewhere. Ironically, the elven knight Gustav is shown screaming at his terrified troops to maintain their formation and not hide, a classic example of pride getting in the way of survival. Driven by a thirst for glory, he orders his men to charge the troll and seize honor for themselves. The monstrous troll lets out a low growl, preparing to meet their foolish charge. Back with the rescue party, Johan's divine Wolf, Karamov, suddenly begins barking frantically. As Johan notes that the Wolf has found something, she comments on the strangeness of him, naming his divine beast after the infamous Sir Karamov. Just then the party is startled, as the Elven Knights' horses come stampeding out of the woods riderless. Valiant voices their collective confusion, wondering why the horses are running free. A blood-curdling scream from the direction of the fight confirms his worst fears. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his prediction was wrong, and that the idiotic elves had been fighting the troll this entire time. His logical assumption about their strategy was completely shattered. Valiant, however, sees a silver lining, excitedly declaring that the sound of fighting means the knights are still alive, and warns him that her current holy flame is too weak to handle a troll, and asks for a moment to prepare a stronger spell. With a fierce grin, he announces that he'll charge in first, to buy her the time she needs. A panic, she yells after him, trying to clarify that she didn't mean for him to face the troll alone. Ignoring her, he orders Karamov to round up the loose horses. As he gallops towards the battle, she just watches him as he disappears into the distance. Taking command, she then orders her sisters to focus their power to help her conjure a stronger Yenna's fire. Just then she firmly plants her great sword into the swampy ground, beginning the ritual. Kneeling, Valienne begins a solemn prayer to her patron saint, Ina, beseeching her for aid. As she prays for the souls in need of salvation, the holy fire in her lantern burns brighter and more intensely. She and her knights create a ritual circle, their combined prayers calling upon their god to grant them a holy flame. Meanwhile, amid the chaos of battle, the troll swings his massive fist, aiming to crush the knight before him. However, the elven commander sidesteps, narrowly dodging the attack, but the troll raises his arm once more, preparing to strike. As the monster brings its colossal fist crashing down, aiming to crush him, Gustav manages to land a desperate slice on the troll's hand, drawing blood, and skillfully dodges back, avoiding the full impact of the crushing blow. Tears of exertion and frustration well up in his eyes as the desperate fight continues, but to his horror, the deep gash on the troll's hand regenerates in an instant, a truly hopeless sight. He curses in frustration, realizing the futility of his attacks against the monster's healing. As the troll roars before him, the overwhelming difference in power becomes terrifyingly clear. In a desperate attempt to rally his troops, Gustav shouts that the fight isn't over yet. However, his men are utterly broken, their morale shattered by the relentless assault. He gasps for breath, recognizing that he and his comrades are completely exhausted. Standing almost alone against the beast, he realizes their only option is to maintain a hopeless standoff. Suddenly, the clang of a sword hitting the water breaks his concentration. Gustav whips his head around in alarm, calling out the name of his comrade Laurent. The defeated knight tells his commander to leave him behind, admitting he can't fight any longer, and urging him to escape with the remaining men. A heartbreaking moment of sacrifice. Gustav screams in defiance, refusing to abandon his knight, but before he can act, the troll notices his comrade and raises his hand, preparing to grab Laurent by the head. Gustav screams his friend's name. In pure agony and horror, Laurent closes his eyes, bracing himself for death. Then his eyes catch a glimpse of something falling from above, and he looks up in confusion. He stands frozen, trying to process what he's seeing. A spear suddenly impales the troll's head, bursting through its jaw with tremendous force. An incredibly brutal but perfectly timed rescue. The troll recoils, a massive spear embedded deep within its skull. The surviving elf knights are stunned, wondering who in the world could possess the strength to pierce the troll's tough hide. A soldier calls out to Sir Gustav, pointing towards the newcomer. Johann charges into the clearing on his warhorse, spear in hand, screaming, "Don't just stand there blankly." With a ferocious roar, he again screams at the dumbfounded elves to stop staring and run for their lives. He's not here to make friends. He's here to get them out alive. At the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch, a late-night meeting is underway. Inside, Governor Vulaco and branch manager Ian are discussing a mysterious development. The governor holds up a sealed document, wryly calling it a letter from the ghosts. The letter, bearing the seal of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, requests that the Marcel Gate be opened at midnight. Jan immediately suspects Baron Einbeck is behind the ploy, a sentiment he readily shares. He recalls how the Oak Tree Mercenaries were the first subjugation force dispatched from Marcel. They all set out to wipe out the bandits. However, they were ambushed. Not by bandits, but by the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Caught completely off guard, the entire Oak Tree mercenary group was annihilated, a complete and utter massacre. And he believes the Baron used the crest of the dead, brittle, to forge the letter. Deducing the letter is a trap, he muses that it's a clear deception, meant to breach Marcel's defenses. To this she agrees, stating that even if there are survivors, their identities must be confirmed first, and wisely advises against opening the gates tonight, suggesting they wait until morning. Having already anticipated this, he calmly agrees that they are of the same mind. In fact, he reveals, he has already given the guard captain strict orders not to open the gates under any circumstances, and confidently declares that no danger will breach Marcel's walls this night. His confidence is absolute. Meanwhile, miles away at the subjugation forces camp, Gordon prays for Johann's safe return. He asks for a blessing to make Johann's steps holy and protect him from the fangs of the impious. A voice suddenly interrupts his prayer, asking if he's worried about Johann. Startled, Gordon turns to find the sage. Swedloga has appeared in their camp. He expresses his fear, telling the sage that a troll is not an opponent a human can defeat alone. Swetha confirms his fears, stating that killing a troll requires the strength of an entire legion. However, he calmly tells the worried young man that there is no need for concern. He reminds him that Johann possesses the two magical waters from the Ifeel River. Gordon's face lights up at the memory of the potent water of blessing and water of wrath. As the scene shifts back to the swamp, the sage's voice explains that when the water of wrath is applied to a weapon task, it can inflict fatal damage upon its target, and he also declares that Johann will use it wisely. At that moment, our hero hurls his spear with deadly precision. His spear pierces the troll's neck with a sickening crunch. He then screams at a stunned Sir Gustav to pull his men back, while he has the beast's attention. Riding his warhorse, he charges through the swamp, creating an opening for the elves. He realizes that relying on his own strength alone, he can pierce its thick hide. His only goal is to buy time for the knights to escape, having completely forgotten that he possesses the water of wrath. In the heat of the moment, his most powerful weapon has slipped his mind, but his plan is immediately thrown into chaos by an unexpected development. Spurred on by Johann's bravery, the arrogant Leon recklessly lunges forward and shouts, "Gustav, this is our chance to put an end to it." Johann sees with frustration, cursing the elven knight's suicidal idiocy, a completely reckless move that jeopardizes everyone. Gustav tries to warn his comrade to fall back, but it's already too late. Leon shouts that if a mere human can face the beast, then so can they. However, the troll strikes him with a powerful fist, sending him flying through the air and crashing him into a sturdy tree. In the moment of collision, blood erupts from his mouth. A brutal, devastating blow. Furious that they're throwing away the very chance he created, Johann curses the elves for their stupidity. The troll rips the spear from its neck in a single, powerful effort and hurls it into the air. It falls into the water, creating a massive splash. Johann lunges forward on his warhorse to fight the troll with a fierce roar. He tries to engage the troll. He rides directly at the troll, making himself the sole target. His strategy is simple: keep the troll focused on him, and him alone. He reasons that buying time for the others to escape is the best option, as he would rather not face the troll in a fight to the death, determining his next strike. He takes careful aim and hurls another spear, hitting the troll's leg to halt its advance. As the troll roars in pain, He feels a brief sense of victory, believing he has sealed its mobility. The troll, however, is merely enraged by the attack. Before Johann can create any distance, the monster lunges and grabs him right off his horse. Sir Gustav can only scream in horror as he witnesses his capture. Johann finds himself trapped in the troll's crushing grip. Panicked, he realizes his fatal mistake. He got too close. A single miscalculation has cost him dearly. As the troll lifts him high, ready to deliver the final blow, he resigns himself to his fate, thinking and done for at that same moment. Near the city of Marseille, a line of approaching torches breaks the darkness. On the horizon, a lone guard on the walls of Marseille spots the distant lights. He raises a spyglass to his eye, trying to identify the approaching group. Through the lens he sees a column of soldiers, wondering if the subjugation force is returning. His blood runs cold, however, as he recognizes the banner of the Oak Tree mercenaries. He stumbles back in terror, crying out, "Ghosts!" He knows they were all reported dead. The sight is simply unbelievable. With dawning horror he realizes the governor's dire prediction has come true. An alarm rings, and all the soldiers assemble at the gate to defend the walls and stop them from entering. Hearing the commotion, Governor Vellico turns to Ian and calmly states, "So they've come, believing they may be real survivors." She prepares to send a messenger to confirm their commander's identity, but a voice from the shadows declares, "There is no need for that." As the office door is suddenly thrown open, both Belacco and Jan are completely shocked by the sudden, unauthorized intrusion. An imposing figure steps into the governor's office. It is Brattle, the supposedly deceased captain of the Oak Tree mercenaries, who mocks their shocked expressions. A shocking and impossible sight. Flanked by his soldiers, he announces that since they were looking for him, he decided to come to them himself. A terrified Yin can only stammer, asking how they can possibly be alive when they were all reported dead. With a sigh, Brattle admits his loyalty now lies with the Holy Empire and its gold. Velasco's face darkens with the horrible realization. The Oak Tree mercenaries were bought off by the traitor, Baron Einbeck. This explains everything. Jan clenches her teeth, disgusted by the mercenary captain's blatant betrayal. Brattle then makes his declaration of conquest. As of this moment, Marseille is under the control of the Holy Empire. The trap has been sprung. Back in the swamp, Johann's eyes widen in a final desperate struggle. Sir Gustav screams in despair as he watches the horrific scene unfold. The troll slams Johann down into the water with overwhelming brutal force. The impact creates a massive explosion of water, completely obscuring the view. The horrified elven knights cry out his name, believing him to be lost. Tears of shock and disbelief stream down Gustav's face. Seeing Johann's body floating lifelessly in the water, a devastated Sir Gustav declares him dead. A heartbreaking sight. A flashback reveals that under the pale moonlight, the command is given to hold their position. The Oak Tree mercenaries, now traitors to Marseille, prepare for their assault on the city. With an order to light it up, the mercenaries ready their torches for the attack. A mercenary commander scoffs at Marseille's forces, confident that they are following the Baron's plan. To the letter he sneers, certain that, no matter what defenses are mounted at the main gate, his forces will get inside. Meanwhile, inside Marseille, the city guard scrambles to defend the main wall, completely unaware of the treachery unfolding within their ranks. The turncoats' true plan is revealed as bribed guards begin to open a secret underground water passage. One of the traitors opens the hidden entrance from within, granting the enemy clandestine access to the city. With a fanatical cry of "Long live the Holy Empire!" the guard boldly greets the mercenaries, but he is immediately silenced by a crossbow bolt to the head, and Oak Tree mercenary declares "Long live the Emperor," confirming their allegiance as he silences the now useless guard. The mercenary then glances back, ensuring the infiltration is proceeding smoothly. He then reports to his captain Brattle that the bribed guards have been dealt with. Brattle, the treacherous leader of the Oak Tree mercenaries, calmly acknowledges the successful infiltration and coldly justifies killing his accomplice, stating that a traitor who sells out for a few coins has no place in the empire. He then rallies his men, announcing their objective: to take the entire city of Marseille. After that, he orders a subordinate to capture the city's commander, while the main guards are distracted at the wall, and with a determined look, He leads the rest of his force to confront the city governor directly. The scene shifts to the present. Governor Velasco glares silently as Brattle and his traitorous mercenaries storm the office. Just then Brattle offers the governor a false promise, stating they will preserve his authority if he cooperates. However, the Kitana branch manager, Yon, furiously calls out Brattle for his blatant hypocrisy. To this Brattle simply claps, mockingly applauding her nerves of steel. He then warns her not to test his patience, reminding her that trading companies always profit by backing the winner. Just then he announces that Marcel's guard commander has been captured, leaving the city's forces without a leader. With that, he presents Governor Velasco with a prepared document, stating that he isn't asking too much. Having seized control, he demands the governor write an order for the subjugation forces. He then specifies the order's contents. All troops are to cease combat and surrender, and his final demand is a sworn oath of loyalty to the emperor. Governor Velasco stares back impassively as he threatens that compliance is the only way to avoid bloodshed. The scene shifts to the swamp, where Johan's seemingly lifeless body floats, face down in the water. Meanwhile, the troll looms over Sir Gustav's remaining vanguard. As they continue their futile struggle, it lets out a ferocious growl, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on its battered prey. Just then Gustav desperately orders Laurent and decides to sacrifice himself, telling him to take the wounded knight and fall back, while he buys them time. But Laurent refuses to abandon his commander, insisting he will stay and fight alongside him. Gustav ignores him, ordering another soldier to get the wounded knight away. Immediately just then, he screams Laurent's name and shouts that it's an order, not from a friend but from a superior. Urging him to live, he then gives his final, desperate command, go now. After that, he turns to face the monstrous troll alone. Ready for his last stand, he braces himself, sword at the ready, and challenges the monster. He screams for an honorable death in the heat of battle. The troll responds by unleashing a devastating energy blast from its mouth as the battle rages. Johan's body sinks deeper into the murky swamp, his life fading away as he fades. He recalls his master, Kagel's first rule: run from an enemy you cannot defeat. He then remembers the second part of the creed: if you must fight one, then you must kill them. A vision of Kagel's grinning face flashes in his mind. His master's final words echo through his consciousness. Never die, Johan. Floating in the abyss, he apologizes, believing he has finally reached his limit. Blood pours from his grievously wounded body, clouding the water around him. Surrounded by the bodies of slain elves, his own body grows numb, too tired to move. He gives in to despair, accepting that this is the end. As his heart begins to fail, he reflects on how painful his life has been, and he feels it slowing to a stop. Believing the end has finally come, as it gives its final beats, he feels it's time to finally rest. And for a brief moment, as his heart stops and consciousness fades, everything becomes peaceful. In the darkness, the ethereal form of a beautiful water spirit gently caresses his face, but something snaps within him. Johan's eyes fly open with defiant fury. Clenching his fist with newfound resolve, he refuses to accept this end. His will to live reignites, creating a surge of raw and untamed power. Fueled by this new power, he summons every last ounce of his strength, and roars in his mind: if he cannot escape death, then he will slay death itself. He then violently slams his fist into the water. The magical water of wrath he consumed earlier courses through him, violently restarting his heart. Suddenly he rises from the depths, screaming his defiance. His eyes blaze with renewed life and a terrifying, newfound power. With absolute determination burning in his eyes, he resolves to kill death itself. Just as the troll's massive fist is about to crush the charging Sir Gustav, who cries out for his friend Laurent as he makes his final stand. But just then, a mysterious black spear impales the troll's fist, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. The troll recoils in pain and shock, its hand grievously wounded. Sir Gustav looks on in utter disbelief as the monster stumbles back, his life spared at the last second. Laurent, watching from a distance, can only cry out his commander's name in shock. From the water emerges a transformed Johan, surrounded by a dark aura, shocking the elves who believed him dead. with an expression of pure contempt for the elves, who nearly got him killed. He orders them to get out of his way, and ends with a furious insult, dismissing them as wretched, long-eared bastards. While Johann fights for his life in the swamp, the scene cuts to Baron Einbeck's main base near Marseille. A soldier rushes in to inform the newly minted Marquis that Marseille's city has fallen into their hands. The Baron erupts in a fit of manic celebration. Overjoyed that his treacherous plan has apparently succeeded, his glee says a lot about his character. He smugly boasts to his allies that the fall of Marseille was all part of his master plan, and completely within his control. The imperial mage, Janina, gives Einbeck a backhanded compliment, finding him surprisingly useful, but reminding him that their work is not yet finished. Einbeck then declares his next grim move, the public execution of Governor Velico and Katana's branch manager Jan. He then scoffs at the idea of lowly merchants meddling in the political affairs of nobles. He zealously vows to eliminate all anti-emperor merchants to purify the now defiled city of Marseille. A truly chilling declaration. After that, he explains that this victory will serve as a powerful message to every trading company on the continent. Then, with a dramatic snap of his fingers, he prepares to deliver the final, chilling part of his proclamation. Just then a servant enters with drinks, allowing the conspirators to toast to their apparent victory. Raising his glass, he toasts to the idea that merchant money can never buy true noble blood and honor. Janina sinisterly joins the toast, adding her own proclamation, "Long live the Holy Empire." The treacherous nobles and their magi clash their cups together, cheering for the long life of the emperor. Duke Mayhem then excuses himself, informing the others he will personally deliver the news to the emperor. A paranoid Baron Einbeck sternly reminds the duke to ensure the emperor knows that Marseille's capture was entirely due to his strategy. Leaving the camp, Duke Mayhem makes his way through the dark woods alone. He internally scoffs at Einbeck, revealing that he has no intention of giving the Baron full credit and plans to make his own report. So much for honor among thieves. But as he plots to undermine Einbeck with false reports, a strange sight in the forest stops him in his tracks. He's shocked to find a lone, high-quality warhorse Johann Steed Philip standing quietly in the middle of the woods. Noticing another horse packed with supplies nearby, Mayhem assumes they belong to a now-dead knight, and sees an opportunity attempting to calm the animal. He greedily decides to claim the fine steed for himself. He quickly mounts the horse, realizing its speed could get him to the imperial palace far quicker than his own mount. With a greedy grin, he kicks the horse aside, shouting, "Get ye up!" However, to his complete bewilderment, the powerful warhorse refuses to move a single step. Clearly this is no ordinary horse. Suddenly an overwhelming sense of dread washes over him, as a massive shadow falls upon him. His eyes widen in sheer terror at the monstrous form looming just out of frame. The Duke can only gasp in horror as he comes face to face with Johann's divine Wolf. Karamoth. The scene shifts to the swamp, where Johann warns the Elven Knights, ordering the long-eared bastards to get out of his way. Startled by the command, Sir Gustav quickly orders his men to comply. With the elves cleared out, Johann, now crackling with the dark energy of the Water of Wrath, faces the troll alone. A concerned elven soldier asks Gustav if they should join the fight and help the human knight. Gustav grimly explains that he attacked the monster dozens of times, yet failed to even wound it, and points out that when Johann's spear hit, the troll actually screamed in pain, proving Johann is on another level. Deciding they would only be a hindrance, Gustav orders his knights to stand down and simply observe. A difficult but wise decision. He declares that their duty now is to witness what he calls the knight's honorable battle. With cold fury in his glowing eyes, Johann prepares to unleash his newfound power on the troll. Just then the monster lets out a full-power roar that sends shockwaves through the swamp, yet Johann remains undeterred. However, Johann moves steadily toward the monster. With his spears ready in hand, he prepares for the deadly attack. His focus is entirely on his target, his gaze unwavering. With a surge of supernatural strength, he uses arrows to launch spears toward the monster. His volleys of spears fly with devastating force. The spears strike true, burying themselves deep within the troll's torso. The troll bellows in pain, shocked by the amount of damage it has sustained. Watching from the sidelines, Sir Gustav remarks that thrown spears won't be enough to land a fatal blow. The elves watch in confusion, as Johann's eyes glow with an ominous blue light, wondering what he's planning. Rather than attacking from a distance, Johann dashes forward, evading the monster's massive fist. He then slides under the troll's massive arm, entering its striking range. To begin a close-quarters beatdown, he raises his fist ready for the strike, and unleashes a devastating punch that slams into the troll's gut with explosive force. The impact is so powerful, it creates a visible crater in the troll's tough hide, a brutal display of raw strength. Staggered by the attack, the monster coughs up a torrent of blood. The observing elves scream in absolute disbelief, shocked that he is taking on the troll with his bare fists to them. This is completely unthinkable. Before the troll can recover, Johann presses his advantage with a relentless flurry of attacks. A barrage of powerful blows lands all over the troll's body, each hit echoing like a thunderclap. However, the monster raises its massive fist to strike him. The cold fury in Johann's glowing eyes intensifies. As he prepares for his next savage move, he raises his glowing fist, ready to clash it against the monster's. When both fists collide, the impact sends shock waves rippling around them, even splashing the water. However, Johann's fist overwhelms the monster, tearing the muscles of its hand, making it scream in pain, dazed and bleeding. The troll is left momentarily helpless from the sheer force of the assault. Seeing his opening, Johann leaps onto the troll, readying himself for a finishing blow. And he grabs the beast's upper jaw, his fingers digging in for a secure grip. With his other hand he seizes the troll's lower jaw, preparing to rip its head apart, but the monster struggles and he loses his grip. Yet his assault has wounded the monster, and blood drips from the troll's mouth. He falls into the water and the monster staggers back, losing its balance. The troll crashes into the water as well. The water erupts in a massive splash from his immense weight of weeping. Traumatized elf asks his commander to make sense of the unbelievable sight before them. Sir Gustav frantically yells for Johann to act immediately, warning that the monster will regenerate its wounds, and they must retreat quickly. This is their last chance to escape. Ignoring the warning, Johann plants his feet on the troll's chest, using its body as leverage. Gustav watches in horror, screaming at him. As he seems to be attempting the impossible, Johann digs his hands into the troll's mouth, ready to end the fight in the most brutal way imaginable. This is going to be a gruesome finish. He then unleashes his full power, tearing the monster's jaws in opposite directions. He strains with all his might. His face contorts as he gathers every ounce of strength. Finally, he completes his execution and tears the troll's jaws in half. The troll screams in agony as his mouth ruptures, blood spraying everywhere. Completely overwhelmed by the sight, one of the elves can only cry out, "My God!" Panting heavily and covered in the troll's blood, an exhausted Johann finally releases his grip. The savage battle is finally over. The monster's body falls into the water. Looking down at the defeated monster, Johann declares that the fight should finally be over, while Baron Einbeck and the mage, Janina, celebrate their supposed victory. Duke Oet, mayhem flees for his life from Johann's divine Wolf. Karamov, the spectral Wolf, lunges forward, seizing the terrified Duke in its jaws, leaving him with no hope of escape. Believing his horses have abandoned him, he resigns himself to a pathetic death. Terror grips him as the divine Wolf closes in for the kill. Meanwhile, in the swamp, the knight Leon succumbs to his wounds and calls out his commander's name. He tries to console his commander, claiming his death is an honorable end for a knight of Erangs. The elven commander cries out Leon's name, watching in grief as he fades away. With a final bloody cough, Leon's life begins to slip away. As a last request, he asks his commander to tell his father how bravely he fought fighting back terrors. The commander promises to convey Leon's courage to his family. The knight breathes his last, managing a faint thank you before passing away. Gustav Larent says, "My brothers and comrades of Erangs, the moments I shared with you were the most honorable." Johann watches the somber scene with a detached and unreadable expression. Deciding that a good deed is worth doing if there's a reward, he approaches the grieving elves with a magical elixir. He gets their attention, preparing to offer his aid. He brings the red elixir for the fallen knight, telling him it will ease his pain. Meanwhile, Leon says to him, "Sorry for showing you this pathetic sight." Tired of the sentimentality, Johann curtly tells the grieving elf to hurry up and drink the potion at his command. Leon drinks the magical potion. A single glowing drop of the elixir falls from the vial. As the now empty flask falls from his grasp, he lies unconscious before his comrades. Laurent desperately closes his eyes, believing that Leon has died. Sir Gustav says to his fallen comrade, "Sleep peacefully." The elven commander and his subordinate pay their final respects to their fallen brother. After that, Gustav, the commander of the 11 Knights, turns to Sir Johann and thanks him for easing Leon's suffering. He then states that had it not been for you, Leon would have suffered until the very end. However, just then, they are surprised when Leon calls out Johann's name and asks in astonishment what miraculous elixir he was given, as all his pain has vanished. Gustav asks Leon, "Are you really all right?" At this, Leon confirms the miraculous recovery, noting that he is clear-headed and breathing easily. With a wide grin, Johann congratulates the knight cheekily, asking him how it feels to be reborn. The stunned elves question what the mysterious water was that brought their friend back from the brink of death. Surrounded by a mystical blue aura, Johann reveals the potion was the water of blessing, a miracle elixir for those on death's door, and explains that the elixir was a gift from Svetlana, the powerful mage of the Eifel River. Overcome with emotion, Laurent embraces his revived comrade. Then Sir Gustav, the arrogant elven leader, suddenly grabs Johann in a crushing hug, thanking him profusely and declares that Johann, despite being from a lower race, is the most honorable knight he has ever seen. For saving his comrade Johann, Riley accepts the backhanded praise and suggests Gustav thank the mage Svetlana instead. But Gustav insists the praise belongs to Johann for being the one to use the precious water on a friend. The elf's enthusiastic gratitude becomes a bit too much for Johann to handle. Gustav then proudly announces to his entire company that the honorable Sir Johann has saved their brother. As men of honor, he prepares to lead his troops in a formal salute. He commands his knights to offer their deepest respect and praise to their savior. The elves slam their spears to the ground in cheer, hailing the glory of the great Sir Johann. However, this sudden outpouring of praise and adoration makes Johann incredibly uncomfortable. Gustav gets uncomfortably close, declaring that Johann is now as dear to him as a sworn brother with newfound respect. He warns that any who disrespect Johann will face his wrath. He then dramatically draws his gleaming sword in a show of loyalty, vowing that anyone who opposes Johann will be met with its blade. Johann accepts Gustav's fealty, as the Elven Knights now look upon him with unwavering reverence. While feigning gratitude, his true desire surfaces. A wish they would give him money instead of honor, and internally complains that elves love to spend their money on frivolous things. Back at the main camp, Godin excitedly runs to find the mage Svetlana. He bursts in, eager to share the news that Sir Johann fought and defeated the troll. At this, Svetlana calmly assumes Johann used a combination of holy fire and the magical water to win. However, Gordon passionately corrects the sage, exclaiming that Johann used no magic at all, but simply tore the troll apart with his bare hands. Dismissing the claim, Svetlana again attributes the victory to the mysterious power of the river. The mage looks at Gordon, confused by his excitement over what should be a simple matter, but Svetlana's calm demeanor shatters as the reality of Gordon's words sinks in, leaving him utterly shocked. Back at the swamp, Valiant inspects the troll's corpse, finding the extent of the damage hard to believe. She notes the troll's arm muscles were torn, and its bones were shattered into pieces, and continues her assessment, remarking on the destroyed internal organs and ripped off jaw. She concludes that the creature died from the overwhelming damage, unable to regenerate. Amazed by the corpse's pristine condition, she asks Johann how he managed such a feat. She then explains that, when her holy knights killed a troll, they had to burn it to cinders with holy flames, just to stop its regeneration. Johann now understands why their methods were so intense, and the true difficulty of killing such a monster. Valiant offers him her sincere congratulations for his incredible achievement. Just then a glowing emblem appears before him, signaling the acquisition of a new title. She informs him that from now on, he will be known by the title of Troll Slayer. She tells him that they will remove and take care of the troll's dead body while keeping its skin and blood intact. This is because the Marcel Trading Company will be able to sell it for a good price, as these parts are valuable. Imagining the gold he will earn, he is delighted by this lucrative turn of events. He reflects on the concept of an achievement, something for which he was never recognized in his past life, and realizes that defeating powerful enemies in this world earns a title, just as the bullhead commander had mentioned. A smirk forms on his face as he acknowledges his very first achievement. In this new world he savors his new title. Trolls Slayer with a look of quiet satisfaction. Suddenly a shout of monster rings out as Karamov, the divine Wolf, returns with the missing horses in tow. Valiant chuckles, telling a startled Johann that his dogs had successfully herded their horses back. An elven commander, unaware of the situation, orders his troops to prepare for battle. An elven commander, unaware of the situation, orders his troops to prepare for battle, but she quickly calms the troops, assuring them that the creature is not a monster. She introduces the terrifying Wolf as Sir Johann's pet dog, much to the horror of the captured Duke Mayhem. However, when she sees the divine Wolf, she screams that's not a dog, and prepares to unleash their holy flames upon the creature. Once the misunderstanding is fully cleared up, Johann begins his interrogation of the captured Duke Mayhem. The Duke lies, claiming he was a simple traveler who was suddenly grabbed by the wolf. Johann immediately calls his bluff, questioning why a traveler would be in an active war zone. Realizing his lie is falling apart, the Duke puts on a bizarre act, claiming he enjoys dangerous situations before asking to be released. At that moment, Sir Gustav asks his new honorable brothers for permission to speak with the suspicious man. Gustav menacingly approaches the cowering Duke, who continues to insist he is just a traveler. Without a word, he slams his dagger through the Duke's hand, pinning it to the ground. The Duke lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Gustav coldly informs the captive that he is in a foul mood and will start cutting off his fingers one by one. Mayhem grits his teeth, trapped and terrified by the elf's brutal interrogation method. Under duress, he finally confesses his true identity. First Lieutenant Brandon Mayhem, of the Holy Empire Special Operations Unit. Johann is shocked that Gustav acted on a mere whim, while the elf smugly comments on Johann's good intuition. When Johann asks for more information, Gustav grins, declaring they have hit a gold mine. Johann is stunned to learn that the captive has revealed the precise location of Baron Einbeck's command post. With this new intelligence, he sees a clear path to victory, realizing they can end the conflict by capturing the Baron. A cunning, determined smile spreads across his face as a plan begins to form. He immediately approaches Gustav with a critical request and urges him to mobilize his forces for a swift strike against the Baron's camp. Before he can react, Gustav enthusiastically agrees, placing his troops at the disposal of his honorable human brother. With this new army at his command, Johann resolves to end the subjugation campaign in a single decisive stroke. The Elven Knights rally, inspired by Johann and ready for the final glorious battle for Marcel. Hours later, Johann's forces descend upon Baron Einbeck's supposedly secret command post. Sir Gustav leads the charge of the Elven cavalry, shouting that it is hunting season. The knights tear through the enemy lines, their foes cursing the cursed long years as they fall. Panic erupts in the camp as the Baron's soldiers realize they have been ambushed by Elven knights. Gustav gives a simple, brutal order: find Einbeck and kill everyone else. The camp is thrown into chaos as the soldiers are slaughtered, their sense of security shattered. The Imperial Court Mage, Janina, is caught completely off guard by the sudden, devastating assault. She reels in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the subjugation force survived and defeated the bullhead mercenaries. Choosing self-preservation, she abandons the battle and flees, crying out for her emperor. Johann and Gustav calmly survey the battlefield from horseback, the conflict now all but settled. The Elven Knights systematically secure the conquered enemy command post. Sir Gustav leads Johann to a camp and tells him that there is a gift for him. Johann descends from the horse and prepares to step into the camp. A soldier reports that the man he was looking for is inside, defeated and waiting. Just then he looks toward the sky. After that, with a grim expression, he closes his eyes and recalls the senseless death and cruelty he has witnessed since coming to this world. His eyes are cold, filled with the resolve to deliver justice. Just then he enters the camp, stating we meet again. Believing Johann to be dead, the terrified Baron recoils, thinking he is seeing a ghost. Johann looms over the cowardly noble, his shadow a harbinger of judgment, with righteous fury blazing in his eyes. He declares that he has come to judge the Baron for his crimes. After their victory, the survivors hastily organized their supplies for the retreat. The holy knights led by Agandi and Valian bid him farewell, stating it was an honor to have served alongside him. Putting on a brave face, Johann promises not to forget the sacrifices of the fallen knights. As the holy knights depart, he waves goodbye, his duty to them now fulfilled. Then Johann, Sir Gustav, and the rest of the elven knights begin their own march away from the battlefield. His horse Philip carries him steadily onward. Meanwhile, the captured Baron Einbeck, bound and seething, lets out a sigh of frustration. And his thoughts, however, are consumed by a single burning question. How is it possible that he is still alive? He then fumes over his failed assassination attempt, regretting that he didn't just pour the entire bottle of Nessus's tear venom down Johann's throat. However, he becomes even more bewildered when he remembers the Elven Knights brutally beating him, and he wonders why they are so fiercely loyal to that man. As the Baron glares at the passing Elven Knights, one of them menacingly asks if he's looking for a death wish. Confounded, he mutters to himself that his plan to eliminate Johann should have been absolutely perfect. His thoughts trigger a flashback, taking us back several months to Gazen Barony, the former home of House Heights. A goblet of wine is dramatically spilled over someone's head, signaling the start of a tense meeting. He is Baron Einbeck, standing nervously before Lord Geisenitz. With wine still on his face, he greets Geisen and inquires whether he has been well. Lord Geisen glares back, his expression hardened by years of resentment. He coldly asks if the Baron has finally brought the long overdue war funds he is owed. Instead, Baron Einbeck presents a scroll to Lord Guzen. A young servant carefully hands the scroll to the suspicious lord. Guzen unrolls the document. His eyes narrowing, the scroll is revealed to be nothing but a blank piece of parchment. What is this, he demands, infuriated by the apparent insult, and asks why he is giving him a blank piece of paper. Einbeck claims that His Majesty the Emperor once again requires his assistance. Jason explodes in anger, shouting at him to stop spouting nonsense, and questioning if he will be used again, and he bitterly recounts fighting countless wars, only to be left to rot in a remote backwater, while others pocketed the compensation he deserved. Furious, he threatens to split Einbeck in half with his axe, demanding he leave immediately. Unfazed, Baron Einbeck calmly asks him to place his official seal on the blank document. He explains that the seal of House N on a blank page will be seen as a symbol of blind loyalty to the Emperor, and as a reward for this show of loyalty, Einbeck offers a tempting prize. Swearing on the noble name of Auvergne, he makes a grand promise that the Emperor himself will personally appoint Lord Gazan as Count. The promise of a promotion finally gets the Lord's attention. Gisson scoffs, reminding Einbeck that his house Auvergne fell over 50 years ago, and questioning if he is still boasting about a worthless name. Despite his misgivings, he forcefully stamps his seal onto the blank page. He then tosses the now sealed document back to Einbeck, telling him to take it, and delivers a chilling threat, warning that if his achievements are stolen again, he will rip out the Baron's tongue and feed it to the dogs. A relieved Einbeck picks up the document, assuring him that he understands. Clutching the scroll, Einbeck begins to roll it up, speaking of Gason's so-called loyalty, and declares that this loyalty will play a great role in achieving the Emperor's grand design. Later, younger, long-haired Sir Karamov examines the document, noting how well Einbeck has forged it. He holds up the document, which now contains a forged letter plotting rebellion, sealed with Gazan's official stamp. The Imperial bodyguard Sir Karamov had been tasked with a grim mission. He reads that the northern houses, who fought for the Emperor, are framed with accusations of treason, and a large-scale purge is carried out against them. Karamov sarcastically compliments Baron Einbeck on his noble plan. Einbeck, sensing the mockery, asks if his words have a bite to them. The knight coolly replies that he is merely admiring the Baron's repugnant cunning with a condescending smile. He remarks on the talent possessed by the supposedly honorable House of Verne. Enraged, Baron Einbeck snaps, telling him to watch his tongue, and angrily reminds the Elven Knight that he knows what truly happened in the northern territories. Questioning how Karamov dares to act so high and mighty, he tells him that he heard Karamov slaughtered not just soldiers but women and children as well during the northern campaign, and now he has the audacity to lecture him about honor. Imbek erupts in fury. The Baron is suddenly silenced as Karamov's hand shoots out, grabbing him by the throat. The knight coldly asks how the Baron dares to lecture him on honor by borrowing the prestige of his fallen house. He declares his unwavering purpose. He has sworn to become the Emperor's sword and moves only by sacred command. With chilling conviction he states that the Emperor's honor outweighs all lives on the continent, and thus it is his honor as well. While choking the Baron, he sneers that he is not like him, a man who clings to life through deception and betrayal. He then slightly loosens his grip. Einbeck collapses to the floor, gasping and coughing for air. Standing over the fallen Baron, Karamov threatens that if he ever insults the Emperor's command again, he will tear out his blood vessels and fill a goblet with them. A terrified Einbeck can only stammer that he will bear the warning in mind. Back in the present, the captured Baron seethes with rage, blaming Karamov for ruining everything. He fumes that the so-called Emperor's sword couldn't even kill a mere knight who had rotted away in some backwater. Despite his capture, he grins menacingly, confident he will be the one laughing in the end. Suddenly his revelry is interrupted as a panicked soldier runs up to Johann, shouting that there's a problem, and reports that the Marcel Trading Company has been defeated. The gates of Marcel have been breached, and reveals that the city has been captured by the very mercenaries who betrayed them. Swetelga Godin and Kumol are all stunned and horrified by the news. The elven knights cry out in disbelief and frustration. Johann's expression, however, remains grim and unreadable as he takes in the devastating report. Seeing this, the captured Baron Einbeck begins to tremble with sinister glee. He then erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. His laughter echoes across the field as he revels in Johann's apparent defeat. Gordon and Kumol can only watch in horror as the Baron taunts them, asking if they saw this coming. Pointing at a stoic Johann, he mockingly asks if our protagonist thought everything would go according to his plan. He gloats, telling the pathetic piece of shit that he has won the battle, but lost the war. Kumala clutches his head in despair, realizing their rear base has been breached, and that this is a complete disaster. Even the great sage Svetla looks to the heavens, calling out to the goddess of I fail. He laments, questioning why the goddess did not illuminate this twisted fate for him. A defeated Sir Gustav tells Johann that entering the castle now is too dangerous, and that they should abandon Marcel, but Johann flatly refuses. With a determined grin, he declares that it's too early to give up, and that they will at least try to fight back. Unfazed, the Baron continues his tirade, warning Johann that pushing forward will only lead to his death. He then reveals his trump card. The traitorous mercenary Captain Brattle has captured Magistrate Velico and will soon announce Marcel's surrender. Lost in a dark fantasy, the Baron vows to make the captured Johann his first demand once he controls the city. He imagines a brutal revenge, planning to sever Johann's tendons and parade him across the empire, just to humiliate him. His twisted fantasy continues, picturing himself pointing at Johann as he hangs from the gallows. The Baron then sees himself leaning in close for the final cruel blow, and in that final moment, he imagines whispering the truth in Johann's ear. It was he who killed Johann's father. Back in the present, Johann stands silently with his prisoner before the gates of Marcel. As the massive gates creak open, a lone figure emerges from the blinding light within. Einbeck squints, trying to identify the approaching figure, believing it to be his ally Brattle. Smirking victoriously, he smugly tells Johann that he has won. Just then he rushes forward and cries out, "Listen, Brattle, didn't he had claimed it would succeed?" And says seize that bastard Johann right this instant. However, to everyone's shock, he is Magistrate Velico who appears. Baron Einbeck's eye widens in pure, unadulterated terror, his entire plan unraveling before him, with the loyal Garan mercenaries at his side. The very much alive and free magistrate stares down. The traitorous Baron Einbeck panics, screaming in disbelief. How can the supposedly captured magistrate be here? Sir Gustav and his knights are equally stunned, wondering what on earth transpired inside the city walls. But the magistrate ignores the Baron and instead bows deeply to Johann, congratulating him on a job well done. He formally commends Johann for his efforts, and offers a sincere welcome back to the city. Johann plays along smiling as he thanks the magistrate, and expresses his relief that he is safe, when the magistrate says, "This is thanks to the mercenary efforts." The mercenaries Garan and Khan humbly deflect the praise, stating they were merely following Sir Johann's orders. A flashback reveals Johann's foresight. He had met with Garan and Khan the night before the battle, with another request. The two mercenary leaders listened intently, surprised by his additional orders. Johann explained his deduction that Baron Einbeck, knowing Marcel's defenses, would likely plan an internal attack. He predicted that the Baron's forces would infiltrate the city to take out the leadership. His contingency plan is revealed. He tasked the Garan mercenaries with protecting Magistrate Veliko, and they successfully ambushed the traitor Rattle. Back in the present, Goran boasts that the supposedly elite Oak Tree mercenaries were nothing special. Johann gives his loyal mercenaries a hearty thumbs up, telling them they did excellent work, and that he always believed in them. The mercenaries, however, comically misinterpret the modern gesture as an insult, leaving Johann utterly baffled. With that exchange, Garan chuckles to himself, noting that Johann is quite a peculiar man. At last, the city guard sees the sputtering Baron Einbeck. Veliko turns his cold gaze upon the traitor, declaring that he will answer for all his crimes. As Einbeck sweats with fear, he advises him to accept his fate with grace. The Baron struggles against the guards, frantically screaming for his accomplice Brattle. Just then a guard climbs up the wall of the castle and sends the banner of the Holy Emperor tumbling down the city wall. With the traitors dealt with, Veliko orders the victory bell to be sounded, officially marking the success of the bandit subjugation. In the streets of Marseille, a bard begins to tune his instrument, and as peace returns, he begins to sing the tale of the city's recent struggle. Their song recounts the treacherous mercenaries, bandit hordes, and trolls that sought to shatter the city's very walls. As the song spreads, citizens prepare baskets of flower petals for a celebration. The petals are joyfully tossed into the air, heralding the city's salvation. The ballad tells of a hero who appeared like a shining star in the city's darkest hour. Standing on a balcony, the bards lead the city in a song of praise for their new champion. They sing of his new legendary title. Johann heights Marcel's troll slayer. Riding through streets showered in petals, Johann listens as the bards sing of his iron will and fiery courage. The song implored the crowd to show their admiration for Marcel's hero. The tale grows in the telling, with lyrics describing how he seized victory with his fists and subdued even trolls with his overwhelming strength. Johann smiles as he hears the song praise him as a righteous hero, while his comrades and the townspeople all cheer him on, with a proud Sir Gustav riding behind him. The song concludes that our hero has already become a legend, the man who killed a troll with his bare hands. Watching from a balcony, Goran and Khan observe the celebration, noting how Johann brought peace to a city once plagued by death. Khan pragmatically decides against saying goodbye, believing a mere mercenary would only be a bother to the celebrated noble. Content that the city is now safe, the two mercenaries decide it's time to depart and find work elsewhere later. Johann meets with Ian at the Katana Trading Company headquarters to settle his accounts from the battle. Before discussing business, she offers him a well-deserved drink, but Johann, eager for his payment, immediately asks to settle the accounts, amusing her with his hurry. As Ian retrieves the statement, he tempers his expectations, assuming his share of the spoils won't be very large. The first item is the reward for the successful subjugation operation, a handsome 40 gold coins. Next is the compensation from the defeated bullhead mercenaries, adding 30 silver and 100 bronze coins to the tally. Johann is already shocked, realizing the payout for a formal subjugation is vastly different from looting rural bandits. She then happily moves on to the monster spoils. Much to his nervous anticipation, the sale of the troll hide alone brought in a staggering 10 gold and 60 silver coins, and the valuable troll blood, sinews and special part meat added another 25 gold coins to the pile. The ever-increasing numbers become too much for our hero, who does an explosive spit-taking chalk. Wiping his mouth, a wide-eyed Johann stammers that he's fine, before anxiously asking for the grand total. In response, she presents the total payout, visualized as a mountain of glittering gold coins. She calmly informs a stunned Johann that his total compensation is 35 gold, 230 silver and 130 bronze coins. He desperately tries to maintain a stoic expression, his face twitching with the effort. Internally, however, he explodes in a triumphant shout of pure, unadulterated joy. Having earned a vast and unexpected fortune, the chapter ends by posing the question: will Johann finally be able to end his wandering life? A week after the battle, Sir Gustav laments the end of the victory celebrations and calls out to his new sworn brother Johann. At a massive banquet, Johann tries to politely decline more alcohol, but the ever-enthusiastic Gustav insists. The party must go on. The elf aggressively refills Johann's cup, determined to continue the rowdy celebration, in his hero's honor forced into another drink. A visibly uncomfortable Johann endures the boisterous affection of his new friend. Our guy reflects on the peaceful week he's enjoyed, feeling that all his past hardships were worth it, even if it means dealing with the clingy Sir Gustav. Just then the clinking of a tuning fork signals another round of toasts is about to begin. Gustav proudly raises his glass, leading a toast to Sir Johann, who valiantly defeated the troll. The toast continues, honoring the Ifel River and the great sage Swetelga, much to the sage's surprise at hearing such words from elven knights. The knights, led by a roaring Gustav, slam their goblets together, celebrating their hard-won victory and their new hero. Meanwhile, as Johann quietly eats, another elf tells an exaggerated tale of fearlessly facing the troll, much to the amusement of the table, and claims that, just as he was prepared for an honorable death, Sir Johann appeared and tore the monster to pieces. Nearby, a group of women listened with rapt attention, completely captivated by the dramatic retelling of his heroic deed. The tale reaches its climax, depicting him standing triumphantly over the troll's corpse, a scene that lives vividly in the elves' minds. After that, he says to the listeners, "Tell me, who is the troll slayer?" The women swooned over the stories, their cheers and adoration directed squarely at their new hero. Away from the main party, Swetoga quietly asks Johann what he truly meant by his actions during the battle, and gravely informs him that his achievements are remarkable and will have consequences that ripple not just through Marcel but the entire empire. Cutting to the chase, he asks Johann what he truly desires: wealth, glory, or power. But Johann nonchalantly dismisses these grand ambitions, stating that his only goal is to live a peaceful life. In Marcel skeptical, Swelga questions if a man seeking peace would kill a troll with his bare hands, to which Johann retorts that he nearly died in the process. The sage then scolds him for casually using the sacred water of blessing to heal another, questioning if he understands its true value. However, Johann thanks Swelga for the water that saved his comrade, while the sage privately fumes, thinking he would rather have fed the precious liquid to a pig. Johann then defends his actions, stating simply that, when someone is dying before your eyes, you have to save them if you can. However, his internal monologue reveals a more calculated motive. Saving the elves was a good way to earn political points, with Governor Veliko Swetolga sighs, expressing relief that Johann at least returned safely from the perilous mission. Still, the sage recalls the Fi River's prophecy, which foretold that Johann Haida would never be able to settle down and live peacefully in Marcel. Just then he remembers the vision clearly, stating that the river's prophecies are never wrong, and so he watches Johann puzzled by the apparent contradiction between the prophecy and the man's current situation. Swetoga wonders if it's possible that this man, through his own immense strength, has actually managed to defy and change his own fate. He remains deep in thought, unable to reconcile the river's vision with the man sitting before him, breaking the silence. Our guy presents the empty flask that once held the water of blessing. With a charmingly shameless expression, he asks if he could get a refill, since he used the first dose for a good cause. Svetolba glares back, unconvinced that healing one of Gustav's knights was a worthwhile use of the sacred water. Despite his reservations, the sage takes back the empty flask. He relents, agreeing to refill it, and telling Johann to come by his room later to pick it up then. Changing the subject, Sutoga points out that branch manager Ian is in trouble, and that Johann should be the one to save her. A moment of confusion gives way to dawning comprehension. On Johann's face looking over, he sees the drunken elven knights harassing a very uncomfortable yawn, muttering to himself that elves become jerks when they drink, with Gustav and his friends refusing to let her go. She is clearly in need of a rescue. Johann smoothly intervenes, asking the elves if they would yield, so he could dance with the branch manager, an idea they enthusiastically support. As the cheering elves give them space, a slightly irritated Johann is led to the dance floor. She thanks him for helping her escape the overly friendly knights, though she hopes it doesn't cause any misunderstandings. Johann reassures her, telling her to simply follow his lead. He then says that one song won't take long, and after that she can slip away naturally. Yen looks up at him blushing, and completely flustered by his confident gesture. To his surprise, she says she doesn't want their dance to end. After just one song getting close, she looks up at him with determination, and earnestly asks if he will dance with her sincerely. For real this time, as they hold each other. Johann reflects on the fragility of this peaceful moment, wondering how long it can possibly last, but he decides to push aside his worries and fully embrace the present. Letting the music guide them, the two begin to dance and they share a dance. In the middle of the lively celebration, lost in the rhythm, Jion smiles brightly, thoroughly enjoying her dance with the city's hero. Johann smiles back, resolving to live in and cherish these peaceful moments for as long as he can. But the night of celebration soon gives way to a bright new morning in Marseille. Johann lets out a massive groan. Feeling the painful effects of the previous night's festivities, his eyes slowly open to the morning sun. He sits up in bed, shirtless and looking utterly drained from the party, with a huge stretch and a yawn. He complains that he can't remember how much he drank. He then discovers a strange ball of fur in his bed, wondering what it could possibly be. Unaware it's from Jan, as he stands up, he tries to piece together the hazy memories of the previous night, noting several mysterious bite marks. His eyes then land on a small bottle and a note left on his desk. He finds that Suetoga has already refilled the flask of the precious water of blessing for him. Johann picks up the note left beside the magical elixir. The note from the sage explains he didn't want to interrupt Johann's warm moment and invites him for another game of Go, leaving him confused suddenly. A horrifying memory begins to surface, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He has a vivid flashback of a cat toy being dangled. The mortifying memory comes flooding back. He drunkenly played with branch manager Yeon, as if she were a cat. Deciding to deal with his pounding headache first, he uncorks the sacred water of blessing. Thanking the absent sage, he shamelessly chugs the 1,000-year secret of the Afil River to cure his hangover, marveling at its effectiveness. But his moment of relief is cut short by the sudden sound of screams and alarms from outside. Just then, he rushes to his balcony to investigate the commotion, and he is met with the sight of smoke and raging fires, consuming a part of the city below. The citizens of Marseille run in terror from an unseen threat, staring in disbelief. He realizes the peace he fought for is already being shattered. His worst fears are confirmed, as he sees the city he hoped to call home is up in flames, watched by a grim Governor Velasco. In the streets of Marseille, Johann stands among a tense crowd, gathered for a public spectacle. He is taken aback by the grim scene, wondering what could possibly be happening, and is shocked to see the disgraced Baron Einbeck, defeated and trapped within a cramped cage. As he looks upon the suspended cages, he notices the strong smell of oil. Realizing a grim execution is about to take place, the event begins as Governor Velasco addresses the citizens of Marseille. Standing before the crowd, he offers a sincere, if theatrical, apology for the recent turmoil. He then blames his own negligence for allowing a shadow of chaos to momentarily fall upon their city, and publicly reveals that certain nobles, acting under the emperor's orders, betrayed the city. He rallies the citizens, announcing that the traitors' plot to seize control of Marseille has been fully exposed. With righteous fury, he declares the betrayal unforgivable and vows to lodge a formal protest with the emperor himself. The crowd panics upon learning that co-conspirators are still hiding among them, prompting Vilko to issue a dire warning. And he gives all remaining sympathizers a 3-day ultimatum to flee Marseille. He warns that anyone who remains past the deadline will suffer the same fate as Baron Inbeck. Blood drips ominously from the cage, a dark precursor to the fate he has promised. The governor's chilling threat hangs in the air, promising death to any remaining traitors. A torch is lit, signaling the beginning of the brutal public execution. Johann watches with wide-eyed disbelief as the governor prepares to carry out the sentence. Without a hint of mercy, Governor Vilaco personally moves to set the pyre ablaze. Baron Einbeck screams in absolute terror as the flaming torch nears his cage, and desperately pleads for his life, begging Vilko not to go through with the execution. But his pleas are ignored, as the oil-soaked wood instantly ignites, in a roaring inferno. Trapped and terrified, Einbeck begs for someone to spare him, as the flames rise around him. The cage is completely engulfed, silencing the Baron's screams. As a horrified family watches on, the Baron's final, agonizing moments are consumed by the fire. In his dying moments, Baron Einbeck feels his body and his life's ambitions turn to ash. He then watches his own hand melt away, lamenting how everything he strove for is slipping away so meaninglessly. A final peaceful memory surfaces, his mother calling him her little angel. With his last breath, he wishes he could return to that one moment of pure, unconditional love. His mind retreats to a long, faded image of his coddled and entitled childhood, but the cherished memory is quickly consumed by the flames of his grim reality, and his consciousness fades. With the final thought of his fleeting, wasted life, the burning cages serve as a brutal and public spectacle of Vilaco's justice. Standing before the inferno, he issues one last chilling warning to any traitors who might still be watching. As Johann looks on, Vilaco establishes his new doctrine for the city. He will always repay both kindness and enmity. Amidst the chaos of the execution, a guard informs Johann that Governor Vilaco wishes to meet with him privately. Johann is wary, questioning why the governor would summon him at such a tense moment. However, he eyes the man with deep suspicion, wondering what new scheme he is plotting. Later, Johann arrives at the Kitana Trading Company headquarters for his meeting with the governor. Vilaco greets him warmly, congratulating him on his pivotal role in the recent battle. With a disarming smile, he invites Johann to sit and discuss some important matters. In stark contrast to their last meeting, Vilko offers him a glass of the finest whiskey. He then extends the drink, as a gesture of supposed goodwill and celebration. Johann hesitates, remembering all too well that Baron Einbeck tried to kill him with a poisoned drink. Despite his deep-seated mistrust, he feels bound by custom and unable to refuse the governor's offer. Deciding to play along for now, he reluctantly accepts the cup of whiskey. Vilaco begins the meeting by politely inquiring how Johann has been finding life in Marseille. Johann cautiously replies that things have been peaceful, prompting Vilaco to express his satisfaction and refer to him as our vanguard. The term immediately puts Johann on edge, and he asks for clarification on what the governor means. Vilaco nonchalantly reveals his true intentions, stating he's referring to the vanguard for the coming war between Marseille and the Empire. Johann is rendered speechless, processing the governor's staggering assumption. Completely bewildered, all he can manage is a stunned and confused huh. Just then Vilaco launches into a litany of praise, citing Johann's unmatched strategic mind and combat skills. He even compliments Johann's supposed human warmth, which he believes inspires loyalty in those around him. Believing Johann shares his ambitions, he declares that he will grant his wish by making him the vanguard of Marseille. A single bead of sweat rolls down Johann's face as he realizes the depth of the misunderstanding. However, he firmly rejects the proposition, stating he prefers a stable, modest life and has no desire to become the vanguard in a war against the emperor. Vilko considers Johann's desire for a stable and modest life with a look of disappointment. Then the governor's polite demeanor shatters as he snaps at him, telling him not to speak such nonsense. He reminds Johann that Marseille has always been a hotbed of conflict between the pro- and anti-emperor factions, and argues that the emperor's recent purges in the north have completely destroyed any hope of maintaining balance, driving his point home. He reminds Johann that his own home, the Eites territory, was one of the victims, and declares that as long as the emperor lives, the peaceful life Johann seeks is an impossible dream. Johann remains silent, realizing he has been completely cornered by Vilaco's manipulative logic. Pouring another drink, Vilko asks if he finally understands why Marseille must prepare for war. Johann watches silently as the governor refills his cup, his mind racing, setting the cup down firmly. Vilko's tone hardens with grim resolve. He declares that in the coming conflict, he will no longer care about the cost. In money or human lives, he then locks eyes with Johann, preparing to make his final unbelievable offer, and claims that while he himself cannot become emperor, he has the power to place someone else on the throne. The governor implores Johann to join his cause, promising an unimaginable reward if he does. In a stunning revelation, he offers to make Johann the new emperor of the continent. Johann is utterly flabbergasted, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of the proposal. Sometime later, Johann's companions are seen preparing for a long journey, loading up a wagon with provisions. Having decided on his path, Johann clenches his newly gloved fist, ready for what lies ahead. He reflects that even a single piece of armor feels reassuring, a tangible defense against an uncertain future. After spending a hefty 11 gold coins, he proudly displays his new customized armor pieces. He then grimaces, realizing that having spent so much money, the price of a military horse, he now needs to make this decision. Count Godin confirms that all preparations for their departure are complete, and with a resolute command, Johann declares, "Let's depart." Clad in his new armor, Johann leads his small party through the streets of Marseille, leaving the city behind as he rides. He casts one final glance back at the city he had hoped to call home, and he sees Governor Velico standing at a distance, watching their departure. Velico gives him a heartfelt gesture. As a sign of respect, Johann turns his gaze forward, his expression resolute as he puts Marseille behind him. With a final decisive turn, he commits to his new path. Away from Velico's ambitions, Johann's party crosses the drawbridge, officially beginning their new journey into the unknown. A nervous Gordon asks Johann where they are going, worried he has accepted Velico's call to war. Johann rides onward, contemplating his response and the difficult conversation he had with the governor. He recalls Velico's shocking offer to help him become the new emperor. With a faint smile, he remembers his simple and unwavering response: he will have to refuse. The memory of Velico's utter disbelief at being turned down still brings him some satisfaction. The governor had pressed him, unable to comprehend why anyone would refuse the offer of immense wealth and honor. Johann closes his eyes, remembering the core belief that drives all his actions. He had explained that his experiences taught him a harsh lesson. In this cruel world, money is the only true requirement for survival. But looking at the governor, he realizes that there must be more to life than just accumulating wealth. The two had sat in a silent stalemate, their worldviews fundamentally incompatible. However, Velico had confirmed that he understood perfectly, and stated that the current empire was in chaos, beyond control, and he had insisted that a great war was no longer a possibility, but an inevitability. He then argued that even if Johann tried to run, the tide of war would eventually catch up to them. The governor had ended their debate with a single, pointed question: how does Johann plan to live in such a chaotic age? Back in the present, Johann gazes at the horizon. His path now clear, he turns to Gordon, finally ready to answer his question about their destination. With a mischievous grin, he tells him they are headed to a place full of manly dreams and adventure. Gordon smiles at the idea of adventure, unaware that Johann's plan to settle in Marseille is destroyed by Velico. Johann internally dubs his new strategy a flee advance, as he leads his party towards a new, uncertain future. Meanwhile, at Bozen Castle in Zarpen County, a powerful lord has heard tales of Johann Icht, the man who hunted trolls in Marseille. The lord mutters troll slayer and muses over the impressive rumors surrounding the young man's feat. Standing on his balcony, he wonders aloud if Johann is a genuine warrior, or just a boastful brat. Count Zarpen smirks, confident he can judge Johann's true nature just by looking at him, and eagerly